What is happening to you guys? And welcome to another episode of the Finn's Tailgate. I am your host, Capitan, and today on the tailgate party that never seems to stop, we have a special guest coming on from 5 Reasons Sports Network. He's director of scouting from Phin Maniacs and also editor at, hold on, I have my notes right here. Don't want to mess it up. ATB Network. So make sure you guys are checking them out. Make sure you're checking him out on all the places. He's also on 5 Reasons Sports, Hussam Patel, and I'm going to bring him in right now. What is up, Hussam?
What's up? What's up, El Capitan? Chris, what's going on, man? How we doing?
You know, just living the dream. Putting on a purple jacket in South Florida heat is easier said than done. So even inside, it's hot. So,
I got to say, man, that intro was heat. That was straight
like
fire.
That? Yeah, you like that?
You got to link me up with whoever made that for you because I'm going to need that for my scouting combine tomorrow.
Yeah. You know, I could probably help a buddy out. I got my boy HB in the back. He does a lot of our video editing and stuff like that. He is, Dolphins, Aqua and Orange Dog. We all stick together. So funny thing is he's not a Dolphins fan. So. So, Hussam, for everybody that doesn't know, you have all these duties in all these different places. But, I mean, how'd you even become like a Dolphins fan? You know, I haven't heard the Hussam origin story.
The Hussam origin story is short and sweet. It comes from my dad.
That like us all, our folks drag us into this organization.
Yeah, man. I guess if you want the long-winded part, my dad came here in the late 80s, and that was the raging era of Dan Marino. Dan the man just being the greatest quarterback of all time, in that era. Though he didn't win any Super Bowls, I wish he did.
Me too.
That's what really got my dad hooked onto it. And then I was born in 1999, just when Dan Marino was leaving the Dolphins, and these last 22 years, I've been in Miami Dolphins purgatory, and my dad's fandom has slowly drifted away, whereas my fandom got started Thanksgiving Day, Dolphins Bills, when Chris Chambers torched the Bills on Thanksgiving Day with 230 fucking yards or whatever the hell it was. And
Nice.
that's when I was like, yes.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. That's a good game. That's good. That's a good memory too.
I was
I would.
5.
Oh wow. Yeah, I've been same as you, born into it. My dad became a football fan because my grandfather was, even though he was from New York, when he moved down here, he became a Dolphins fan, so on and so forth. And I'm older than you are, so I got to see a lot of the glory days in the 90s and stuff. There's been some good football, competitive football played since Dan has left, and we've had a lot of hope. We're hoping that, you know, an end of that era is coming to an end, and now we're going to be in the era where the Dolphins can be one of those teams that everyone assumes is going to the playoffs, assumes has a shot at the Super Bowl. And that kind of hinges on, I don't want to say it hinges on the quarterback, but it kind of does, doesn't it?
It always does.
It always
It always
does.
hinges on the quarterback. That's honestly what the league has come to, and it's what the league has always been ever since, the 70s, to be honest. You had Terry Bradshaw and the Steelers. You had in the 80s and 90s with Joe Montana and Bill Walsh and that West Coast type of system. And in the 90s, they were dominated by Jim Kelly and Buffalo, even though they never really won a Super Bowl. I mean, they were a couple of inches close 3 to 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2000s, Tom Brady, I hate to say it, Tom Brady and Bill
Owned the
Belichick,
era.
those 15, 20 years, that's what it was dominated by. Now in 2020, it's been looking like it's Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, but there are a couple of competitors out there that we have yet to see what these 2020s will be defined by.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, because right now Brady's only got so many left, yet he could be here for 20 more years for all we know. The guy just never seems to age or slow or miss a step. But I think we can safely bet in 5 years' time there won't be Tom Brady on the field.
Right.
So where's the mantle go? And it is who's going to take it. Patrick Mahomes is good. I mean, it's not going to be Rodgers. He's an older cat too. So these younger guys, a lot of crops of young guys are coming in. In fact, there's a great quarterback class coming in soon. And I know you talked about it a little bit on 5 Reasons. You guys are going to be going into the quarterback talk here soon for coming up. Then was that you that said that? I'm pretty sure you said that you guys were going to be going into the draft network. Was that you that said that?
I wasn't. I'm not going to the draft network.
Not the draft, not to the draft network. That you're having like your quarterback scouting coming up soon or something.
Oh
like that?
yeah. So my podcast
Yeah.
On the 5 Reasons Sports Network. It was formerly with Maniacs, but now it's on the 5 Reasons Sports Network. It's called the Scouting Combine, and talk about anything and everything Miami Dolphins, how it relates to these young players like Javon Holland, like Tua Tagovailoa, things in college, the draft, quarterbacks and players and prospects that are coming out. I do have an episode coming soon, hopefully in the next couple weeks, talking about what happens. What's the fallback plan if Tua Tagovailoa does not work out? Even though I hope he does work out. Some of the 2022 quarterbacks, and I have a show tomorrow afternoon with a defensive back prospect that I think you guys will love.
Cool, man. Awesome. That's what I was looking forward to, because I know, you dive into the more of the draft. I personally, being a Canes fan, I've turned my back on college football a lot. I feel slighted a lot by college football. Plus, it's harder for me now being a little older that, these are young kids. When you get things don't go right and they're losing and like you see dreams shatter, you know what I'm saying? Like it's hard to watch. It's different when they're getting paid for it. I can hate them more, you know what I'm saying? So, but there
But
is
hey,
some.
look, listen, you've got some type of hope because you've got Tyler Van Dyke,
Yes,
TVD.
yeah. The Canes are
He
looking
might
good.
be the next Canes quarterback that could light it up in the NFL. Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
maybe we'll see. I mean, they need to take care of themselves before they worry about their NFL. Take care of the team, get that on track, then all the rest will take care. Tyler Van Dyke does look good. I do like what they're doing down there with Cristobal and bringing in everybody he's got. So that's going to be great. I think the future's bright. I think Canes fans, me, thrown in with the rest of them, we're like, oh, here we come, championship. Here we come. Now let's relax. Let's give them some time.
That was me too when I was younger. But once the Canes just took a dive, I lost that fandom, and now I've just become a general college football fan.
Yeah, I think we'll temper our expectation this time. But I will say it does look like the program, as far as the school, is ready to put the money where their mouth is and get this team on track. So that's good. So let's dive into the Dolphins a little bit. So early on, before towards the end of the year, it seemed like there was a power shift with Flores and things like that. A lot of speculation on what happened behind the scenes, but long story short, Flores loses his job. The Dolphins are on the coaching search. It comes out a little sneakiness that the Dolphins were looking at Brady, looking at Sean Payton. Now, as months go on, it's all been written in stone. I don't want to say bad things about McDaniel, but it's obvious that he wasn't necessarily the Dolphins' first or second choice. But as we presently sit right here, he seems like the right choice.
I want to ask you this, Chris, and I don't want to have to compare it to this. Imagine you're a senior in high school. You're trying to get prom dates lined up. You're trying to see who will accept, who will do this position, and you identify, you go down a list. You don't start at number one first, exactly who you want, right? Do you?
I mean, I don't know. I try to shoot for the stars, honestly, Hassan, but I get what you're saying.
Now, and this is just, I guess, something that I've been told by, I guess, personnel in college and the NFL. You try to gauge interest of who you want your middle crop. Your number 5, your number 4, your number 3, what they're willing to take, and what happens if your number 1 he doesn't take it. Right? Let's say
Don't put all your eggs in one basket per se.
Exactly. It's that kind of thinking, and I think that's where the line kind of fell. Um, just to touch up on the Brady, Sean Payton thing, Bruce Arians wanted 5 first-round picks for Tom Brady. The Saints weren't willing to give up anything for Sean Payton, even though he's still under contract with them for this year. Brady is under contract for 1 or 2 more years under his previous deal, I believe. It would have taken a lot to get them.
Yeah.
What capital did Miami have in this year's draft and next year's draft that could allow them to get Sean Payton and Tom Brady? Now, of course, it's not to say that they were thinking about this. I mean, a lot of people were kind of thinking, hey, Sean Payton didn't really do much with the Saints this year. He's got Jameis as his quarterback, no more Drew Brees. What happens if we pair him up with somebody else? Then you start to dive a little bit deeper. What happens if you take him out of New Orleans? He's had the same coaching staff, the same system, the same quarterback for 10, 15 years. You're going to try and install that same offense with different players, with a different coaching staff, and he can't take everybody from New Orleans with them. It's going to be a bit of a hiccup. And
fantasy football owner style, pretty much.
Exactly. You're putting all your eggs in one basket for this guy for maybe 1 to 2 years. And what if it doesn't work? You lost all your assets.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if we were to shoot our shot and didn't come out with a Super Bowl, it could literally be all for naught. And also, I mean, look, I think it's safe to say there would be no Tyreek Hill on this team with that kind of money being spent on Brady and all that other stuff. Not that Brady would take $100 million, but how could they do the trade?
Listen,
how could they do the trade for Tyreek is really what
the other thing is with Tom Brady, we've known this for a while. He needs a pretty damn good offensive line to work how he has. It was last year's Dolphins offensive line pretty good for him to work in? I don't think so.
No, I wouldn't venture to say that would have been good. I have to say though, and I think the organization would agree that most of the woes of the offensive line last year were all coaching, not necessarily personnel. And as far as scheme and coaching,
you could argue it was
coaching and Jesse Davis.
70% coaching, 30% personnel. That's where I would split it. I don't mean to sound so opinionated, but that's what.
No, listen, that's what's good. Yeah. It's good. I mean, yeah, you can't. It's obviously the coaches aren't on the field; they're not the one losing. Big John, check your Twitter, man. So, but yeah, there's now that we sit here with McDaniel, I think it comes to when I think back in 2018. 2019, this team we're stripping it bare. We're going to be tanking for Tua, as they say. When the first idea of Tua being our quarterback became a thing that fans thought about, I thought, hey, perfect idea. Let's stop trying to go and find ourselves the next Dan Marino, because it's been impossible up to this point. Let's be real. We're not lucky enough. We were lucky enough once. Not that they're not going to be another one or something. I mean, anyhow, my point is that building a team the proper way. And I think when we thought about Tua as our quarterback, we thought a system quarterback, someone who's going to run not just RPOs and rollouts and bootlegs, but run it to high efficiency, in that even the temperament of a guy like Tua doesn't even seem like he's the kind of dude that wants to be the highest paid quarterback in the world, breaking records or anything. I would say that it's a shared team duty, and that maybe it wouldn't cost us so much, plus build it in the short term, build the defense, and build a team around him, essentially mimicking what they did in Alabama. A strong running game with a play action RPO passing game where Tua was going to run it at high efficiency, which didn't leave mistakes. And the Dolphins failed out that plan on offense up to this point. So outside of all the other things I talked about with Flores getting fired or let go, I think that's where, kind of, if you look at the Chargers, they said, we're going to build the offense first, then we'll fix the defense with some purchases and plugins. It's almost like we did it the opposite way. You know what I'm saying?
Well, for the Chargers, they already had a defense built. They were just injury-ridden, injury-prone, and that's why they took a little bit of a hit the last 2 years. They already had an offense built for Justin Herbert coming in already. He had a decent, semi-decent offensive line his rookie year. Last year, they made some purchases on the offensive line, some assets in the draft, and they got significantly better, buying him more time in the pocket. They already had 2 good to above average wide receivers. They drafted Josh Palmer in the 3rd round last year, who has high efficiency at Tennessee. He had a 70% first down. I forgot what the stats called, but 70% of his catches went for first downs at Tennessee. Last year, it was 54% with the Chargers. Pretty efficient guy, pretty good wide receiver as well. He had pass catching backs and Austin Eckler, Justin Jackson, and a pretty good run game. And coupled with that, with the skill set, he's got a really good arm.
Yeah.
So offensively, the Chargers were fine. Defensively, they were just injured. Like, that's all you can say. They were injured. Now they have all those pieces there, and they're going to try and make a run next year. For Miami, they basically blew it all up. Right? We haven't really seen an NFL team blow their
Not to this magnitude. Magnitude.
We've seen it in the NBA, but not the NFL.
Mm-mm.
It's kind of an interesting case study as well once you look at it after this entire thing is quote-unquote complete, or you look back on it 10 years from now. The offense and defense was gone, right? Like, it was written. Like, you had to build a foundation. So they had to build a foundation through what? Defense. What keeps you in games, and as we've known, is defense. And if the offense can't pick up the slack, it's going to be hard. That's what 2020 was for, to build up that offense, and the defense was there already. So they tried to build up that offense with those rookies and those signings, and it was kind of shaky. We knew what we were getting with the offense. 2021 was to build upon those foundations and that first couple layers of bricks. And to be honest with you, it didn't work out in the end, right? The coaching staff was in shambles. It was a mess. They couldn't be in the same communication. Brian Flores, he was more so of a defensive guy. He knew what to do with the defense, but not for the offense. And the defense was already good as it was, and it already had really good defensive coaches, which, they're still here, except for a couple of them. Now, 2022 is to build up to that offense to what everybody was thinking they would be last year. And that's what Mike McDaniel's job is, to coach this offense, because now, Chris, the NFL is an offensive quarterback-driven league, and you need to have a good offense to survive.
So are you – now I'm going to pull up some of your tweets because you had some stuff from the Niners and McDaniel, things I think we're going to see here, and you can agree that we're going to see more of from the Dolphins. But it's not so different than what we ran that we had success with, that's for sure. Right. And we said this backstage. It really comes down – and McDaniel, when he was hired early on, he said it a lot. He talked a lot about the offensive line, and he still does. And all these coaches that he got hired have, in this scheme, the first things out of a lot of their mouth was how they were going to get their tight ends to block better, their running backs to block, their offensive line. Everyone has ties to the offensive line and how important that is, and things like that. It made me feel a lot better, but
they knew what the players,
they know what the problem is.
Yeah. They knew what the problem was.
And also, it's not like there hasn't been assets spent in this offensive line between all the draft picks. And now big bucks on Teron Armstead, bringing in Connor Williams, and Connor switching to center, which I like that. It's a bargain if he works out at center, if you really want to be real about it. But so some of these plays, and the Niners had great success on slants and slant after slant all the time.
Slants, switches, screens, bubbles, ins, outs, posts, you name it.
2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 1 tight end running, 6-man up on the line with two running backs behind the line. And still throw the ball. So, and they use their speed and their leverage to have a quick passing game to make it, difficult. And you get you really run these same sets, but have so many options out of that one look that, especially because they use a lot of pre-snap movement to get guys off position and everything like that. It makes me feel a heck of a lot better, because for whatever reason on offense, not only was it stagnant, but then we were always hearing about how Tua can't learn this offense. Tua doesn't, know this. We're going to know early on if that's the case, if it looks super vanilla, because this offense is going to move fast once it's firing on all gears. So I'm going to pull up this tweet you had. It was, here it is. Let me go ahead and pull it up. And I loved this because it's essentially a bunch of, plays written out that you are showing. Look, these are perfect plays for us to be running around this month.
Yeah, and like these plays, not only can they be done, under center, they can also be done under shotgun. Is that that's kind of small for me? I can't see, but is that the Wanda Man RPO?
It is. It's the Wanda Man RPO.
So I'll detail it a little bit. So this Wanda, it literally means weak side of the formation or open side run concept. It's basically a run concept, right? That's what RPOs are. They're built to run, but they have a passing option. So the thing is, the offensive line in these RPOs, they're all man blocking principles. Now, very rarely is it zone blocking schemes, those outside zones that we've been talking about. The offensive line, they either help the other guy out. They do. You have two offensive linemen that may take care of one to open up a hole, or they just go one man takes one man in this lane, one man takes another man in this lane. First person you see, you block, and the running back goes ahead and runs it. And it's more so towards the weak side of the formation where you don't have help, where you don't have tight end help, as you can see in the play sheet overall. I know it's a little bit tiny, but
Yeah.
you can see it. You go to the place where the tight end is not helping the offensive line out. Now, a lot of these routes, these RPO routes, they're for 3 to 5 yards as well. But you have one option that is a go route for your X wide receiver. Typically, your best wide receiver. Either he's the fastest on the team, he has the best hands on the team, or he's a contested catch guy. Then you have your slant routes for your slot receivers. Think of a Jalen Waddle or a Cedric Wilson. Sometimes maybe even a Mike Gesicki. Then you have your tight end seam routes like Mike Gesicki, Hunter Long, Durham Smythe, as well, that just go ahead, run straight up. And if he's open, he's open. He jumps over the safety to make that catch. The other thing is that we didn't really see from Miami's RPOs last year is that the running back, he's actually another option if the quarterback does not give him the ball. If he's not pass blocking, if the offensive line is pass blocking well, he becomes another outlet for Tua Tagovailoa. The running back basically runs the wheel route. And the thing about RPOs is, Chris, is that unlike play action and rollout and bootlegs, they're playing on one side of the field. And RPOs, and especially with Tua Tagovailoa as their quarterback, because he's a high-level RPO quarterback, you have to defend the entire parts of the field. You have to defend the deep, the intermediate, the short. You have to defend horizontally and vertically from left to right. In these one-to-man RPOs, you can have your running back and your X receiver on the left side of the formation. You have two of them right there on the left side and maybe three on the right side. Or you can switch it up. You can do two on one side, two on the other side, and then running back goes wherever, right? That leaves your linebackers, they have to cover. Your defensive backs, they all have to cover as well. Now, if you look at the bubbles as well, you are going to have potentially that Z wide receiver. He may be on a rub route, and the defensive back may fail to catch the bubble from that Z, and they have to cover that Z route. Now, the thing is, if that's a slot corner covering that bubble on that Y, that first one you see, he has to run very, very fast to that wide receiver. Think of a Jalen Waddle. Think of a Tyreek Hill. Think of a Cedric Wilson. Maybe even Raheem Mostert, who's potentially maybe the fastest guy on the roster. That slot corner has to run over to that wide receiver, which leaves that Z wide receiver, even if he doesn't break for that slant, Tua can throw it a little bit earlier and they'll catch it. Or
because there'll be nobody on the inside because he's because he has to come up because of the wide receiver rolling. I got you. Yeah. And that's something you see a lot of from the Chiefs when people played off of Tyreek Hill. He would just come around and get the ball on that little short slant like that.
Exactly.
And they did it. They would do it a couple times a drive, it seemed like, effectively at that.
And the big thing is, look, the big question mark is if this offensive line gets up to par within the middle of the season, these plays are going to be very effective and very damaging. And just the threat of the pass, and Miami basically passed all the time in their RPOs. You open up those running lanes for your running backs at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Because that wide zone system, the running back takes whatever hole is open. Again, whatever hole is open, he goes ahead and takes that hole. And if you look at some of the 49ers film, they had 2 to 3 holes that were just open up, and Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson just took it to the crib, took it to the house, and Chase Edmonds did that too in Arizona. Now, he wasn't as effective in Arizona as their offensive line was a little bit shaky, but he's got that experience, and experience counts in the NFL, especially in this wide zone system.
So out of this wide zone, how much typically is it run in Alabama that Tua would know these plays? I mean, were they using this a lot, these types of plays, or is this a little bit more advanced than what they were using out there?
I don't necessarily know, but I would assume it's a little bit more advanced. As you know, the processing and just the mental makeup at the NFL,
Yeah,
it's
just
so
the
much
speed.
faster.
Oh yeah, the
Just
speed
the
alone.
speed is so much faster. But if I take a look at the Alabama offensive playbook, I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know and send it to me too, because I go on a black market.
I would say, especially for the for Alabama, it wasn't necessarily wide zone. College is more spread based. It's more RPO based. They're empty sets, empty formations, and you don't really make those under center reads. And Tua wasn't really under center a lot at
No.
Alabama. So I can't necessarily say that they ran a lot of those wide zones, but I can tell you it was West Coast spread type of system that not a lot of quarterbacks in college can take that into the NFL, and those NFL coaches run spread concepts successfully.
Yeah, I think just because of timing, rhythm, quickness, reading it, seeing that the defender's out of position. If the guy's playing pressed man, okay, if I know Jalen can beat this guy, but not right off the line, obviously on his route. That's when I could look for him. So maybe he might not be my first option, and I think that's what at least what I believed Tua was going to come in day one operating at a football IQ level high. And I'm not saying that we haven't seen that up to this point, because honestly, I think we've seen plenty of it. I think what we're all excited to see out of this coaching staff is, what does he get? What do we get out of Tua if he has time? And he was the most accurate quarterback from a clean pocket this year, even though, the smaller sample size. And I want to let people know, Tua missed some games these last few years, so it is incomplete data. That actually is my main concern. Can he withstand the test of time on a physical level from, building something successful, even in a year by year basis, between just taking injuries and stuff? But I'm excited to see what he's going to do when he's got 4 seconds in the pocket looking downfield.
Nobody ever has 4 seconds
I
in the
know,
pocket,
but
man.
well, maybe not 4 seconds in the pocket, but there's
Maybe
4 seconds.
2.7, 2.8
Maybe
instead of
he gets the
2.1.
3 and buys himself the 1 and then chucks the ball downfield. Who's downfield for that? You know what I'm saying? But what other interesting wrinkles do you think McDaniel? Because I'm sitting here trying to rack my brain about it, because there's so many different things they do. And Kansas City does a lot of great stuff too. That shovel pass to Kelsey and stuff. Those things are awesome at the goal line. You've seen him do it. Kelsey comes in motion right at the snap, shovel pass to him. It's effective as can get. I'm trying to think, where's the Mike McDaniel wrinkle gonna come? If you had to project, what do you think? Something you might see him try to steal from another playbook now that we have talent like Tyreek Hill on the team, and hopefully giving ourselves some time and stuff like that.
If I'm gonna be honest, I don't think he'll steal anything. He was the run game architect the last 2 years for the 49ers, and he learned a lot with the Atlanta Falcons in 2015. Now, the thing is, and this is what I read from Steven Ruiz from The Ringer, and I'll basically give you the gist of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's about 22 teams in the NFL that run the same type of offense Miami's looking to run. 22 teams run the outside zone system. And if we go back to what we were talking about in the 1980s, everybody wanted to be like the West Coast offense, Montana, and Wall Street.
I watched my team after Marino try again and fail again forever.
Everybody wanted to do that in 1980. 1990s to 2010s, power formation, run it down your throat. That's how the Patriots won. That's how the Steelers won. Everybody wanted to do that. Miami, 2008, try to run it through your throat, through the Wildcat. Worked for a couple games, became fat. 2010, shotgun, read option. You know who was the architect of the read option? Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, Matt LaFleur, Sean McVay. Those guys basically coined that term, read option. Now, it wasn't new in the NFL. It's been used before. They just used it on a more efficient basis based on who they had and the players they had. 2020, now it's all wide zone, right? It's all wide zone, and it comes from Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, Mike McDaniel, Kevin O'Connell, and there's one and Zach Taylor. From the Cincinnati Bengals. They were well represented. Like those wide zone coaches were well represented in the Super Bowl. And they got there because they had quarterbacks in Matthew Stafford and Joe Burrow who could excel without the guardrails that define the system. Now the thing is, those two teams, and largely nowadays, those offenses that run that wide zone run, just run all the way to the outside, they couldn't execute the system's signature play. Okay, so they had to go to other things. They had to go to play action passes, bootlegs, fast-paced timings, RPOs, empty sets. Not a lot of things under center. Everything under shotgun. You have condensed formations. You have spread out formations that Joe Burrow loved at LSU, and Zach Taylor brought that over to Cincinnati. Now they weren't knocked apart in the playoffs just because the quarterbacks knew the system. They knew how to use it. And you talk about the wide zone system being so good in the run game. The Rams ranked 13th in the running game. Yeah. Cincinnati ranked 14th.
And they lost their number one running back, too.
Exactly. And then you look at the Packers. I mean, they have Aaron Rodgers. All right. Yeah. He hasn't been under center in the last 2 years.
No. Nope.
He's been in that shotgun as well. And I mean, he's Aaron Rodgers. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's different. He's got that flick of that wrist. He's got that flick of that
wrist. He throws it super quick. I think his pocket timing was like 2.5, 2.6 last year, but he had a really good offensive line. Kyle Shanahan, who's arguably the best play caller of anyone in this coaching tree, could have had a ring by now if Jimmy Garoppolo was about 15% better. And there's
That's reason. Something I heard you say that on Dono the other day. Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and say it? Because it was perfectly put. I loved how you put that.
Just 15% better. And Tua is like 15% better.
I would agree. I agree. I said, man, this is the perfect put because Jimmy operates this system at the highest efficiency you can, but he just is 15% not good enough to make up for any freelancing or any, there's no movement in his legs to bail you out. And it's cost them a Super Bowl appearance and a Super Bowl because of it.
And
I think Tua can do that. I think we all believe Tua's pocket presence, his ability to climb the pocket or even take the ball and run effectively. I mean, he's not a dual threat quarterback by any means, but compared to Jimmy G, I mean, he's Lamar Jackson out there compared to Jimmy G,
Now, the thing is, the wide zone running play binds all these coaches together. But the thing is, it's what the coaches do to supplement that foundational concept that separates these divergent branches, right?
Yeah.
Packers, they embrace Aaron Rodgers' preference for shotgun formations, quick strike passes, those slants, those screens, those outs, those ins that he had with Devontae Adams and Marcus Valdez-Scantling, MVS. Zach Taylor wisely leaned on Joe Burrow's formational preferences, going all empty sets and adopting the passing game that he had with LSU and Jamar Chase. He had a semi-decent offensive line. He had great weapons in Tyler Boyd and his running back, Joe Mixon, as well. Those guys were skilled on the offensive side of the ball. With Stafford in tow, Sean McVay and the Rams basically used the drop-back passing game, those 3-set drops, those 5-set drops that Stafford was really, really good at in Detroit. And they used that as the central part of their offensive attack, of their offensive attack. Now, Shanahan basically traded up 3 picks to go get Trey Lance, who can basically run all those things as he did at North Dakota State. And he even diversified these concepts. Him and McDaniel created the wide back role for Deebo Samuel. Now, I'm not saying McDaniel will steal that, but he's going to create something along the lines
something tailor-made, you're thinking?
Something tailor-made for Tua Tagovailoa, and I think those Wanda-Man RPOs are going to be at the crux of it.
I like that.
He was poached from San Francisco to coach the Dolphins, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was, if you remember, this was the plan all along. They wanted him in here when they had Flores. They wanted him to come be OC or quarterbacks coach or something like that. I can't remember.
They wanted him as the offensive coordinator, but San Francisco denied the request. You know who denied the request? Kyle Shanahan.
Well, why would you? You got to keep your buddy close.
You got to keep your buddy close. And he's his best buddy because he was with him, with his dad in Washington.
Yep.
Then they both went to Cleveland.
Yep.
They both went to Atlanta, almost won a Super Bowl. Then they go to the 49ers, almost win a Super Bowl again if it wasn't for Jimmy G.
Yep.
And Kyle Shanahan's play calling. But at that time, Mike McDaniel was not the play caller. Now, I know there's been questions if he was a play caller last year, whatever, yada, yada, yada. He was the de facto offensive coordinator, and he helped in creating the offensive game plan. Now, here's the thing about offensive game plans. They don't consist of 3,000 plays. They're 40 to 60 plays, tailor-made, and those plays are tailor-made to beat the team's defense you're playing for. So he basically tailor-made this game plan. Took these plays that would work, researched, did deep dives, did film studies on opposing defenses, came up with 40 plays and said, that.
Yeah.
We're doing this. Kyle, you have these 40 plays. Use them to your advantage. I will give you advice on what plays to call at what time. And you choose. And you are the sole decision maker itself because you are the head coach and you call those plays. But I'm telling you what you should call then and there.
So
does that not sound like an offensive coordinator to me?
It sounds perfect for what this Dolphins team was lacking, which had no identity. It seemed like they could put together a great game plan, and then it was, all right, game plan executed, got some points, do nothing else. And if you go back and watch, which I know you have, and anyone who doesn't understand, when the team was rocking and rolling, it seemed scripted. It seemed like they were rocking and rolling. They knew what they wanted to do. They had plays. They went out, and then it
The
just
first drive of every game.
Yeah, first drive of the half, and then some ace in the hole they had sometimes in the fourth quarter, and then all the other
offense
things.
couldn't adjust on the fly.
No,
The offense couldn't adjust on the fly. The defense could. Now, here's the thing about adjusting on the fly for Mike McDaniel. And I wrote it in an article that came out yesterday on the ATV network. Last year, the 49ers changed their offense. Not the philosophy, but they changed their offense. Now, the Shanahan offense in the wide zone system is primarily known as the quarterback playing under center. Mike McDaniel, along with Kyle Shanahan, figured out that Jimmy Garoppolo is much more efficient in shotgun. And here's the quote he said, what McDaniel, they specifically asked Mike McDaniel why they changed it up. Again, not Kyle Shanahan. They asked Mike McDaniel why they changed it up. He goes, and I quote, well, Jimmy's a lot more decisive in the gun. He likes to see it while he's delivering tight window throws. Kind of like Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah.
You minimize those pass-exclusive situations, which on first and second down, and you can do it if, again, big emphasis on if you have the threat of running out of the gun.
No one was scared of the Dolphins' run game last year.
Exactly. No one was scared of the Dolphins' run game. Who was their leading rusher? Myles Gaskin, 7th-round pick. You had Duke Johnson, who came in for 2 games having 100 yards signed off the street. You have Chase Edmonds, Raheem Mostert, who are pretty good running backs who are experienced in this system, and they've ran out of gun a lot.
Sony Michel as well.
And Sony Michel.
Yeah.
And Sony Michel as well. Now, the big key is the San Francisco already had that threat of the run because they had a good offensive line. And, going back to the quote, Mike McDaniel says that the San Francisco 49ers have evolved. Kyle Shanahan in 2019 really started noticing that they were doing the same thing over and over again. And McDaniel said that put pressure on him to evolve his game and his play calling. And every week, he said, he had to figure out different ways to do some of the same things and put in a couple of wrinkles.
So it's essentially an ever-growing playbook. That's good to hear because, listen, these coaches these days, they're like philosophers, scientists, and everything. Don't get me wrong, great with the players and stuff too, but some of these guys are wizards as far as defense, offense goes. I will say Flores, a defensive wizard. I think everyone can agree. His foresight for the necessaries on offense fell flat, to say the least. But the team seems well intact. I think Boyer's going to do okay. It really comes down to this offensive line, Hussam. It really, really does. All of this concept, everything, it's the most important part of this scheme. And he, they'll have outside zone. They'll do some inside zone. He talked about that. They might run some wrinkles of some inside as well, which is smart.
Inside zone is the easiest thing to run.
It is, but I'm wondering what his wrinkle is. Is he going to bring, I don't know. Is he going to pull a lead blocker with a tight end inside? I don't know. That would be nuts, right? Who knows what he thinks?
Well,
it's not like I haven't seen it before.
Here's what I'm thinking, and I'm glad you talked about Connor Williams being the new center. Here's what I'm thinking on the offensive line and why it works. Teron Armstead as the left tackle, right? Connor Williams as the center. Who are the 2 guards and who's the right tackle, right? Now, you may think, oh, Robert Hunt, he's going to be a mainstay as right guard, right? That's what everybody's thinking. He played for Billy Napier at Louisiana Lafayette. And as you know, Billy Napier is now the coach of the Florida Gators. Mm-hmm. Billy Napier is a big, wide zone guy. Mm-hmm. So Hunt has been successful in this wide zone scheme before. He played a lot of right tackle at Louisiana. I'm thinking, if I'm
I
right,
like where you're going
if
with
I'm a betting
this.
man, Robert Hunt plays right tackle. Now that leaves the guards.
In his rookie year, he played some right tackle, and he
He
did
did.
pretty decent. He
He
did
did
decent.
pretty decent. He did
Yeah,
pretty decent.
he did.
But that was in a power man scheme, right?
It's true. It's
It was
true.
in a
But
power man scheme.
but to more reason why the kid or the man, I should say, because he's been here a little while, can get her done anyhow.
He can get it done. He's one hell of an offensive line. Now that comes back to the guards. Austin Jackson, when I watched him at USC, wasn't made out to be a left tackle in the NFL.
He gets flat-footed too much for a
He's
left tackle.
flat-footed too much. Doesn't have the strength. Doesn't have the base to move out wide. Now, left guard, right guard, maybe I could see it. And Brian Kelly, when he was the coach at Notre Dame, and Liam Eichenberg's offensive line coach, they saw him projecting more so as a guard in the NFL compared to a tackle, just because of his arm size as well. It is very, very hard to play left tackle in the NFL, and
Yeah.
they move Liam around along that line. I mean, he's versatile. Don't get me wrong, but a young guy like him, you can't have him play at different spots along the offensive line in his first year. It just gets very, very confusing. And you
See,
need
I
to,
like to say this, Hussam, and I don't mean to cut you off. I like
yeah,
to say, listen, Liam was so good as a rookie that they entrusted him to clean up where everyone else was lacking. Even as a rookie, he was the fill-in guy because he was the best guy because his technique is so sound, and he's obviously really smart at learning on the fly. I mean, changing positions every week to where his duties are. And they really didn't do the kid no favors. I think if he
right.
can lock himself down early in the preseason, he'll be golden as far as taking home whatever duties, whether it's right tackle, whether it's left guard, whatever it is that they make his duties. There may be some growing pains, but I think the guy is just a constant professional. I think he's just going to make it happen, take care of his job.
And
Maybe.
I'm so glad you brought this up. And I think it's either going to be AJ and Liam and somebody else as the competitive guys for those two guard spots.
Mm-hmm.
With Liam, his technique at Notre Dame was spot on. It was sound. The NFL rookie season, it was choppy as hell. And I think it's because that he knows and he's worried about getting beat. And his stance, he altered it. Now, I don't know if it has to do with coaching last year. I don't know what it is. Maybe they taught him how to do it differently and it wasn't working for him and his body type.
It did seem like his base was more narrow as far as his foot, his stance and his feet. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and I actually wrote an article about it too. I'm trying to find. Oh, there we go. I found it. I'll shoot it over
Yeah,
to
tweet it
you
to
in
me.
the DMs, and
Yeah.
maybe we can talk about Liam a little bit, but it wasn't working for him, and that's why he struggled a lot. Like his base was altered, his footwork was inconsistent. His arms weren't long enough to get those speedy guys across the edges, and I was just shocked because this isn't the guy I knew, the guy I watched at Notre Dame, and it baffled me. Like, how can you make such a crazy switch and transition from being such a technically savvy, sound guy on the offensive line to becoming straight choppy in the NFL? Just shot it over to you, and
Okay.
I have pics in there, pictures, just film with him as well, just breaking down some of the stuff that he was doing well, and I think maybe just it was too much for him. It was too much for him to learn different things. I get you trusted him. You may have trusted him a lot, but with these young guys, like you have to get them learning one position first before you teach them something else.
Well, we're rounding to the hour mark. I know you wanted to take an hour, so I'll leave you with a question from color co-host. He has a show around here. He always asks the guests the same question. What is your logo? The Dolphins logo. Is it the current? Is it the current Dolphin? Is it the old school one, or is it the one from the 90s or the 2000s? Which the 2000s logo, like the Ricky Williams Dolphin, or is it the original one, the one from the 80s, the one now?
I'm a young guy, right? I'm a young guy. I'm 22. I'm gonna go with the current one. Like, it's just what I know. What the most memories I've made have been from 2010 and on. So just that current one resonates with me a little bit more.
Well, see, that is a perfect answer. As a young dude, this is your Dolphins, where your recognition, and hopefully it's the logo that brings us a Super Bowl. So it'll be everyone's favorite logo comes in. Because right now, honestly enough, mine is the 2000s when we had Ricky and stuff. And I was in high school in 2000, 2004. I graduated. So I mean, but that logo where the Dolphin, he looks just angry and he's like got a scowl on his face. That was all me wearing that helmet and stuff. That's where I ride it at. But to say that you love the new logo, I understand it. I get it, because this is your identifying of your Dolphins. It's where your memories will hope. Again, listen, I'm hoping that I have waited my entire adult life, and I'll leave you with this. I have tattoos. I've been wanting to get a Dolphins tattoo my entire life. And I'm like, oh, no. I'm going to get one this year because we're going to win the Super Bowl. I've been waiting to get that dang tattoo. I'm getting old, bro. I'm going to be an old dude getting a tattoo. So I might have to break down and just get the old school logo on me. And then I'll put, whatever Super Bowl we wins numbers underneath there.
Kind of like that Boston Celtics guy.
Oh, bro. Buddy is
Super Bowl champions.
Buddy is ruining that right now. It is an intensely bad decision by him. Oh, man. Hussam, thanks so much for coming by, bro. I really, really appreciate it. Why don't you tell everybody where they can find you at 5 Reasons, and plug the show, plug all the stuff you're doing. I know you write articles. I'm actually going to probably go through one of your articles, the one you sent me from the ATB network. I'm totally going to be checking in on all that for now on and everything. The ATB, I like to find good, it's good new writers and writing and that cadence. I love it, bro. I love it. And I hate reading. So that's just how it is. But I love reading sports cadence. So
yeah, you can find me here at Hussam Patel on Twitter. Everything is there. My tweets, my TikToks, my articles, my posts, all on Twitter. I write for the 5 Reasons Sports Network. It's primarily Heat dominated, but a lot of things are in the works for the Dolphins side of things. Talk a lot about the NFL draft. Big college guy. I have a podcast tomorrow. It's called The Scouting Combine. You can find it on YouTube as well. Link is there. Thank you, Color. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Color hooked it up. Yeah, he hooked it up.
Yeah, got a show tomorrow at noon talking with Benny Sapp III. His dad was a Dolphin in 2010.
What? Yeah. Oh, man, that's good. I'll be interested because honestly, although I pay a lot of attention to the draft, and that's really when I dive in, learning all the prospects, but I depend on people like yourself to give me the information that I'm going to take on whatever it is you're telling me, because I didn't watch the film enough to go through all this, as I will trust someone like yourself to do. So I'm excited.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. This is the third college player I'll have on. I had Quinn Miners on my first year.
What?
I had Cole Strange on last year.
Dang, he's up with the Patriots now. Look at him, first round pick.
You know what's crazy?
You should rebrand that episode for the Patriots, just to get the subscribers and the views, but bait them at the end with the Dolphins theme song just played over it, just to get them.
I love a good troll, but that's not who I am, man. that's not who I am.
Well, that's only who I am when I put this purple jacket on. So
exactly. Yeah. I should have believed him when he told me, his agent was telling him that he might be a first round selection. Wow. Totally blew me away that night, 100%.
Damn good agent that kid's got. Holy
Funny
cow.
story, by the way. I still have some time. Funny story, by the way, with Cole. That draft night around 10:30, it was just him and his dad. Since he lives in Tennessee, just watching. Gets a call, right? Gets a call. It's like, hello? And he's got a real southern like voice. He's like, hello. It's like, hey, this is the New England Patriots, Cole. We're selecting you with our 28th pick. He's like, excuse me, but very respectfully, sir. Is this a prank? Because I've got a lot of friends and a brother who like to play pranks on me. About a minute later, Bill Belichick gets on the phone. And you know Bill Belichick's voice.
Yeah, everybody does.
Sonic. Hey, Cole, this is Bill Belichick.
Yeah. I saw you trying to. Hey, how you doing? It's Bill Belichick.
Him and his dad screaming expletives, obscenities all over. They're like, oh my God. And Bill goes, hey, Cole, you got to act like you've been here before.
Fucking Bill sourpuss mofo, bro. You got to respect it. You know, he's got rings.
I was happy for Cole that night. Wasn't as happy that he was with the Patriots. Just between us, he was really liking the Dolphins and the organization overall. Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe in 4 or 5 years, he could be a Dolphin.
Who knows, man? And now,
tomorrow I got Benny Sapp. I hope to get more college prospects on, but I've got a lot of stuff planned. I got maybe a 2021 redraft episode.
Yeah, I heard you were talking about that redraft episode. That's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah. May have a special guest on that day. We'll see who it is. Talking a little bit more about the offense, the defense, and maybe just, a roundtable of AFC East writers and reporters and see, what other teams are looking like. Because we know everything about the Dolphins, but what do we know about the Bills? What do we know about the Jets? We have our misconceptions about these teams, but what do we truly know about them? What if somehow the Jets sweep us next year?
Know thy enemy. Hussam.
Exactly.
Know thy enemy, bro.
You got to know thy enemy. You got to know who you're playing. And then just from the offseason, we'll span off to college talk the entire rest of the way once the season begins. Then at ATB, you're going to get articles like that from me. Just film, deep dive, analytics-driven work. And I'm glad you brought it up, Chris, because nowadays, a lot of people writing, it's just basic, general, breaking news, opinionated. I haven't seen a lot of this film, this research.
Used to be. You used to get Sports Illustrated, and they would have a writer, and it would be like 6 pages. And they would go into the nitty-gritty of concept and setting someone up and what plays they're thinking and literally scenarios. And they would have it. They don't do it no more. It's all flash in a pan. Hot takes, a lot of stuff like that. And that's good. But that's why, in a lot of ways, big media is dissolving to this. And for guys like ourselves to...
Yeah, it's become mainstream media. Mainstream media is the new way. And it's something that I hope I myself, along with you and others, can propel this into the future.
Yeah.
The future of sports talk.
That's it, man. Just a bunch of doofuses out here talking it real. You know what I'm saying?
2 dudes shooting the shit.
That's it, bro. All the time. The shit shot. So everybody, make sure you're checking out Hussam. And go check out the ATB network, right? Is it ATB?
Yeah, Around the Block Network.
Yeah, Around the Block Network.
We've got some pretty cool shirts on there for the Dolphins as well. If you guys want to check that out.
Oh, word up! Some merch and stuff too.
Yeah,
cool, man. Merch. On all different types of stuff. And then tomorrow you're gonna be on. Is it 5 Reasons?
Yep.
Okay, good deal. So, all right, guys. Hussam, I'm gonna drop you back. The show continues for about 2 more hours. I don't think you want to stick around for all that, bro. Madness shall begin. But I'll reach out to you on Twitter, man. We'll talk again. We'll have to get together again sometime. We'll shoot some notes. If I run into any college kids, coming up, I'll be sure to shoot them your way, man. Do a little bit of things, get their scouting report. Maybe I could, you know what I'm saying?
Of course, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, Chris.
Take it easy, Hussam. Man, guys, that was awesome. I knew that Hussam was going to drop the knowledge. That's why, we didn't go into so much of this stuff in the beginning, because I know Hussam. I've been watching him on 5 Reasons, reading his stuff. He really gets into the details of stuff. So make sure you're following him on Twitter at Hussam Patel, and, get at him. Check out all the work he does. It's really good. Like my guy, Doug Smith, right here, my good man at the touchdown with Doug Smith. Make sure you guys are following him too. There's a lot of different types of creators, as you guys know. Oh, cool. Good deal, Robert. There's tons of different creators doing different stuff. And, profiles, game film, breaking stuff down. I'm going to be doing all that stuff here and there, but I can't do everything. I'm a dipshit. I'm smart. I know a lot about football, and I'll sit here and go into the devil in the details as you want. But a guy like Hussam, he's doing the extra on that work. Like Doug over here, Dougie Smith. These guys do different types of work that I'd have to stop the purple jacket fun nonsense time to just try to be like these cats, and it's not what I am. I'm this guy.
Get it? There is a darkness inside of me. It wants to get out, wants to walk around. It wants some walking around money, and it wants to buy some shoes, and it wants to walk up with the people and say, "Hey, Gator don't play no shit." You feel me? Gator never been about that. Never been about playing no shit.
That's right. Like that. On edge, out of control. Might even have some face paint on. Who knows? I mean, I've gone to several Dolphins games with no shirt, body painted up. That's who I am. Can't help it. That's what I wanted to bring at the tailgate party. And every now and again, I'll have somebody like Hussam, who's a guy we can learn stuff from. And thank you, Hussam, for coming by. It was great with all the good videos. I'm going to pull up another one of his tweets real quick and show you a play from the 49ers that he had posted. Let me find it real quick. Bam, 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 bam. Let's see. Oh, everybody watching, make sure you're hitting the like button, everybody. Make sure you guys are subscribing to the channel. And make sure you guys are doing all the good stuff to share the show and watch all the great content we have here on the network. Starting out with Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays, live around 9. Coming at you with some crazy political sports talk. Thursday night, late night color commentary. Everybody knows color getting it crunkier than a muh. Saturday, late night exhale with Ali. Can't wait till Saturday. I'm excited to see what Ali got planned. Every other night, day, anytime, all the time, at your mom's house, at your grandma's house, at your sister's house. I don't know. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I went after everybody's women in their life like that. You can find El Capitan, TFTG, coming at you. Protected. Goodness gracious. Cash App, Venmo, the Finn's Tailgate, Super Chat is live and in control. Fanatics link is in the description. Purchase your great Fanatics gear or our amazing gear on the network. Holla at your boy. Also, guys, Backroom Collections is officially hooking us up with their gear. We're going to be putting the link in the description. I'm going to have a tag come up, and you guys can go to Backroom Collections. I'll have the link in the description soon, and you can enter in the offer code hashtag TFTG and get 10% off of any purchase you make with them, and it helps the team. So holla at your boy. So, guys, I mean, what is this? Ain't no fun when you got a rabbit hunting you. Pray or pray. When the rabbit hunting me. Damn, Stephen D's burner account. You got me stumped on that. I don't know what you talking about. I eat rabbit stew. That's how it is. ate tortoise and rabbit stew. So nobody beats me in the race. How about that? So guys, I've got Color in the back. He's hanging back there. And I was going to get into this talk with Hussam, but really we went down the rabbit hole of where this offense will be. And that was what I wanted to talk with Hussam the most about, was the game plan and how this offense is going to look different. Most importantly, with Tua as the quarterback. And whether everybody wants to give the credit where it's due, I'm sorry, everyone, but this is Chris Greer's brainchild. This is his baby. Mike McDaniel is who he wanted all along to install this type of offense for this quarterback. Tank for Tua. We were all on it. Okay? Everybody know. So I'm going to share this play from San Francisco that Hussam posted, so you can see a little bit of what is going to be a formation that we'll see from us. Some wrinkles obviously added for flavor, but it's an RPO. All right, here we go. So real quick, and we'll do it. You've got two running backs. You've got the fullback and the tailback, one on each side. You have two wide receivers, 5 offensive linemen, and the tight end is at the top of your screen, getting ready to come into motion to the bottom of your screen. Now, a lot of these run pass option plays designed on this is to create a heavy side of the line. So there's a strong and a weak side, essentially choosing where your linebackers, where you're forcing the defense to do things by having a strong and a weak side. So let's watch it. So here comes Kittle down to the bottom of the screen, out of the shotgun. Looks like there was a little bit of an audible at the start. If you notice let me see. Yeah, it looks like Jimmy might have yelled something out because the fullback next to him, Juszczyk, actually makes a reference. Everyone looks back. So this could have been originally a running play that Jimmy then changed to a pass, mainly because he sees there's single high safety. They're playing on the line, and looks like they're coming off the top with a corner blitz. Okay. So they read run, and they read wrong, and that's why Jimmy had to change the play. Boom, strike down right down the middle. Now they're going to show this play again. Now remember, there's only 2 wide receivers out on this field right now. See, look, he did call the audible. Wow. If you look at it, everyone's looking for the run. And everyone took off running. And look, Jimmy's still standing where he got the ball. It's good. This is what an effective
look at number 35. Number 35 was frozen because of the play action. He actually was supposed to squirt out and either and carry into the middle and double cover number 10 right there. You know what I mean?
Color, this comes from running the ball effectively. You get the defense to play the run, and then you take it to make them pay.
Right.
Because
right.
look, if you
watch number 35 on the play.
So here he is right here on the left side of your screen.
See how he totally sold on the run. He totally sold on the flat.
He thought for sure that the fullback got the ball.
Right.
And honestly,
if he holds that gap right there in the center and he positions himself right around the S and the F, he's in position to possibly even get an interception on that.
You're talking about 53.
No, 35. Watch 35 shoot over. If he stops right there and holds and doesn't sell on the flat,
The odd part
He's
is
got the
50
deflection.
and
He's got all kinds of
35.
stuff.
The middle linebacker 50 and the corner 35
Yeah,
are
both
both.
of them are cover in the same space.
That's exactly right.
Right.
This is what the zone blocking scheme and run game can get you. Guys are mixed up where they're supposed to be. They don't know their
One of those
assignments.
two was supposed to fall back for the pass and hold their gap. You know what I mean?
And look, and both of them are
It was
drifting.
probably number 50. It was probably the linebacker.
It was probably number 50. And honestly, look, he's sitting there watching.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting there watching Jimmy.
Right there. He needs to hold his gap right there.
Nah, to hell with that. Right there. Everyone's gone left. The quarterback's still in the ball. You should be going up at the quarterback with your hands up.
Yeah, sure.
That's a middle linebacker ordeal. This is the one thing, ladies and gentlemen, that is the one killer of the RPO, the one killer of all run option type of stuff is an elite middle linebacker. Hussam is here still in the chat. He says the concept is called drift.
Yep.
So
it's almost like a pass play with like a counter trap blocking scheme.
That's exactly it is because the fullback comes up, but it's like a double RPO in a sense because look how many people guessed.
That's why 50 gets ahead of himself. You know what I mean?
They're literally like, oh look, they're getting all of us to fake to this side when actually they're gonna hand it to the fullback because that's something that they do. They'll get everyone going this way and they'll trap the guy back and give him the ball and they make you pay. But now I don't know what down and distance this was. I'm going to assume that it was probably second and short, and that's why they assumed a run. But look, I mean, well executed, nothing too fancy. And for all the things that are going on in this play, this is just a base formation for them, really. And they'll run. It's on your Twitter. That's what I'm showing it from, Hussam. That's what I'm showing it from. It's on your Twitter that I'm showing it. Which is why everyone should be following Hussam on Twitter because he posts gems like this all the time.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Listen, I'm telling you, I was super excited to talk to him about this stuff. And I wanted him to educate everybody, myself included. I consider myself to be smarty pants, but there's nothing like being shown everything.
Well, even if you do, sometimes you might know a concept and understand it, but not be able to articulate it, and that's that's a gift.
Well, the lingo and everything changes all the time, but it's football color. I mean, let's be real. Wishbone, dual back set from the shotgun, pistol formation. You could call it a million different other things too.
And I was gonna say there's only two sets of hash. There's only one set of hash marks, but if you're Tennessee, it looks like you got two sets of hash marks on your.
Yeah, it's like there's four hash marks up on the field. Looks like the last guy was doing hash.
But just to illustrate everybody, now you know the difference between college hash marks and NFL hash marks.
Yeah.
Completely different game. Completely changes the game.
And lay off the hash marks. So look, here's now that's Ford at the bottom of your screen, pre-snap motion. Tua calls him over to come from the bottom of your screen to the top. They are running it out of with a strong side with the tight end at the bottom of your screen as well. So this RPO. So he fakes the run, tucks it back. Now, meanwhile, I think that's Smythe coming across as gonna lead off the backside. But if you look, who is that at the bottom of the screen? That looks like Devontae. Let's see where they go with the play. They did go to Devontae. Oddly enough, where the motion left from gained the more space. And they were playing deep zone on this, huh? They were that. Let's be real. Tennessee right there on that play was testing to a deep. They were like, you ain't doing shit deep.
Oh, and that's precisely the
Okay.
type of throw he needs to make in that situation, too.
Perfectly put. Look what happens. Look at the linebackers. So here's your strong side.
Now, we just need that to be a matter of clockwork for him. And we're there.
Well, I think it is a matter of clockwork for him.
Well, I get it, but I'm just saying, as far as what Dougley always points out with consistency, that's what we mean. I want to see that every other play. I know it's not realistic. I get it, but that's what the mentality you want to have.
Yeah, I mean, well. So look, the pre-snap motion causes the linebackers to come from where the obvious strong side is because of the tight end to shift. See? Thus creating space for Devontae to move from where he's at on the outside in towards the middle of the field. Now,
the only thing that would be a lot nicer is if those three linebackers would have, at least two of them would have sucked up on this play action.
Well,
for whatever reason, it didn't, they didn't buy none of it.
Well, look, it's got the middle linebacker frozen playing it, but
frozen, yeah, that helped with the Devontae route, sure. But I was expecting one of them to like crash totally on it. You know what I mean?
Well, they're staying at home because the tight end is coming across,
and they know how to defend the RPO.
That's right. They know how to defend the RPO. But look, it's actually a really good play call. Look at Durham Smythe moves quick, bro. Look at that through traffic quickly.
Durham who?
Durham Smythe.
Oh, that guy.
Yep. Look, gets out, seals off his edge. Tua looks to his first read, which was Waddle. And honestly, Tua's really good at this too. Him looking to that first read is him looking off, creating more of the space in the middle, which is something that he's done. Now look, comes back to his target on that side and pick a guy, let it fly. Comes across the edge. And I mean, let's be real. That's Devontae Parker's bread and butter right there. The slant. Like that. So, beautifully.
And the ball placement was decent on that. I don't think you could have gotten any more yards out of that throw, like with Yak or anything. Like it was put wherever you need. Like, can't criticize that at all.
Listen, that exact play, and thank you, Hussam, for posting that. That exact play is housed by Tyreek Hill. You know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe if you look at the guy that ended up making the first hit, he was kind of in position. I mean, I don't know. Mahomes, in this case we're talking Tyreek, Mahomes would have had to thread that about 2 more inches over to his right. And I'm not going to say anybody can do that. I mean, so maybe Dan Marino, but you know what I mean? Like,
if Tua
put it wherever anybody could be expected to put it on that one.
If Tua takes a little edge off the heat and delivers it a clip earlier,
maybe that linebacker overruns Devontae a little bit and he's got his backside, but the safety coming up on him that ended up dragging him down. You know what I mean?
That's the yak yards we're looking for, though, from a guy like Tyreek or
Well,
Jalen.
again, and that's why I wanted to say 2 more inches to the right, and Devontae squeaks through both of those guys. You know what I mean? But, God, that's so nitpicky. You know what I mean?
Hey,
it was a gorgeous throw, man.
It's exactly what you're supposed to do. You nitpick them all.
I know.
Like,
and like I tell everybody, as our coaches told us, if you've ever played any sports in South Florida, practice don't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect.
Being perfect makes perfect, bro. What you mean?
Well, they didn't want to, when that whole practice thing came out, that was like, people don't understand why so many people were like taken back by that, because we're being, we're coached up as kids when we're younger. No, ain't nothing but perfect practice.
Well, when you're younger and coached up in football, failure is a lack of you preparing and trying.
Mhm.
So that,
I mean, yeah, you'd rather have the mistakes happen in practice, but that doesn't mean you should be actively trying to make mistakes in practice. Like I feel some people
well,
think
that's where the
what
growth
practice is
has.
for. No, practice is to become perfect before you get to the game.
Practice is where the growth is made, and you're gonna have the mistakes, but that is how it is. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I mean,
It's just a mentality, bro. You know,
plus, you know, early on,
a mindset.
mini camp, underwear Olympics, whatever you want to call it. Defense is always better than the offense, even in years when our defense sucked. Our defense was doing okay against the offense, you know?
Well,
So
of course, it's like I always say, it's reactory. It's reactive. It's they only have to be good athletes. You know what I mean? That's their
they're all good athletes.
You
So
know.
that check, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Essentially,
right.
if the
I
offense
mean, yeah,
don't run,
in nuanced game situations, like yeah, you got to know, you got to be intelligent on defense. I'm not trying to disparage them. But to Cap's point, you know, reacting to what an offensive player is doing is their first and foremost job. So that's already in the bag if they're a pro athlete and they're ready to go. There's not much practice that has to be done there, you know, for 80% of what they do is just react to what the player in front of you is doing.
so
you know.
I've got a little game to play with me and you and the audience. So I want everybody in the
Uh-oh.
audience to
Friday
play.
night games. We got Friday night gaming going on.
I mean, go ahead. No, it was something I seen on Good Morning Football, and it was an interesting top 5.
Is this why you weren't looking at Rachel Vanetta?
I honestly listened to it when I was in the shower, so
Right
I
on.
didn't even watch it. So, but essentially, they did their top 3. It's like a draft pick kind of thing of most likable players of all time. And now that doesn't mean the best players. That doesn't mean, you know, whatever you want to put it in, but it's the most likable that everyone would go, yeah, that guy is likable, obviously. You know, could you pick a polarizing figure? That's your prerogative. So let's start with our 5th overall. So the concept is you want to pick someone that is super, super likable that everyone would be like, oh, yeah, that's somebody that everybody likes. I'm going to start 5th being, you know, this is in no order because I don't want to put it in order. It's kind of hard to even do that. I'll start and I'll say, and look, Big Papa 69 literally took my guy right there. Peyton Manning. Everybody loves Peyton Manning. He's likable. Everybody likes him. If you got a problem with Peyton Manning, you probably got a problem with yourself. So, Color, what's your next guy?
Number 5. Are we going you and I both, or are
5.
we doing
Each five.
5 being the worst likable?
No, they're in no. It's no tier.
Order. Oh, okay, no order then.
No order, because that.
Yeah,
then
I
it
probably
gets,
would have taken Peyton Manning, but I'll start with
no Dolphins players. Let's make that no Dolphins players.
no
allowed.
Dolphins players.
Okay, one Dolphins player allowed.
Well, what if
Only
it's like
one.
a guy that wasn't really known as a Dolphin
Listen,
for his career, even though he played for us?
that's fine. It has to be.
Because I was going to stick Jay Cutler on there.
Jay Cutler.
I bet Jay
Likeable?
Cutler is a likable guy, even though he's an asshole on the field and all. Like, I get all what people don't like about him, but I bet he's a likable guy in real life.
Omar has an awesome one. Fitz. Everybody loves Fitz. That's a great
Yeah.
one, Omar. I didn't even think about Fitzy.
Yeah. Also, there was one I was thinking of. It's your turn though, but who was it? I'll think about it.
TB1B1 says Chad Pennington. That's a good one too. Chad Pennington, beloved.
Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall. Now, see, I got to give you some pushback because Brandon Marshall is liked now, but even now, he kind of can rub people the wrong way.
Well, likable as a teammate, or likable as in you wouldn't mind hanging out with a guy.
Listen, when I say likable,
like I want him part of my crew. I want him part of my core group of party goers. You know what I mean?
It's not just you. It's likable to like generalities. So like when I said Peyton Manning and Omar said Fitz, I mean, there's no arguing with those.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody.
I got you.
see
I got
what
you.
I'm
So if
saying?
we can argue about it, they're not likable enough to be on the list, right?
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
If there's a
Fair enough.
super, yeah, that's how it is. Anybody else put your guys on there?
Williams,
Ricky Williams,
total
Yes.
likable dude.
Lovable.
Does nothing but talk about business and marijuana.
Yep. Everybody
What
loves.
can you not like about the guy?
I guess if you were an anti-marijuana advocate, you would not like him. But I
Right.
don't think
Or if you were anti-entrepreneurialship.
so. For my next guy, I will say, and we can have one Dolphins player, but I'll think on that, because if I was gonna pick one Dolphins player, I would say Channing Crowder likable or OJ McDuffie likable. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
One of
Well,
those two
Channing.
guys.
Yeah, Channing has got to be on the list. Sure. Let me cap for life. Let me take a wild stab.
Hmm.
Hold on. I'll make my guess this way. Let's see here. Was it? Wait a minute. What the hell, bro? Was it this guy?
Turn that sumbitch sideways and stick it straight up. You can do it.
By chance?
So Robert says Christian Wilkins. I guess Christian Wilkins, maybe he'll be on that list as the years go. I could definitely see Christian Wilkins being on this list in the long run. And honestly, I could see him in movies, all kinds of good stuff. Devon Bess, I wouldn't say Devon Bess. Yeah, I wouldn't say Devon Bess. Not that he wasn't likable, but it's not like common knowledge that he's likable. So my next person that I'll pick is Nate Burleson. Everybody loves Nate Burleson.
Oh, Nate Burleson, yeah. And by the way, is it Burleson or Burleson?
I think it's Burleson.
That's what I think too.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Big Papa on fire, bro. Gronk.
Yeah,
big
Gronk,
time.
definitely.
Everybody loves Gronk.
So we got. So we're rolling out with Ricky Williams, Jay Cutler, Gronk, and who'd you just say?
Well, I said Peyton Manning. I said Channing Crowder.
Yep.
And what was the one? Nate Burleson.
Nate Burleson, right? Nate Burleson, Gronk, and Ricky Williams, and Jay Cutler. That's a cool crew so far.
Yeah, that's a party crew. It's a party crew. So who you got next?
Jimmy G.
Jimmy G. Yeah, a lot of people love Jimmy G.
I mean, he'll bring the hose.
A porn star Jimmy, dog. He bringing a
Jimmy
good
G string. Gotta love Jimmy G string.
Jimmy G string.
Tua's got to be Tua's going to be our designated driver.
Rentavia says Marshawn Lynch. I could see that. Everybody loves Marshawn. He's definitely funny as hell.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Marshawn's probably good to have on the list. So
you talk about like being funny without having to say anything, bro. That's Marshawn Lynch, man.
Yeah, I saw. Did you see that thing where he was outside doing like cliff stuff or Survivor or something like that with one of those Survivor show guys? He was.
I missed that one,
bro. Dope.
It was the actual episode with him on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, no, he was out there. He's like, nah, man, he crazy. They're doing like jumping from rocks and shit. He was getting nervous and stuff.
Dude, the commercial where the guy exposes his dinner itinerary. He's like, yo, you can't be telling people what I eat. Stuff like that. It was just funny as hell, man.
So Refrigerator Perry, yeah, that's one everybody loves. Chris Sims, California. Ocho Cinco is another really good one. Everybody loves Ocho Cinco. Very, very nice cat, dude. He's always doing great things for people. He's one of those leave you $1,000 tip kind of guys.
It's so funny that Mr. Miami points out Steve DeBerg and Bernie Kosar were both Miami Dolphins. And it's funny because when I was growing up, I mean, they were mortal enemies. That was Kansas City's quarterback and Cleveland's quarterback. That's all I knew them as until they stumbled across our way late in their career, you know.
Gimped their way into the building,
Yeah,
you mean?
yeah.
Fleeced us for some money.
Didn't Testaverde don our uniform for a second?
He did. It's same thing with all the way to most recently the Cleveland quarterback. I can't remember his name. Brady Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most recently with that. Another person I'll put on this list. Let me think. Now everybody's putting in good stuff. Thurman Thomas is a good one. Reggie
Terrell
White.
Davis.
Terrell Davis. Everybody loves Terrell Davis.
Cool dude.
I got one. Pat McAfee.
Yeah. And go ahead and throw in Marcellus Wiley right along with Pat McAfee, man.
Damn, we need to get this crew together and go party, bro.
I'm
gonna wear
telling
my
you,
jacket,
bro.
dude. I'm ready to have a good old time.
It's starting to turn into an entourage, man.
Yeah, hell yeah. Go to Gronk's Island and just everybody running around all.
I guess Tom Brady probably wouldn't be too, because we could go to his island too, you know.
See, Dan Orlovsky doesn't cuss. Doesn't say swear words. Never has.
So then him and Tua will be able to get along.
And Tony Romo.
Yeah, Romo's cool.
Okay. Jim McMahon. Or
yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
You gotta have Ray. You gotta have Ray and Ed.
So the last person on my list, Deion
Ed
Sanders.
and Ray. You got Ed and Ray.
Everybody loves Deion Sanders. And everyone loves Michael Irvin for that matter.
Michael Irvin, sure.
Fucking Michael Irvin, Deion Sanders, bro.
Dude, this is like a wedding party, bro.
This is the party that's gonna when TFTG makes it to the big time. Me and Color and the rest of the gang and Ali and everybody, we're gonna be just chillaxing and have all the guys come and hang out with us. So
and over sitting on the couch holding down the fort for the guys that'll interface with the cops if we have any problems. We got Tony Dungy, Tua, and who'd you just say a minute ago? Dan Orlovsky.
Oh, yeah, I'm not putting Dan on my deal.
No, they're on the couch of the people that are going to be talking that are designated driver. That's the designated driver pool.
They're talking to the police.
Yeah.
when
we gotta have Tony Dungy there. Tony Dungy would be like, "Officer, look, we're just having a wedding party."
Yeah. I don't know.
Dude, Tony Dungy, from what I understand, when he was playing football, would have ripped your head off.
Yes. I think he got all his anger out. It was all balanced afterwards, bro. He was all super balanced afterwards. You know?
Oh, what's his name?
Left side. Strong side.
I was just going to ask earlier, how did Hussam escape that meme?
So I was
as many times as he brought up different sides of the ball. How did he escape that meme?
I don't know. Maybe that's on you, bro. I was too busy.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt an important interview. I don't do that, you know.
True.
I let you tell me to do that, you know.
Hussam could have totally been bad at it. Hussam gets the gag. He knows what time it is. So maybe next time we get him on, we'll hit him with a couple of the pop-ups and just catch him off
Emmanuel Acho, yeah, him and Marcel is definitely invited. We'll throw Whitlock in there too, you know. We'll just tell him to leave his MAGA hat at home, you know.
Yeah, I don't need any nonsense.
Yeah, we don't want politics at the party. You know?
No, I don't need any of that.
I respect him. We just don't want it at the party.
Yeah, I'm there to party, not talk about ideology. You can take that shit, leave it outside.
It'd be like Jason Whitlock would be sitting there on the couch with Orlovsky, Tua, and Dungy, and it'd be like, "You all motherfuckers need Jesus."
And I'm gonna go listen Jesus
while he's listening to Tupac.
Jesus turned water into wine. Shut up. Eat, drink.
He'll tell you too. He listens to all the rap, dude, and he's like, "It's my sin in life. I listen to all that rap."
Eat,
like
drink,
Jason
and be
Whitlock.
merry, bro. Eat, drink, and be merry. Get real.
Exactly.
So I hope everybody's hitting that like button and subscribing, coming over from Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter, and subscribing here on the network over here on YouTube. That would be nice, right, Color? Get a couple more subscribers around this month.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
course, we could always go down to Jimmy Johnson's playpen down in Miami.
Thanks, Bo. That's kind of what I wanted with Hussam. He's got a wealth of knowledge for a young man. He's very astute with the game, and when I watch him on 5 Reasons or read any of his work or follow him on Twitter, and I suggest everybody go follow him on Twitter. He's very well thought out. There's a work put behind what he's doing, and I respect the hell out of that. That's why I was very excited to have him come on and talk a little bit of X's and O's. Not to let y'all forget, this is a football show, and I played football. I know football, so I like to have people like Hussam on that can break it down very easily. And I loved it, man. It was awesome.
That was another thing our coaches used to tell us. Football is 90% mental.
10% heart. Heart and want to is big in football when you're young.
I was thinking, along with coaches, we have to include Mike Tomlin, because when the drinking games start, we need somebody to stand up and be like, all right, listen here, everybody. This is how we going to do it. This is how it's all going to go. We got to have somebody like running the drinking games. Mike Tomlin.
Hold on,
Ain't nobody going out of here with their keys either.
So this rollout bootleg on selling out on the run, and you can only do a play like this. And this is in Hussam's article. He uses it as an example for running the play action and taking big shots downfield. And it's in his article on the atbnetwork.com. And I'm actually going to read through the article with you guys, but I want to show you this play action that is going to become when Tua takes these big shots, it's going to come on a play action like this, and it's only going to be possible once this offensive line starts making defenses respect our run game. And essentially how you try to balance that is with elite talent on the outsides like Waddle and Hill. You spread them out and you make them load the box for running, and you expose them on the outsides. Then now you force them into zone, single high safety, and hopefully you get them caught where someone's streaking down the field for a big play. So I'm going to bring up this play real quick.
And yeah, Cap, we got Dion covered, man. He's going to get like 5 invites.
Oh, yeah, no, I said Dion. Dion was my last guy. Dion is on my list for most things I equate football to, because Deion Sanders was just amazing, bro. I mean, I don't know
and an amazing human being too.
An amazing, still is. I mean, he still does so much great stuff. Just a freaking stud up and down. So, all right, hold on. Let me pull up this play action, something we're going to see. It's a Shanahan McVay staple.
Dion would start a fundraiser to fund the whole thing.
It was probably Dion's party that started this whole thing.
Right.
So here we go. Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers is under center. They've got 2 wide receivers down at the bottom and then 1 at the top. It's a tight bunch formation, so it's reading run all over the place. Now, they do have 2 high safeties. There goes the motion, and notice what happens with the linebackers with the motion. So now you've got everybody playing that run, and then there's the bootleg. And he takes the deep shot to Lazard, who picks it up. Great catch, honestly. But on this bootleg, you get everyone going to the right side of the field. You roll out on the bootleg coming to the left. and as you can see that he's got two layered wide receivers, one on the top, one on the bottom, and he took the deep shot because it's Aaron Rodgers, obviously. And Lazard just made a friggin' play. I mean, that is not an.
I know the throw was a little long, but God, what a throw too, man.
Yeah.
It had to be that long. He's
Honestly,
just trusting his wide receiver here.
Yeah, Lazard definitely made a great play on that ball. But this is the type of under center bootleg action that, and if you notice too, you have an out. So say someone wasn't accounted for, say that safety snuck up and, is coming at the quarterback. He has the tight end to dump it off to, because you see the tight end in the formations on the line right there. So watch. See him? See the tight end right there, number 89? He rolls with the line and then comes back. She's got his back to you now at the bottom of the line. Watch. See him come back? There he is right there. So essentially it's 3. 1, 2, 3. And he could have thrown the ball in the middle right in that soft spot right there. He decided to take the deep shot. But if there was pressure in his face, that would mean that the guy that's at the line, the corner, safety, whoever that is, I don't know, DB, comes down at the quarterback, leaving this middle of the part of the field open too for the dump off.
God, you know how deflating that it was for a defensive play like that.
I know, for him to be
because it was really well covered. If you look at all the everything, it was fairly well covered. Other than the tight end that released at the line of scrimmage, he was wide open. Yeah, but everybody else was fairly well defended, dude. And it's like, still, man, God, talk about a game of inches.
Yeah, I know, right?
And knowing how to play those fringes, those margins, like Aaron Rodgers does, man. It's amazing.
Well, I mean, really, it comes down to just going for it on some plays. And if you remember, and they're in the Saints' house, Saints secondary giving up the most passing at home than anybody last year, if I recall correctly, or rated the worst.
You are correct, and by a large margin from number 31.
Mm-hmm. See, I remember things sometimes, guys.
300 at the time we went in to face them, they were at 312 yards per game at home, given up in the air.
So here's the play, Hussam, and I had retweeted this drift is what he's talking about. Now, what's beautiful about this play is you can run it out of this same formation a million different plays. So what you really want is to run this formation and the team you're going against see you that you've ran this and them anticipate something that now you've changed and you take advantage of. So I'm going to pull this up real quick, this drift play. So here it is right here. Simple 2 wide receiver set. You have a fullback and a tailback, offset eye, quarterback's under center. The tight end is your 6th man on the line for that. In this play, it's your tight end doesn't come off as a wide receiver, but out of this same set, he could, there's so many different things you could do, but it gives you every option, really. The fullback for a little outlet as pretty much like a hot read. Well, it says it right on it. It says hot right on it. You can hand the ball off. You could check. What's up?
Which one's the hot read, bro?
The red one.
The red one?
Yeah.
How'd you know?
Well, it says hot right there, but I didn't realize it until I said it. I was like, oh, I guess it says hot right there. I didn't even know it said it, bro. Honestly, I swear. I go,
it's not the mild read, though, right?
Well, I mean, it can be mild if you're.
Well, mild can be pretty hot, though, too, sometimes, depending on what restaurant you go to.
I don't know. I would say in South Florida, all mild is hot.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, all mild is hot. So, this could then also, this same formation can work for the bootleg, going to both sides, honestly, because your fullback can come up here and set your edge for you to roll back. Everyone sells to the right. Tua fakes to the halfback, rolls out, and all you would need to change in this play is that your Z, now your alert or your Z, comes across the field, and like a drag or something at the end there, or like a deep post, or you just roll it out to the right and pray for the best.
Right.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead.
If your coach told you in your ear at 15 seconds before the play starts that who the red guy was, is that telling you where to go with the ball? Like if I were to be like, "Hey, bro, so and so's the hot guy,"
so
is that to be construed as telling you where to go with the ball?
I don't know if I should say this, but I've heard on good authority about what you're talking about, because really what Color is mentioning is that there's a narrative that Tua was forced to throw or could only throw to certain guys, and that Flo said that. Like, Flo was calling the plays, telling him where he had to throw to. I think it's a little bit more mucky than that. From what I was told is that there was a couple occasions where other people heard that Flores was throw it to that fucking guy and nobody else, essentially, on this play. And so I don't know how much I want to write into that, because, listen, in the heat of a game, in the heat of a fight, you could be like, throw it to this guy, make it happen, da-da-da. Now, honestly, wasn't a lot of, superior talent out there to say something like that other than Jalen Waddle. So maybe in the heat of the moment in a game, on this play, you fucking throw it to Waddle no matter what, I don't know when this was said and in the context in which it was said, but it is something I have heard from very good authority that that's kind of what they're insinuating about Flores, that there were times, for better or for worse, Tua was, can't say forced, because he's the one on the field with the ball, but really controlled.
See, I would actually expect what you're talking about, a certain amount of what you're talking about. You're talking about a young quarterback, a coach that comes from a winning organization. That's like, I can see that happening. I just don't buy into the narrative that it was a constant hamstring for Tua. That he was constantly hamstringing him by saying no only to this guy. Because if you parse what Tua said, he said, "Look, our plays were designed to go to a certain read, and if that read broke down, the play might be over."
Well, saying
listen to what now I stress the word might, because what he's saying there is, look, these plays were designed for this with this in mind, and there wasn't much to do if that broke. There wasn't much else you could do if that broke down. What he's saying to me is the first question I have is, well, why were the plays designed that way? Now, the Tua hater would say, oh, because they didn't believe in Tua and his abilities. Okay, fine. The Tua sycophant would say, oh, they were designed to make him look bad. Okay, fine. But it's really, what it tells me is they had no faith in the same place that everybody says, oh, we had 7-11 wide receivers. Well, if that's the case, then maybe that's why the plays were designed that way. If our receivers can't get separation and our offensive line can't block, maybe that's why the plays were designed that way. Not to sabotage Tua per se, which is what the narrative has become and all this. So it's a case of, like Tua said, the plays were designed to go to this certain read, and if that read wasn't there, the play might break down. That's what he said, might break down.
So,
Well, who is it up to if that play does break down? Who is it up to carry the play? Him.
That's kind of how I asked and phrased it. Like, is this something? So I wanted to know what you want to know. What exactly are you saying here? And essentially, it was my way, highway. Which okay, you're the head coach. That's fine, but it was, I don't know, like everyone knew and wanted them to do something, and the coach was certain to make it his way, even if it was costing something.
And that I agree with. In like you're saying, in the heat of the game, in the heat of battle, with a young quarterback, where a coach wants to win, like he did and like he is, sure, could be the wrong way to go about it. That's what got, obviously he got fired.
Yep.
Tua didn't. So, but the point is that in the heat, yeah, it's sure there was probably times where he's like, look, kid, throw to this guy or fucking else. You know what I mean? I can certainly see that happening. But for it to be the norm, like it's some kind of big plan, it's like Crypto says, for him to sabotage Tua would be to sabotage his own career. And it's just nobody's going to do that. It's just nobody is going to do that purposely. His incompetence might have served to sabotage Tua, but the word itself requires malicious intent. And I just don't see somebody maliciously intending to harm somebody that would end up harming themselves. That's cutting, what do they call that? Cutting your nose off to spite your face?
Yes.
Nobody does that. Nobody that's gotten as far as Flores has would do that. That's what you also got to remember. He's gotten to that point in life, not by acting the way everybody claims he acted.
I don't know, but it was something I felt like needed to be said because I feel like I have a little bit more clarity on where the feeling is coming from.
That.
And the feeling towards the end was unanimous, and something we were talking about. Well, you were talking about the other day about how's Chase Edmonds and this and that. I guess you would feel if you were Chase Edmonds new on the team. What's up, everybody? What's up, Wooback? If you were new to the team and you were hearing that from a lot of people. So,
well, here's the thing though. I look at Chase Edmonds, and this is why I would apologize to Chase Edmonds the same way I did this other individual, because it's not their fault. He's going based on third party, fifth party, seventh party information in the media, just like the rest of us are.
Yep.
And so what I would say is Chase Edmonds, to me, is much like Wooback.
Oh, I mean,
I respect that, he's saying, hey, this and that, because that's obviously the platitude. You know what I mean? My whole point to Chase was, look, the components that made the unfair situation that he claims last year, those components are still here on our team and are his teammates.
Yeah, I guess, man. I don't know. I'm sorry I even mentioned it, honestly, because it's
no, you get what I'm saying, though. If Flores was incompetent and brought in all these terrible people, players included, and that's what the unfair situation was, then those components are still here. All we got rid of was Jesse Davis and Brian Flores, pretty much. So the unfair situation theoretically still exists, is what I'm saying.
Filthy Cat says something very interesting. All I know is during Flores' last interview here in Miami, he said, I've learned a lot during my time here, almost signaling that he had some regret. I think we all
I could
are
agree
on that. I think he has a lot of regret. And I think he's
still proud of Tua and the team and what they accomplished, like against the Patriots and in the last game and all that. I think he's certainly proud of all that and
I think
takes
so,
responsibility for it.
I would. Well, I don't know how much responsibility he takes, to be honest.
Well, what I'm saying is he's not Adam Gase sitting on the bench while his team's getting a 50 burger put up on him.
That ain't no bullshit. And Wooback, you're right. I hope he learns from his experience and becomes a better coach and a better person. I think there's a lot of Flores believing his hype and got caught up in the superstardom.
And good evening, Wooback. I didn't mean to make you use you as an instrument, as an example or nothing. I just was trying to point out how I felt about like Chase. I don't think it's Chase's fault. I didn't mean to fault him last night when I was pointing out what I was saying. You know what I mean? So I'd apologize to Chase Edmonds the same way I apologize to you. It wasn't your fault, man.
So
you were working with false information, bro.
Color, let's face it, man. And I'm younger than you, but we come from a dying age of type of people, type of football. And honestly, in more ways than one, it's where a lot of things are pointing at us and saying we're ignorant for not growing, when I think we just see the world differently, because a lot of that was bullshit or is bullshit. But in some ways, this world is trying its damnedest to live in that fantasy world. Honestly, I just hope we all don't fucking reckon what Color and I really think about stuff and things as far as wishing for the best, hoping for the best, and living in that best way. It's a great thing, but to me, you're always leading a horse to water because you're really there going to shoot it in the back of the head. That's just my nature. Can't help it. It's just my nature. It's Color's nature too. Sorry, we're just who we are. We're distrusting on things and people, and that we don't love or distrust everyone. But I think, help me out here, Color. What am I saying here? You know what I'm saying? It's the end of an era of dying of an age of football where
like trust but verify. That was how we were taught. That's
right. But I also like a guy screaming, yelling like Flores. I know where that guy stands. I understand that. You know, playing all that other stuff, I don't understand it as much. I don't know it. My son is now 9 years old. He's starting tackle football this year.
Well, dude, it's Confucius. When did we stop? Learning Confucius? I mean, what don't kill you only makes you stronger. The harder you go at yourself, the harder somebody goes at you, and the more you withstand, the stronger you are.
I'll say this, Color. I understand that, and it was like how we grew up. Hardened makes a hardened individual. It's how you make a diamond. But from what they're telling me, there's a better way to do it, and it doesn't take this kind of...
Well, that may be the case.
Yeah.
That may be the case. I just don't understand why it requires, just totally throwing the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to the way we've done things that's kept us surviving as humans for thousands of years. You know what I mean?
So, and Thomas, you get it. Yep. The tough love seems to be over.
I mean, maybe technology has allowed us to finally break through that and survive without those things that we've evolved to do. But that we have to evolve to find that out, and people have to have tolerance and patience. There can't be this complete intolerance to people, that understand a guy like Brian Flores. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but again, if you're not growing, you're dying. And Brian Flores got stuck in his ways, and when he felt like things were closing in on him or he was losing his power,
I'm just saying that it's going to take him to evolve too. But people have to give people that chance. We have to be tolerant.
So I will say this, Color, and this is in particularly to us Dolphin fans. I do feel like Dolphins fans alike are easing off of Flores and growing past him. Because really, whether you hate Flores or hate anything, the only way to get past it is to forgive them. Even though they didn't ask for forgiveness, you forgive them, and then there's personal growth.
And I'm sure he forgives everybody that hates him.
I want to say that in the fan base alike, there seems to be forgiveness and
You
a
mentioned
growing.
something the other day privately, if you don't mind me saying,
Go ahead.
about you had a feeling that in the long run this whole thing will be dropped. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
kind of feel what you're saying there. It's just like, hey, make a point, but at the same time, like you're saying, I think Brian Flores is the type of guy that understands that concept of forgiving people that have wronged you. You know what I mean? Even if, okay, we can argue about whether he was wronged, but he obviously felt wronged. You know what I mean? So, I think you may be onto something there, that in the long run, it may just be dragged out, and, the people like Brian Flores himself in his new position at Pittsburgh, his new pathway that he seems to be on, and it may just be dropped. It may just be, hey, I made my point enough already, some hush money gets traded, and the whole thing gets dropped. That's probably the best scenario. But some could argue that is precisely what keeps the problem going.
Yes.
Is that always ends up happening.
So,
and I
Color,
can't argue with those people.
I've got 2 articles. One of them is Hussam's from ATB Network. The other one is top 10 reasons Dolphins should be playoff bound in 2022 per Omar Kelly on the Sun Sentinel.
Real quick, shake in with the nails.
Confucius was a good philosopher, especially the one where the elevator smelled different to midgets. Yes,
that's in the running. That's in the running for winning the internet today, Shake. We'll see what happens, man.
Yeah, stick around. I might get naked, then I'll win. I'm competitive, bitches. I do want to say this. I'm going to drop the link because I want to get some of the folks on here, because I'm thinking about taking some of these cards that I got and putting together a package for people to have a chance to enter to win. And it'll be $5 donation to win, or to get a chance to win. $10 gets you 3. And, if you did 50, I don't know, I'll give you more. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Give you, whatever, how many.
What will you give for $50?
Well, I don't really even want to have $50 donations on this thing, so I'll just give you, whatever, however many it buys. But I want people to win. I've got
you definitely get a band bank,
Yes, I have a shit ton of rookie cards that are all guys everybody's going to want to have rookie cards for. So I'm just going to read you these rookie cards up right now. Got Patrick Jones II. So I maybe not know who he is, but I'm going to go through them all. We have Jamar Chase, got Rondell Moore, got Trey Lance, Patrick Surtain II, Justin Fields, Devontae Smith, Trey Sermon, Kalen Hill, Penei Sewell, Amon Ross St. Brown, Tutu Atwell, Christian Barmore, Brevin Jordan. I've got Seth Williams, and then I've got some specialty cards as well that are big-time rookie cards that are,
Heupel. I want Heupel.
I've got Heupel's sticking with me, bro. Sorry. I've held on to him this long. He's sticking with me. I've got these special.
You might actually make that work, like, just because you're pumping it up, like, in the long run, 30 years from now.
There'll be no Heupel. I'll be the only one with a mint condition Heupel.
And everybody will wonder why it's worth so much, and they'll know nobody will remember that it was you starting with this little seed right here, pumping it up. You know what I mean?
So I also have a Justin Fields rookie card. That's a marked card. It's Under the Lights. All these are Panini cards. And then I also have Micah Parsons Panini marked card. And then a Kyle Trask Panini marked card. Now I want to put together a couple of these to give away. Oh, I forgot one more. Seth Williams, which is another marked card as well. So I kind of want to put together like a package of these rookie cards, because anybody who doesn't collect cards, doesn't know anything about collecting cards, there's, these rookie cards are the ones you want. And some of them are marked and stuff like that. What's up, proud citizen of Zimbabwe, Zamunda?
What's going on, guys? How y'all doing, man?
Doing good,
How's
Jake.
the weather over in Zamunda? Nice and dry.
Yeah, man. I just I was with King Akeem, and we had a nice salty tua.
Oh, nice. Salty tua for supper. I love that.
Yeah, I have mine with cheese.
With cheese?
Yes, with cheese.
Ooh.
Is it American?
No,
cheese?
goat cheese.
Goat cheese. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. I like
It was
that.
most exhilarating. By the way, man, if I would love to a chance to win the Kyle Trask card. I don't collect cards, but there's certain players that I would love to get, and I would love to get Kyle Trask. Only because he's a Gator.
Well, it's a marked card under the lights. It's holographic. It's written on the back. It's number UL-KT. So usually that's kind of the ones you want. So I was thinking about putting like the Kyle Trask one and the Justin Fields one, because they're both quarterbacks, and putting them into two different things. So there'll be two packages. And then I also have these two other marked cards, a Kalen Hill and a Trey Sermon. So I was going to put one of those in each of that. And then I was going to take two more of these rookie cards and put them in to everything else. So I'll do it like this. Here, it'll go perfect. I'll put another quarterback in each one of them. One of them's a Justin Fields, so I'll put the Justin Fields with the Kyle Trask. And then I'll put the Trey Lance with the Justin Fields. And then I'll take a wide receiver and put it in each one of them. I'll put Jamar Chase in this one, and I'll put Devontae Smith in that one. And then let me find one more guy on each side to put it in there. Okay, so Penei Sewell and Patrick Surtain. So there's two sets of 5. So here's the one set. We got Penei Sewell, rookie card. Jamar Chase, rookie card. Kyle Trask, rookie card. Marked Trey Sermon, rookie card, or blue print as they have them. There's blue and reds. I think the blue is more rare. I don't know. And then a holographic card. So that's the one set. And then nice. The other set will be Patrick Surtain, rookie card. It'll be Devontae Smith, rookie card. Justin Fields, rookie card. Kalen Hill, rookie card. And then Kyle Trask, rookie card. That's like that. So, and I believe, the Kalen Hill is a marked, the red rookie card. So,
hey, let me throw a scenario at you and see if you would do it or not. Let's say, for instance, next year, this year, next year, Philadelphia says, if you give me a first round, a second round, and maybe a fourth round, we'll give you Devontae Smith. Would you do it?
Next year?
This year or next year, yeah.
No. I won't.
You won't have so it'll be you'll have Waddle, Hill, and Devontae Smith on the same team.
So I see where you're thinking, and I would love to see it on the field. Contracts, money, when you got to pay him and Waddle in the same year. I would rather them take that first rounder that year and those in the second and fourth and move up further to the first if they had to, get me a young wide receiver that has a different skill set or the similar skill set to the guys we already got. It's all about the money.
Yeah, Devontae Smith has a different skill set than those two guys too. So
he does. Crisp route runner, wide stride, faster than he looks. That's for sure. He does real good. You know what he does really good is he's able to get separation from guys downfield amazingly. And what I mean by that, like, he doesn't push off of them, but he has his hands on them and is able to create distance without pushing them. I don't know how he does it. It's like he uses his legs and his hand all in one motion so it doesn't get called or something.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Exactly. So what do you think of the packages?
it's nice. I like how you group them by, like you said, group them by position. So it's obviously that you have, everybody's gonna have their favorite type of, there's offensive players, there's people that like quarterbacks, there's people that like receivers. So collectors have different tastes they like to collect in. You know what I mean?
Well, look, these are all rookie cards, and I know for a fact these are worth. I mean, I don't know, they're worth a lot. Right off rip. What's going on, Ali?
How about them Celtics, baby?
Yeah, it is what it is, man. I'm gonna talk about that tomorrow. I want to comment on your trade offer real quick. I personally don't think that's a good idea at all. In fact, I would hold out to see what happens this season, because in the next draft, there's a possibility that there's a receiver within the next 2 years that could come out that I think blows every receiver in the last 2 years out of the water.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Color, that was good.
I don't know if you guys could hear me, but I was going to say that the person that I think everyone should watch out for is Jackson Smith-Njigba. That's the receiver that you want, even more so than Devontae Smith. And I'm not going to lie, in our system, in his abilities that I've seen, he could be the real deal. In fact, and just so you know where he comes from, Brian Hartline is his wide receivers coach, and he's the #1 rated receiver. If he doesn't come out this coming up year, it'll be the year after. So I would hold out any trades for any receiver at this point. If you're going to do anything, the position of need, and only because we won't have anybody next year, is running back. That's the only offensive position I would prefer to have at this point.
That's nasty.
So just because next year you pretty much, I think you have maybe one running back on the roster in terms of contract.
Yeah, I think, say we use both those picks next year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking corner and running back.
Yeah, actually, in it could end up in either order depending on how high the first draft pick is. But I think I think it's going to be running back and corner. I could really see that. That's definitely a good point.
Yeah,
definitely a good point. And one other thing I want to say real quick, because I can't. I'm driving actually, so I can't be on very long.
Oh, go ahead.
That Jamar Chase card, you should give it to me. I would love to have a rookie card of the man responsible for all of Joe Burrow's success.
Well, listen. You can enter into a chance to win like everybody else. So I'm putting it together in a package. That Jamar Chase rookie card comes with a Penei Sewell, Trey Lance, Trey Sermon, Justin Fields, all rookie cards.
Definitely, man. Definitely. I was just making a joke, but yeah, I'll definitely donate just for the cause.
You take the memes so well. I've been unleashing the freaking storm since you got on, man. I'm like, I don't know what to do when you leave.
It's all good, man.
You know
I'll
how
be
to
on
play
tomorrow,
right
man.
into it, bro.
I got a little bit of a show for tomorrow, so it'll be good. And I got
Well, I
something I
can't
got to
wait.
talk
Yeah,
to.
we're totally in the dark. You got a little preview for us for tomorrow before you go?
Yeah.
Well, Cat kind of gave me the idea on his Twitter post about Miami getting a World Cup what they call it location on the list of U.S. teams for 2026.
Uh-huh.
And I have a whole segment about why that's so important, not just for the city of Miami, but for Florida in general. And we're going to get into the economics of that and what that brings and why it's important, just even
Right
to
on.
the Dolphins. But we're also going to talk about why the Dolphins may be actually playing Moneyball like the A's did, and we don't really know it.
Oh, that ought to be interesting.
Ooh, I like that.
You got me.
Yeah, so we're gonna talk about that too. I also got an idea for I got some stuff in the works that I gotta talk to Captain about behind the scenes, but I
Okay.
will be giving little releases here and there as we talk about them.
Right on.
Hey, Ali bringing it, bro. That's what I like.
Yeah, I got some stuff planned. I've been kind of not ugh. I haven't been motivated as much because of the fact that I got my kid in town, but now that that's all said and done, now I got a lot of stuff I can put on the table now.
What do you mean by said and done? What'd you do?
This weekend, this whole week I've been at Disney and stuff, so
Okay.
now that's all settled down and
We're
everything.
not going to
Nothing
see
bad.
you on the ID channel one day or nothing, right?
Oh no, not like that. That's
Yeah,
really
Jesus, bro. Going all the way.
no. I just meant like I had to go to the airport to get her, as you guys know, and we did the whole Disney thing and all that. So that.
And there's Kissimmee for you.
Yeah, bye, Ali.
Must be right around Yeehaw Junction somewhere.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, we thought we lost you for a second.
No, I'm still here. I just got to the house. I just got home in Port St. Lucie.
Internet connected.
Oh, you know what? My Wi-Fi
switched
did.
over to your
Sorry.
Wi-Fi. That's what happened. Yeah.
Yep. So you know what I think I'm gonna do, Color, is in these packs. I think I'm gonna put some
I'll
cards.
get with you, Color. I'll message you what all the stuff I want to talk about if you're going to be on tomorrow with me, right?
Yeah, sure. If you're willing to have me.
Yeah, definitely. Anytime, man.
Yeah, I look forward to the Moneyball discussion. That seems pretty interesting.
Yeah. I got some stuff I'm going to share with you pretty shortly. Probably sometime tonight. I'll email it all to you.
Because I know the Browns, were trying that for a minute and kind of gave up on it. So that'll be interesting to talk about.
Definitely. I might bring them up regarding it. I was looking at everybody we brought in, and some of it I kind of want to talk about tomorrow. But
Sure.
I definitely see Moneyball being played.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So
and I would say that thank you, Chris Greer, because that's all Chris Greer right there.
Yeah, it is, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here. But I'll definitely talk to you guys about it. I'll email you, and everybody show up tomorrow. It's going to be a great show. We have a lot to talk about and to discuss, and I can't wait to see everybody tomorrow.
And I understand you'll be presenting more evidence that all the big networks watch the Finn's tailgate.
Oh man,
ESPN. I don't know if Cap heard about that, but ESPN took my idea. So,
really?
Yes, they definitely. Oh yeah, didn't you hear about the whole Tuanon podcast? They took it right from my show and went with it, dude. I should have just done what I wanted to do originally.
Yeah, don't trust social media polling, Ali. That's what that taught. If you got a good idea, you got a good idea, roll with it and let the audience decide. Don't let them decide ahead of time.
Yep.
Yeah, they learned my lesson, but yeah, they take our ideas, and I do. I feel a lot of people actually. I think a lot more networks than we think actually watch our show.
Yep, I don't disagree.
Yeah,
I know.
Look forward to talking about all that,
bro. It's definitely the case, boys. They're watching.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow, and I can't wait to see everybody. It's going to be a great show, so make sure you tell friends, tell everybody, hit like, subscribe. Make sure you use the Fanatics links. I got some new jerseys coming in the mail. Once they show up, I'll have them on my show, and we'll do some We'll do some open box, where you open the box and you reveal the jersey and everything.
Maybe
Cool.
do
That'll be
another
pretty fun.
jersey night.
Say what? Yeah, but we'll have a
Maybe
jersey
do
night.
another
Exactly.
jersey night.
Definitely.
I'm already there.
Definitely.
I'm already there.
I'll still be wearing the same number 42. I still don't have another jersey, so
Yeah, yeah. All right, guys. I gotta go. Talk to you guys later.
Later,
Ellie.
Ellie.
Later.
Well, there you have it, folks. You know, it'd be nice if they like maybe threw us a bone every once in a while, Cap. You know, maybe threw us a couple thousand subscribers or something. You know what I mean?
Bro. I mean, freaking dude, just straight.
I mean, for watching such a small network and getting such great ideas, you think they just, you know, at least bring us up to medium level or something.
Something, bro. At least, you know, Toss Buddy is something. Give me a guest spot for me or Color or something.
That being said, you know, to the people over at you know, CNN, wherever, Fox Sports, you know, whatever. Hey,
we're willing to listen.
$sign the Fins tailgate, you know, $sign color com. You know, we'll do it up for you, whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, just show a little love, dude, for real.
Well, you know, we show a fraction of the ideas we brainstorm. So if you want some of those if you want those brainstorming lists, we can certainly provide you that stuff for money.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Color and I, we are for sale. So we are definitely for sale. So everything you see here is for sale. Well, not everything here, not all that. That's mine. Like, I mean, listen, I'm willing to part with anything for the right amount.
That being said, the logo you're looking at on my screen is probably the most expensive that you're going to buy.
I don't know.
That's going to take quite a bit to get the rights to. I need at least $1 million. It's at least $1 million for the rights to that.
I'm willing to sell a lot of that propriety type stuff. 51%. I still want, you can have controlling interest. I still want percentages.
Right. I still want a dime every time somebody puts it on there.
That's right. You show that TFTG logo. I want a fucking kickback, bitches. So don't even try to play me.
Oh yeah, maybe the TFTG might top my avatar. I don't know. You're right. That's probably the more expensive logo there.
I've added 2 more marked cards to these.
Of course.
Sets.
I mean, I'm sorry, Cap, but I don't want you know, to be us to overshadow the proud seal of Zamunda down there on Shake Money's avatar.
So to the Kyle Trask bundle, which comes with Kalen Hill, Justin Fields, Devontae Smith, and Patrick Surtain, all rookie cards. I'm gonna add 2 more marked cards. One of them is Legends, and that's Reggie Bush. And the other one is Decade of
Dominance. So what does it mean by marked? Does that mean like the CIA's following these players or something?
Yeah, it does a little bit. No, so marked means is that like out of the set, they're different. And then some of them, like, okay, so like you get a box of cards. Typically you don't buy a box of cards, but when they make a set or a box of cards, they'll then inside that box you have rookie cards, then you have marked cards, then you have like marked rookie cards, then you have like a million different ways to like put them into separate little groups inside the one release of that. So like this is Decade of Dominance, LaDainian Tomlinson. So it won't just have like the number, you know, 22 out of 50 on it. It'll actually say NODD number 14 because standing for Decade of Dominance. Here's another example. Like this card, everyone can tell, okay, it looks different than all the rest. It's shiny. It's got some stuff on it. It doesn't even have a number. It has, well, it's under the lights. So they did UL and then KT, Kyle Trask. So that's how they marked it. And then like, okay, so here's a regular rookie card from the set. You see how it looks, but here's a different one. See how it's got the red trimming. It's just something that makes them more valuable. Something that makes them more valuable. They make less of the marked cards in them. And like when you get a box,
kind of like when they were doing like, you know, 4 different TV guide covers for something.
Essentially, yes. But so like when you get the box, They do all kinds of stuff now. Like they'll even have like a little tiny ass card. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And then they'll also in the box, and typically in a box, you'll have a couple of really big things to get. Like the ones that were in here was a Nico Collins futures card. It's Nico Collins when he was in Michigan. It's got a piece of his jersey and it's signed. So there's that one. That one I am not giving away. I'm giving that to my son. Same thing with this one. Another signed card that was in it. It's a Legends, but it's signed Mark Brunell. So
Right.
that's how they do it. There's all different.
By the way, you talk about a guy that had a freaking strong arm, dude. That dude.
Mark Brunell had a
Jesus.
cannon. Yeah, special inserts so people can make money and have different things.
You know how some of these backups that were or second tier players that we've had through our history that have come through here, you know how some of them might have played for other teams, but they end up retiring a Dolphin and becoming like local Dolphin alum. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Even though, like they might have been fans. So even though they played, so like take for instance, Irving Fryer. Irving Fryer identifies more of a Dolphin now in retirement than he does a Patriot. But he made his entire career in New England.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So that's an example of what I'm talking about. Mark Brunell is that guy for St. Louis.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He
I think
played.
it's Mark Brunell that I'm thinking of. Yeah.
He played for
The Rams.
the Rams.
I think so, yeah. I
Huh.
think he followed up Kurt Warner.
Really?
It
I
could
didn't
be
know.
somebody else I'm thinking of. Let me double check, but I think it's Mark Brunell. But the way he is, like he's a, you know what I mean? He's like a friend of
He
the
holds
city.
down.
You know what I mean?
He holds down the football life in there.
Yeah. He does like their he'll do like their no, it wasn't Mark Brunell. God, who am I thinking of? Shit, I can't think of who it is, man. Somebody like Mark Brunell, though, obviously, if I was thinking of him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look up their team. But, yeah, so anyway, that guy is like, as soon as I figure out who it is.
So just for instance of how new these cards are, you can't even find one of these for sale online. They don't have it on eBay. They got it nowhere. Like they have Kyle Trask rookie cards, but right now there's no under the lights Kyle Trask rookie card for sale anywhere. So, and really early on in the card game, there's a Beckett value and stuff, but really you get whatever the fuck you get for it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's something I was thinking about putting together with the fans. Maybe I'll also do like a TFTG hat in the drawing as well. I don't know. I was just thinking about putting these packages together to allow fans to win them and pick which one they want. What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's receptive to the audience.
Bulger's the guy I was thinking of. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Whitey Bulger?
Yeah.
No. Forget his first name. Hold on.
Pants was his pants for his first name?
Mark Bulger. Mark Bulger.
Pants Bulger, yes.
Yeah. Most was right. Look, he's got it right there.
Oh, yeah. That's because Moss remembers the greatest show on turf. He basically,
Pants Bulger.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this: what's your most in your opinion, your I would say your favorite, your Michael Jordan of your cards?
It's my Dan Marino rookie card.
Damn.
I've had it. It sits here every show. I've had it since I was 12 years old, so 24 years.
Does the bubble gums, can you still smell the bubble gum?
In fact, color on the back side of the card, there's a little bit of a bubblegum stain on it. which actually makes it a little bit more valuable because there's none from my Intel that has it on there, so it's an original thing.
Is the bubble gum still in the pack?
You got Marino's rookie too, California?
Cap, is the bubble gum still in the pack?
I didn't get it out of a pack. I bought it.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So that whatever
It had it has a little tiny little bubblegum stain on it.
Right. So whatever pack it came out of, the bubble gum was resting up against it. Right.
That's right. That's
Well,
right.
I remember that bubble gum. You had to soak it in water overnight in order to chew it.
Nope. You could just chew it like a piece of tile. And, you were fine with it.
Shake. Us that grew up on the poor side of the fence, we learned how to chew that type of gum. That was the type of gum we had, you know.
It's the only gum I like.
Yeah.
That and Big League Chew.
And the barbershop gum, you know, the little piece of barbershop gum that was hard as a rock.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. What's happening, Thomas?
Our grandma's candy, where you pick up one, you pick up the whole bowl.
Yep.
Gentlemen.
There was my grandfather was Sicilian, so there wasn't a lot of candy, but there was a lot of those like cookies from the bakery, which old lady cookies. I'll tear up some old lady cookies right now, bro. I love them. What's going on, Thomas?
Gentlemen, how's everybody doing on a fabulous, hot, and steamy Saturday night?
Pretty
good. It's Friday, so it's. Better.
Friday night. I'm sorry.
It's Friday, Thomas.
I wish it was Saturday, because then one more day till it's my day.
Oh, Father's Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really celebrate Hallmark things. I don't think I've known about. I mean, I celebrate it, call my dad, tell my dad I love him and stuff. But I don't know. My old lady and I are like exactly alike in a lot of ways. We just not sentimental. I don't know. It's not that we're better. It's probably just because we're lazier.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. So what do you think, Thomas, of the packages? The card packages.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
The card packages I'm trying to put together.
It's cool for people. I'm not really into that, but
yeah,
it's cool.
I've got so many cards. I probably should sell my card collection. I could probably buy a fucking house.
Oh, by the way, Thomas, on the music front, I'm a couple solder joints away from finishing my own homemade overdrive pedal that I'm making for my stepdad.
Oh,
I remember we had that conversation. Yeah.
I'm on a side branch of hobby electronics again. It got me right back down that path. I'm like, okay, forget all this over here. I'm going to build my own overdrive pedal.
There you go.
Really?
Maybe you can make some money at it.
It's just fun, you know. But what it is really is I'm trying to show, like I was telling you, I'm trying to show my stepdad how, hey, man, you need to just update yourself a little bit, and the sky's the limit for you to play your guitar through. You know what I mean? And I'm just gonna be like, bro, look at I'm gonna bring the breadboard and everything, and I'm gonna be like, bro, look at this. I made this, bro. Hook your guitar up to it.
Mr. Miami 305. You got some Michael Jordan rookie cards? No shit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Dan Marino, actually, that Dan Marino rookie card ain't even the most expensive Dan Marino card I got. I actually have another card. It's hanging up right there. And that Beckett is signed by Dan Marino, which I ain't giving that away either. If I get something else signed by Dan, maybe I'll give it to you guys.
You know, we all knocked Dan for being a little strict with his autographs, but that just makes the one you got that much more valuable. Thanks, Dan.
It's a signed Dan Marino Beckett. I won't get rid of it. I love it. I've got Dion right here too. I keep it up. I love Dion. I told you I love Dion. I got Dion's rookie card as well. I've got.
I do have a couple Dan Marino signed footballs. One when he broke the touchdown record, and I got a picture of him signing it.
No shit.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a good one. See, Thomas, some of these things like I would part with quite a few of these cards, but there's some of them I mean, unless I had to, you know, if like medical bills for my kids or something, or my mother or some shit, maybe I would do something like that. But for the most part, I wouldn't sell them. I've held on to, listen, other than these cards that are right here, these new ones that I'm putting together in a package, which I get people like newer players and stuff more. All my cards are old. Like the earliest ones I got are from like 2001, and that's the fewest. Most of them are from the 90s, and some of them are old baseball cards. I got a couple of different Ken Griffey Jr. rookie cards, rare ones. I've got misprinted baseball cards that are misprinted. I got like a stack of like 10 of them that are all misprinted that I know are worth a lot. I just got to get them graded. It's the only way to get them worth anything.
Yeah. Now it's not the actual football, but it's the, it's where he's got the, most touchdowns. He did it like, a silver stencil pen or whatever.
Cool.
Or I bought it like where they had like a limited edition of them coming out. I forget, it was like 400 balls going out. So I ordered one to get one just to have it. But of course it's not, he's sure he has the original one.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know which one would be like the most expensive, but I've got some that are probably worth a couple of bucks.
I got a Barry Sanders signed picture of him too. That's worth, I think, about $500-600.
Yeah, that's kind of typical. Things are worth $500-600 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Misprint cards, it's a different business. Because you would have something and it's worth a lot. You think it is, but it's really not, and then you have something you think it ain't worth shit, and it's not. Like I have a card, it's worth about $50, and I'm gonna show it to you right now. I thought when I found it, I thought it was gonna be worth a lot, and it's not. It wasn't worth nearly as much as I thought it was. Don't let the sticker on here, because it says $15 on the sticker. It's just an old sticker, but it's Bill Ripken, and on the bottom of the bat, it's a misprint. On the bottom of the bat, it's written "fuckface" on the bottom of his bat.
I heard those were expensive. Those were worth something, no?
I mean, last time I looked up, it wasn't. But look, you could see.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine that was in the collected baseball cards, and he had that.
Yeah,
and he had that baseball card.
Yeah, it says "fuckface" on it, which is hilarious. So, and in fact,
I had a friend that collected baseball cards. He had cases and cases of them. I can imagine some of them are worth some money now. There's probably like one card in 40 cases that he's got that's worth, everything that he bought.
Yeah. Yeah, they're some I'll like never get rid of. I've got Thurman Thomas and Jim Kelly rookie cards, and I got them in this pack right there.
Nice.
I'll never sell them.
I've got a Shaq rookie card that I got. Like I was going through a McDonald's and they were giving out cards at the time, and it was a Shaq rookie, and I kept it, but I don't know where the hell it's at. It's in some drawer somewhere.
I'll tell you what I do have that's probably worth some money. Actually, I know it is. So in the late, I think it was like 89, they made a bunch of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards. I have all of them, in like pristine mint condition. And I found one of them that was graded at like a 9.9 grade. That was $8,000.
Yeah, it's amazing how some of the stuff, what it goes for.
Man. I remember when I was in middle school, I had those cards.
So I had them, and as a kid, I put them. I didn't play with them. I didn't touch them. I was like, "Ooh, these are gonna be worth money." So like, just not that I've ever sold any. Saving all this shit to sell them. I don't know why I haven't sold any. Probably should.
That's like the Barbie dolls and all that stuff's all worth money too. All those.
I got old comics, old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics. They're like big and stuff. I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when I was younger.
Yeah,
But
not saying I, collect Barbie dolls, but I've always
it's all
heard
right, Thomas. We know you've got some Barbie dolls. Just admit it. Just
I
admit
don't
it,
collect
bro.
any of that. Like I said, I got 2 footballs and I got a signed Barry Sanders. That's about it. And
Damn,
a
Jimmy.
Shaq rookie card somewhere. I don't know where. But
So I do have something that does have some really expensive cards in the deck, and they're really original, but unopened. Where the hell is it? They're around here somewhere. I've got unopened cards from Denny's. They made these baseball cards in like the mid 90s, and they were giving them out at Denny's. I've got like 30, 40 of them that are unopened. Like they're still in the package, tinfoil packaging. So I don't even know what's in there. I don't even know what they go for.
I had a coin collection when I was a kid. I remember somebody who worked at a bank and they could get me all the silver quarters I wanted. I was like buying them up every week for a while. I got them all sitting around somewhere in my house.
Yeah, it's weird stuff like that that's worth money. And then there's stuff that's worth like nothing. Like I've got signed Pete Rose, ain't worth a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Pete Rose ain't worth shit.
If they ever unbanned him, they probably would be.
It'll never happen, bro, because they know that'll happen. And he had Pete Rose's restaurant in Palm Beach, and I used to go there a lot with my grandpa. And
I remember seeing that from the road, right by 95 there.
Dope.
Right?
Place was awesome. It was like a Chuck E. Cheese type sports bar restaurant. It
Yeah,
was Dave and Buster's before Dave and Buster's.
I remember I used to work at Gulfstream Park back in the day, and I seen Pete Rose in the big bettors room, and that big bettors room is the minimum bet is $3,000. I'm like, damn, that he's got to be balling to be the minimum bet $3,000. So I don't think he's hurting Pete Rose.
So Moss says, you guys remember back in the 80s, Cal Ripken Jr. was awesome, but Bill Ripken hey, yeah, we talking the same thing, Chris, and talk about the 80s, that card, because they stopped printing. Yeah, I know. They caught it, and then they actually reprinted it without it. They just took it off.
Right. So you think because they only printed a few of them that it would be worth some money.
I think because it's not so nuanced, it was one of the easiest things to identify, and I'll pull it out. So people didn't know or realize, but these Topps cards, okay, they made tons of them. They were like worthless. You'd be surprised that a lot of these baseball cards I got money on, I bought them from a consignment shop, and they were all in a fucking box, and they were just all chucked away. And I bought them in like 93 for like $2 for the whole box. Well, now some of my most expensive cards that I have were in that box, and a lot of them, like this thing's full of all misprinted cards that are in here. It's King Griffey Sr. on the front there, but there's misprints. I forget where I found them all, but like they have these Topps cards. They misprinted them on purpose, and they actually got in trouble for it. But they did that to make them more valuable and didn't tell nobody. And so pretty weird. So now you won't really have that kind of stuff. That's why everything's like in super control now, where they make them like different.
All right, was that collector card gate back then? Is that what you're saying?
I guess so. So hold on, let me grab one of these cards, and so I could. Okay, so here's. Hold on a second. It's hard to see on them because it's so. All right, so here's a perfect example. And they did it to like players that you would throw away. They're a nobody player. And I'm going to show you two of them that are misprints. And they're hard as hell to find because especially in the condition I have them. Because like I said, everything I had, I always take really good care of. So Jose De Jesus or De Jesus, Kansas City So if you look right there underneath the D and the J, let me put it up on full screen. They purposely misprinted it with that white little speck on there. It's like a squiggly little line or something. See what I'm saying? Right underneath the D. See that little white blot?
Yep.
And here's another one. This one might not be as easy to see, but inside the A, they did like the A and the L. You see how it's like chopped up a little bit? There's like these squiggly lines. So both these guys, Calvin, sure did. I mean, look, they don't even look like pro baseball players. So they're like nobodies that they would do this to, and now nobody's got them. And you have to get them individually graded, and once they see that it's graded at what and that it's a misprint, I don't think I've seen one of these that were less than $500. That had that stuff. But yeah, I would like to maybe put together some packages to give away some of this stuff to people. Maybe I'll crack open the old chest and I'll put some of my personal collection and I'll put one in there. I got some good ones. I don't like giving away a lot of my Dolphins cards because I got plenty of them, but I don't like giving them away. You know what I'm saying?
Which is your it's worthless to everybody but valuable to you?
Zach Thomas.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, look, a lot of these cards that are up here I won't get rid of that are worthless. So I've got Mark Duper and Mark Clayton and Zach Thomas that are all on this rack here. So there's Zach at the top, Mark Duper and Mark Clayton. None of them are worth anything, and I'll never sell them. And then, like, same thing with these over here. It's Irving Fryer, Troy Vincent, O.J. McDuffie, and Mark Ingram. I'm not going to sell any of them. You know? Not worth anything. But I'm not selling them either. So, I don't know.
I kind of have something like that. I have like pieces of the Orange Bowl that this guy was selling. It's like in a cardboard thing, and it's like little windows, and it's showing like a chunk of the seed, a chunk of the concrete, like stuff like that when they broke it apart. And I bought it for like $20. Probably worth nothing, but I'll never get rid of it because it reminds me when I used to be there.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I've got like a John Offerdahl card, and I've got like old Dolphins players cards from the early 90s and stuff like that. I'm not getting rid of them. You know what I mean? They're for me. I'll give them to my son. I keep them for me, and then I'll give them all to my kid when he's old enough to take care of them. Mm-hmm. I would, even though I was 9, well, maybe I wasn't 9. Yeah, I was probably about 9, 10, 11 when I started getting into it. So although I took good care of him, he's got.
Yeah, that's more cards. Like it's not really worth nothing, but it's more sentimental that you want to hand down to your kid.
Yeah, and maybe it'll be worth something then, and if it'll be his, he wants to sell it, that's up to him.
Yeah,
you know. But there is, I have really good rookie cards and old stuff, and maybe I will grab something from the collection to put in these to sweeten the pot. Something people might
Which one would you go back into the fire for? Like if your house was on fire?
This drawer, the Dan Marino, I'll go in for it.
Same for me. Those footballs, going in, getting them out.
I mean, honestly, everything here, like that's just it. Like everyone's like, which one's the most sentimentalist? I've lugged around, you know, different rentals, different girlfriends. I mean, living with girlfriend, like different walks of life, been on the balls of my ass in a bad way and never gotten rid of any of these things. None of them needed the money, lost vehicles, whatever the case may be. No, not getting rid of this. Just not. So
diehard Dolphin fan right there.
Diehard just sports fan, football fan.
Oh, no father.
So yeah, I'm not gonna drop. I have considered selling a lot of the collection, especially the ones that I know people want, like the King Griffey rookie cards or my signed Cal Ripken Jr. card, things like that. I might sell them. The baseball, I got a lot of baseball cards that are worth a lot of money. I'm not a big baseball fan, but I've taken good care of them. I would say most of the things I got would have a 7 to 8 mint grade on a lot of it. So, and that's important in that. Everybody, make sure you're hitting the like button, subscribing to the network, and watching all the great content we have here on the TFTG network. Starting every week with Talk 7 TMI Tuesdays, live around 9, political talk sports show that's going to take you to the edge of politics and sports and back around again. Color commentary live on Thursdays, doing it right. It was a great show yesterday, Color. Still clicking. Make sure you guys go back and watch it. Tomorrow night, Late Night Exhale with Ali coming at you. Make sure to get down with the Exhale with Ali. All the other times, you can find me, El Capitan, doing it how you know, getting it how it is. Cash App, Venmo, The Fins Tailgate, Super Chat, help support the channel. Buy some of your stuff from Fanatics and support the channel, and buy some of our stuff to support the channel. So I'm trying to figure out a good package to give away. And I plan on getting some, Dolphin stuff, whatever, giving those stuff away. But I want to be something, a little bit more personal, because, this is my shit I'm giving you to have someone to enter and to win. So maybe I'll part with that. I'm not parting with that up there. That's the 72 Dolphins, and it's signed by Earl Morrall, Jim Kick, and Mercury Morris.
Nah, don't get rid of that. Cap,
that's mine.
Keep that.
That's mine,
man. Yeah, don't get rid of that.
But I have a Mercury Morris signed hat.
Nah, I wouldn't get rid of that either. Keep all that, Cap.
I know,
Keep that for
man.
your kids.
I know, but it's pretty tempting to allow the fans to enjoy it. Like I said, I'm coming into my treasure chest to give something away.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be the Dan Marino rookie card or the signed Dan Marino Beckett. You guys get out of here. I'll tell you what, $10,000, you can have both of them. 10 grand. Give me 10 grand, you can have them both. You give me $10,000, I'll give you the signed Marino Beckett. I can't give you the rookie card. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if it's 10 grand. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'll give you the Beckett, though. I'll tell you what. I do have a signed John Elway card you might get on that $10,000, though. I know people love John Elway. Again, I don't know. I'm going to put together a package. And I think in the package for the entry to win, it'll be one of these two decks, which have 7 cards in them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rookie cards and 2 marked cards of legends, which on this one is Terrell Davis, and this one it's Barry Sanders, and on the other one it's Reggie Bush and LaDainian Tomlinson. So I'll do that. And you say you have a signed Mercury Morris metal straw, Justin? That's got to be one of the most unique things ever. A metal straw, you got to keep that.
Yeah, that's unique.
That's unique. So maybe I'll do that. I'll find something in the treasure trove that I know people will like, and I'll do a TFTG hat and enter into a chance to win for $10, and we'll do a drawing after, I don't know, a couple weeks of people getting their chance to do it, and I'll put it together. I'll have a spread. I'll take a picture of it. So you'll get a TFTG hat. You'll win all these cards and one special item that I'll pick out of, my treasure trove. Something that, I don't know. Maybe it'll be like maybe it'd be one of these really badass baseball cards that I got because I got some badass ones. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll give you my Chad Johnson, a.k.a. Chad Ochocinco rookie card. That's one I hold dear. So, or maybe it'll be the Mercury Morris hat. I don't know.
Keep that, Cap. Don't get rid of that.
You got any John Jay? I'll take a John Jay. You got any John Jay?
Moss says he
John
wants
Jay?
an El Capitan and color signed TFTG hat. That's actually
There
a
you
good
go.
idea.
Oh,
Shit might be worth some money
I
someday.
know.
Yeah, Cap.
Especially-
Don't get
especially up in
rid of any of
Canada.
the 72 stuff, Cap. Keep that stuff, man.
Well,
Seriously.
I've got Merc signed on there, and I ain't getting rid of it. So if
No,
it was
I keep the
somebody
cap
else,
too. Keep that cap.
I don't know.
Cap.
I'm feeling it. So we'll see.
We started to get more people than Moss requesting signed flags. You know, we might do something. We might do a promotion on that.
Maybe. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't know. Like I said,
I wouldn't be so presumptuous about myself. I'm kind of a modest guy, so I appreciate the compliment.
my signature's ugly too. So
Well, I
swear.
wouldn't. I mean, I don't go that far. I kind of like mine, but.
Hey, did you ever hear when Kimbo Camper was on the fish tank?
Of course, yeah, I did.
That was my favorite. My favorite guest of the fish tank. And why I brought that up was because this guy gave him a ball that was signed by everybody on the 72 Dolphins team. He says, "I got everybody's signature but yours." And Bo Camper was like, I wasn't on the 72 team." He goes, "Can you please sign my ball?" He goes, "Look, I'm not going to sign it because it's a valuable ball and I wasn't on the 72 team." He goes, "Oh, you're just being an asshole. You don't want to sign my ball." He's like, "Give me the ball." He signed it. He goes, "Not any worth shit. Here."
Yeah, it's not.
Actually, in the collector's world, it's worth the most.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how shit works. Because now he's got a 72 signed ball that has Bo Camper on it. Funny enough, this ball right here has Juwan James and Mike Pouncey, and
You're looking for trouble?
there's Mike Pouncey. There's Juwan James. There's two other players on here that I don't remember, but I got this signed. My wife actually got this signed in Jackson or in Miami at a Dolphins game after we lost to the Jets, actually. Geno Smith beat us. Fucking Geno Smith. And
that's the worst. Then you got to hear from all those belligerent Jet fans on the way out, too.
But yeah, it's got Juwan James, Mike Pouncey, and there's two other players. One of them is something people would recognize. I just can't remember. I've got it written on somewhere because I can't. It's hard to read them. But yeah,
Yeah. Also, question is, do I sign with my real name or do I sign with color? I've never made a color commentary signature before.
I've never signed El Capitan either. So yeah, that would be
Color,
one
I
of the-
say you sign it like your design.
Right.
Well, I don't want
right?
to give you. Yeah, I'll probably do the El Capitan. Yeah.
Do the C with the C inside it, like
Right.
your.
Yeah, that would be dope. Color commentary.
Well, not
Yeah,
to
just
dox
the way-
myself, but I'm already used to those initials.
That's true.
Yeah, but you got to put the little lines on it, like the outside. You do the C and then make the little scales on it, and then the C in the middle.
Right.
So yeah, maybe I'll figure something out. I don't know what. We'll see. Put together something to give away. Just something to do for like a month or so. People can enter in to win or something like that, and we'll do like a raffle type deal. I'm trying just mulling it over.
Are you ever? You have the Finn's tailgate flag, right?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Are you gonna make more of them?
More of them?
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on demand.
I'll get one of them and put it on my boat. And
Yeah,
put
they're
it
on
there with
demand.
my American flag.
They're from the same merch provider, right? They're on demand, right, Kent?
Yeah, they're on there. You can buy them. I don't know how much they are. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, the
they're on
link's in the
demand.
description. The link's in the description. You can buy any of these things in the description, and they come in different colors. Not the flag, but like the hats and the beanies and stuff. They all come in different.
They
colors.
make them on demand, so they take a minute to get to you. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
because they're made on demand, pretty much.
Yeah, it's not like a box of them sitting here.
Everybody's got their American flags and Trump flags on their boats. I'll have my American flag and the Phin
Right.
tailgate flag.
TFTG, yep. And people are like, what's that? Be like, you don't know. You ain't cool.
Yep.
You're not cool enough to
Well,
know.
I'm
I'd
figuring
start
a
calling them all, hey,
triad.
you got to go there and check them out. You know?
I'm figuring a triad: American flag in middle, raised the highest, and then the Dolphin flag flanked on the left, a little lower, and then the Finn's tailgate flag on the right, a little lower than that.
It's a lot of flags, color.
Then you have to put it at half staff when we lose.
Well, you ain't staking your claim if you don't have a flag, man.
That's true. That's true. Or you got to pee on it. You can pee on it too.
Right.
That works.
You gonna be flying that flag down for when you come down to the Dolphins game this year?
Absolutely. I actually flew my old flag. It's a purple one. It's the original, like hold on.
I'm gonna probably put one in my apartment window.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Oh, by the way, Capitan, remember a few months ago me telling you that my neighbor told me I needed to take my Dolphin gear off?
No.
My hat?
That. No, I don't.
I was walking by my neighbor in the morning. He's down at the other end of the apartment building, right? And I was walking out to my car, and he's like, said something like, I need to take that hat off or something.
Why? Is he a Jets fan?
Well, I don't know. I thought maybe he was I thought maybe that he like was upset with the Dolphins about what happened with Flores, right? Or something like that.
Okay,
or I don't know. Either case, I just went by their window the other day. They got a Patriots flag in their window now.
Well, there you go.
Now it makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Next time you catch him in the parking lot.
See, that's the type of I'm gonna kick your ass.
Yep, exactly.
Come over there and catch a piece, dog. Catch two piece with a side of soda on his ass.
My next door, my 2 doors down for me is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, but I told him about the Finn's tailgate. He said he was going to come by and subscribe. Yeah.
Well, that works.
We'll see if he did. I told him we got another Steelers fan already here, so he'll be in good.
We got a Steelers fan modded on the team.
Yeah.
We got love.
Yep.
I think he's a Dolphin fan deep down inside.
I think so too. I mean, you can't sweat in Florida and be amongst it and then root for some team somewhere else forever. Like, Dolphins get to winning, you're going to see fandom grow. And this is something I talked a lot about. And matter of fact, I talked to Gio today on the phone about it. Because, whether you guys know it or not, and some of you guys do, the more you're on social media, YouTube and Twitter and things like that. What's up, Crypto? Drop the link, color.
What's up, Crypto?
Whether you guys know it or not, there's gatekeeping in our fan base. There's people that want to, be the arbiters of Dolphin fandom. And, I know it looks like I'm all tech savvy and know how to use, shit and whatnot, but I don't. And I know that I've got 4,300, almost 4,400 Twitter followers. That's because I'm good at shit. I know how to figure things out. Ain't because I've been on there. I've only been on Twitter for a few months. But this gatekeeping into the fan base, I've seen it from afar, watching YouTube, watching on Twitter. And it's not the older fans, because that shit would have never have flown at all. It's a younger, newer fan. And I don't want to begrudge them, because to me, it's they feel ownership and they want to protect it, and they don't like negativity, and it's all this super positivity.
I've got a certain hypothesis on that. I just kind of formulated a little bit, kind of just now on that, Capitan. I'm almost thinking that. Go ahead.
Before you go, what's the worst thing you could call somebody on Twitter? The actual worst thing you could call somebody on Twitter. You know what it is?
A troll.
Nope.
Hold on.
Biatch.
It's the most egregious thing you could call somebody nowadays.
A biatch.
What is it?
A twitch.
Oh, a casual. You're a casual.
Oh, a casual. Yeah.
You're a casual.
Right.
Dude, what's funny is I was on
you know what?
Spaces.
That
I was
almost
on Twitter Spaces. Hold on, I was on Twitter Spaces, and somebody got into an argument. They called him a casual, and oh my God, you swear to
Well,
God,
that almost illustrates my point. That almost illustrates my point. I think a lot of the younger people, I don't know where the age threshold might be, but there are people, in a certain age group that have literally grown up on the internet their entire lives, on the internet, in virtual reality.
Yeah.
In a virtual world. And so when everything that they see, that they think of and that they imagine comes to real life in that virtual world, it's very easy for them when we give constructive criticism, or we make a stupid little joke like the Lamar Jackson joke today. I think they feel and I know it sounds stupid to us, and I make fun of it too, but I think they actually feel real hurt because they understand that spoken words can be manifested into reality, the virtual reality that they're used to growing up in. You know what I mean? And so it's hard for them. They take insult to stupid little things. And again, as illustrated by the pushback on that meme today, you had somebody, I mean, it really is that they think that we're going to speak to his failures into existence just by joking around about Lamar. You know what I mean?
The color, they're the most likely to fall victim to propaganda.
But having grown up in a virtual world, things that you speak do manifest into reality. You see what I'm saying?
They're living in that
reality.
Yeah.
And that's what they're used to. They don't realize that nothing we say or do is going to affect whether Lamar Jackson comes here, whether Tua balls out or not. None of that. You know what I mean? Like, nothing we say.
California says, back in the day, we memorized stats. Couldn't just look them up on our phone. Plus, the stats.
Yeah, that's because we trusted newspapers back then.
Well, listen, there wasn't QBR. It was how many times you throw, how many times you run, what'd you fail at, and that's it. It was plain and simple. And then everything else
was simplified.
To California's point, that memorization is literally what made guys like Drew Rosenhaus and Jerry Maguire and these types. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's up,
you make a good statement, Crypto. Back then, we trusted newspapers.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
I remember when I was a teenager, I had like about 30 phone numbers memorized. Now I can't even memorize one.
Bro, I don't even know my freaking business phone line number. I forget it, bro. I got my cell phone number, but not my business line number, which is probably more important. You know what I'm saying?
Newspaper, the newspaper. When I was like 8 years old, I would sit there on Sundays. And in the Palm Beach Post, the sports section, they would have
Post, big time.
Yeah, they would have every game with the little helmets and everything, right? Facing each other for each game. And I'd go through, make my picks, just like you do online now, man, with fantasy league or something. You know what I mean?
I was just gonna say that, Color. Back in the day when fantasy first came out, you had to go to the newspaper on Tuesday morning to make sure to get all your stats right.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's going on, Cap for life?
Yeah, man. Just hope everybody's doing good, man. Just talks about this stuff, man. Chris, I really hope you do invest in that fantasy football league, man.
Invest in it? What do you mean? What you mean? Like do a fantasy football league show?
Start one up for the Finn's tailgate this season?
Oh no, that's a certainty, bro. That's happening for certain. Oh yeah, we're doing a whole fantasy football show once a week.
Yes.
That's
And by the way, how's Mike doing? I'm just checking. See how he's doing. I hope he's okay.
Mike's good. Mike's good. He's had some changes in his life. He's got a full-time job now. He's got some stuff going on. He's hopefully he'll come back around if he could squeeze in his schedule. I think he needs some time off, get things situated, had some family stuff, all that things. So hopefully Mike will be able to squeeze back in and come back around come football season. So
tell him I said hi, and I was just hoping he's doing well.
Yep. Same here.
Yeah, I like Mike. I like him.
Mike's a cool
Good
guy.
dude. Good kid. Yep, good guy.
Yeah, good dude.
I tried to get him to wear the 10-gallon hat, the Texas 10-gallon hat. He wouldn't wear it.
He always looks sharp. He always looks sharp in his hats every time he come on.
Yeah, he looked good. Yeah, putting the
just
vest
like
on.
just like you with the purple jacket. Same thing.
Yeah, you got to have something sometimes. So it's niche is a niche, ain't
Purple
it?
jacket.
Listen,
he got the Fitzmagic jersey, right? Is that the Fitzmagic jersey?
No, it's Jarvis. It's Jarvis.
Oh,
it's Jarvis.
I was
Landry.
I was like, wow, you got Fitzmagic.
No, this is Jarvis Landry. Sierra.
Yeah.
Did he ever sign with someone? Is he with someone now? Or?
Yeah, they're with the Saints.
He went to Saints?
Yeah, he's with the Saints. What's going on, Alex?
What's going on, guys? Long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Alex, how's it going? Hey, Alex, you can't get away with it. I saw you wearing a T-Mobile shirt the other day. What's going on with AT&T? You abandoned AT&T now. I saw you wearing a T-Mobile shirt.
AT&T bought T-Mobile, right?
Well, crypto, here's the thing. I moved down to Texas, so I moved down. They bought Sprint and Metro. I moved down to Texas, so when I was supposed to get hired by AT&T, but what happened was they screwed up everything here. They lost my paperwork and everything because they were going to offer me. They offered me a position, and they lost my paperwork and everything. So they wanted me to go through the entire process again, the interview, and 2 interviews and everything else. But T-Mobile swooped in and
made you a better offer.
Made me a better offer, exactly.
Right.
Welcome back, Alex. Haven't seen you in a while, man.
I know. Just living in Texas and getting ready to.
So you traded hot and wet for hot and dry, huh?
Yes.
You still have that PlayStation out here.
By the way, guys, there is somebody else who's very famous that wore a purple jacket. You all know, right?
Prince.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh my God, Prince.
Purple rain.
Bro, I'm gonna try to get that full get up.
We get a little purple rain.
Hey, you can even
talking
make
about
it,
tonight, guys?
You can even modify it, make it a little steampunkish, like Johnny Depp did for his version. You know?
Hell yeah. We're
so I'm getting destroyed right now, because of my take with Lamar the other day on Stevie D's podcast.
Yeah, I've heard, Alex, because it's.
But why? But question is, why does everybody like so infatuated? Why does everybody think that Lamar's just the next coming of?
So I don't think it's the infatuation, and there's no coming of Lamar. He's already arrived. That's kind of the point, Alex.
But again, he's not accurate. He's not accurate, guys. He has a strong arm, but he's not.
How do you figure his completion percentage? His completion percentage is 2 points lower than Tua's.
Oh no! Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But again,
I've been told Tua is the most accurate quarterback in the NFL.
Well, his stats.
And for that matter,
what are we basing accuracy on?
Is 10 points lower.
Percentage or?
But the question is, what about 25 or 30 yards down the field?
But
25 or 30 yards.
What about 25, 30 yards down? Are we now talking in a given range? Well, okay. I'm better at washing windows than I am washing laundry.
Your ass.
Did you guys see the Pro Bowl accuracy throws a couple years ago, Lamar? You see how bad they were?
You know who I didn't see throwing it?
He's coming off an injury.
I didn't see Tua in that Pro Bowl thing.
Well, that was before Tua was drafted.
Alex, let me just say this real quick. If we give
was good
Lamar
comeback,
the same deference we give Tua, let's say if the last couple seasons, what we've seen out of Lamar, the lack of improvement in his throwing mechanics, that kind of stuff. If we give the same deference to him that we gave to Tua and say that he just hasn't been happy there for whatever reason, and we go to the season that he had an MVP season, okay, he effectively had two weapons, just like Tua does, a good wide receiver and a good tight end. Okay, that's all he had. He threw for 36 touchdowns and like 6 interceptions. And, you know, his yardage was down.
He threw
because of his running
like
ability
30
and his propensity to run.
3,500 yards in that year, but he also ran for like 1,100 yards too.
Yeah.
He accounted for 4,700 yards of offense.
Remember that good wide receiver drops a lot of balls too.
Well,
But
and also, I don't know what I'm getting. His career completion percentage is like 64. Tua's is 66.
Right. Got to remember, all those drop balls are incompletions that were right in his hands.
Patrick Mahomes is only right around 65 career.
Yeah, I want to say Josh Allen, who's favored to go to the Super Bowl, he's in like what 55%.
He has never been to highest Josh Allen has been was 69%. He's right averages 65%. And here's another thing. Josh Allen has never thrown for more than 37 touchdowns in one season. He threw for 36 last year, equaling Lamar's total from Lamar's MVP season. And Josh Allen rushed for 738 yards last season. Why do we not talk about the same Josh Allen in the same regard that we do Lamar Jackson?
As far as negativity goes. And then, I mean, that's a whole other topic.
Right. No one's saying Josh Allen is too inaccurate to be a Dolphin quarterback.
If you want to compare Lamar Jackson to Tua, if you just want to compare Lamar Jackson to himself and criticize him or critique him, then you'll have to critique everything that applies to him would also apply to Josh Allen.
I hear what you guys are saying, but again, I don't believe Lamar is a passer.
Then you don't believe in Josh Allen as a passer. It's the same thing.
Josh Allen I've seen when he came in as his rookie year, I said that the kid sucked. I said the kid sucked.
Right. Okay, so
I said
okay, fine. So you're agreeing with me then.
I also said that the kid would throw a bomb down the field, but he will overthrow his receiver by 20 yards and end up in the stands.
Right.
I said his accuracy was so bad.
And how's Lamar any different?
Because Lamar has not gotten better through the years with his accuracy. He's gotten a little bit better, but he's not there.
His accuracy has been exactly the same. Look at his box. Look at his 4-year box score.
That's exactly what I'm saying. The same.
Yeah, Josh Allen's is the same.
He's not gotten better.
How much better do you get from
how many
MVP
more weapons?
status,
How many Stephon Diggs is in Cole Beasley? Wait a minute. Hold on.
When you
how
think
many
of Lamar, what do you think
Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley's is he throwing to?
The way he gets better.
Joe Flacco did it with shitty receivers too. Joe Flacco did it with shitty receivers.
And Joe Flacco's a good quarterback. I don't know what you're saying there. I don't know why Joe Flacco has anything to do with this.
Joe Flacco on their way to winning the Super Bowl, Anquan Bolden and him lit it up in the playoffs.
Yes, I understand it, but he was towards the end of his career.
Didn't he have Todd Heap?
Yes. And I have a Todd Heap rookie card too, Crypto.
Yes.
Arizona Sun Devil.
That guy was, last time I checked, he wasn't a bag of peanuts out there.
Yeah.
Hey, the way Lamar gets better is Hollywood doesn't drop passes right in his hands.
Nor Sammy Watkins. How about Sammy Watkins?
How
about we just give the same deference to Lamar as we do to Color's point, is that, hey, Lamar could be better the same way Tua could with better protection.
Exactly.
Better weapons.
Exactly. Now, Alexander, that being said, take the MVP season that I was talking about with those numbers and apply them to our quarterback with the team we have built right now going into this season. And how I don't know how we don't bludgeon everybody into a Super Bowl.
Is it not fair to say that it's very hard to succeed in Miami? Aren't we like the new Cincinnati Bengals? No, seriously, I'm being honest.
We're the new Detroit Lions.
Okay, that's
what I was
even
gonna say.
better.
We're the Detroit Lions. We won a playoff game.
That's going a little bit too far.
Well, for instance,
When's the last time Detroit won a playoff game?
Alexander,
The question I want to ask you guys is this.
for instance,
We're
Alexander, I'll
22
give you an
fucking
example. I'll
years.
give you an on-field example. Okay, that play where the famous play where he threw really short to Mac Hollins, and that was everybody laughs at all the time. That play, if that was Lamar Jackson, that would have been a 20-yard run, and he wouldn't have been touched.
Oh, maybe.
Absolutely
maybe.
correct.
Maybe, yes. I agree.
Here's what it is for me. The Ravens in 2019, which was Lamar Jackson's MVP season,
excuse me,
they only had Marquise Brown, who was a rookie on that team.
And Mark Andrews.
No, he wasn't a rookie. It was his second year.
No, Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown, was a rookie in 2019. Go look it up. I'm looking right at it.
And even if he wasn't, he's still no better than Jalen Waddle.
Yes, and beyond that, beyond having the tight end that we're talking about, the only other person that I see on the roster right now as wide receiver was Miles Boykin, right?
They had a great offensive line.
They had a good
Lamar's always had a great offensive
here's
line.
what Lamar had that was,
Fair enough.
He still lit it up. But what he did have was a good running game. They had Mark Ingram and they had Gus.
I'll be right back, Color.
And that's really big. And to me, this team, if you put Lamar on it, and listen, I'm supporting Tua all the way.
Okay, great, Ali. Well, real quick, Ali.
Yeah,
I want to stop you for just a second. What you just said about the good running game, right? Now, take that team that he got 36 touchdowns on, okay, and got an MVP. Take that team and add Tyreek Hill,
and that's what I was.
And Jalen Waddle and Cedric Wilson, Raheem Mostert.
Exactly, Color, and that's exactly where I was getting at. When you put him in this,
in our defense,
yes, and he had a good.
I mean, Ravens always have good defense, but it wasn't the Ray Lewis defense. Let's face it.
Exactly. So you can just imagine he just threw 36 touchdowns that season. Imagine how many he could throw with this team.
Don't forget that he put a 50 burger on us with that team in 2019. Do we forget?
Well, here's the thing. That defense was. Our defense, it was completely gutted. It was terrible. Anybody could throw. You could go out there.
Fair enough, but he did what he needed to do, Alex. He put a 50 burger on that team.
I guarantee you this. You Color, Crypto, Ali, and everybody could go out there and put that 50 burger up on our defense.
Right, but what I'm saying is
I
he
guarantee
did what
you
he was supposed to do. If in other words, if you take that Ravens team and put them against the Saints team that we faced this year, that they would have put up that 50 burger.
Question. Now I want to go around the room, and I want to ask
Tom Brady put up 43 on us.
Yeah,
so you gonna say that?
I want to ask everybody this: when you think of
We're not saying
Lamar,
he's the second coming of Jesus. We're just saying.
I know that.
How do people get so threatened when it comes to, hey, we have a chance to make our team better? Forget Tua. It's not about Tua.
Actually,
I'm not making this about Tua. I'm not making this about.
I know you're not.
But here's the thing.
You understand that most people that are talking up Lamar are not calling him Jesus. We're just saying, look, I'm the person that says Deshaun Watson is better than Lamar. Deshaun Watson took him to school in college.
Well, I'm so glad that
Deshaun Watson is better than Lamar. Lamar is not that accurate.
The way it's looking right now, I'm so glad that we didn't get him. Oh my God, I
And I'm
pray
not
to
in
Jesus.
I don't disagree with you there, Alex. I don't disagree with you on that at all. I'm just pointing out that when Clemson faced Louisville, Deshaun Watson took Jackson to school, man.
No question.
You know what's funny? Alex brings up a good point. Maybe the mojo is changing for us because that is typical Dolphins that we would have got Watson and then we would have been in this mess right now. Maybe the mojo is finally.
Although, Thomas, something could be said to TD's point is that, I don't think the Browns are hurting about it, to be honest with you. They're doing the long play. They're thinking the same thing that TD's always said, that, you don't expect him to have done anything the first year. Hey, you're fine because he's 20-something years old and he's still going to be elite when this is all said and done.
Color, this is Michael Vick all over again. He's going to come back and he ain't going to be the same guy.
Well, fair point. That's a fair argument. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that
I want to ask everybody this.
They're not worried about it.
I want to ask everybody this: if you were a defensive coordinator and you were scheming for Lamar, what's the first thing you're going to take out? Or stop?
If you're defensive, what?
If you're a defense coordinator, what's the first thing you scheme to stop?
I would take out his ability to throw to whatever weapons he has, and in the case when we faced him, it was Mark Andrews.
So you want to stop his legs?
Who are we facing?
That's the first thing.
Who are we facing?
Who are we facing?
So you're facing Lamar Jackson right now. What's the first thing going to stop?
You make it one dimensional, and you stop the run. You take out the run.
Yeah, you take out the run.
I want to take out the run.
Exactly.
You will let him run, and don't let him pass.
Not him.
But
any run game.
You still have to do it though. And what I'm saying is, if he's got our wide receiver room in the secondary to throw to,
right,
it don't matter if you stop his legs.
Yeah,
right.
There are questions about his accuracy.
Have you seen Have you seen some of the throws this guy's made?
I've seen it.
Like he literally will do a standing broad jump. A standing broad jump with 5 guys draped on him and toss the ball across the middle of the field.
You're bringing 2019 stats to the year 2022. We're going off what we saw last season. Last season wasn't so great for him.
I'm not saying he's not an elite quarterback.
Why do we not do the same thing? If we're making the comparison to Tua, then we have to do the same thing to Tua. Remember, I started this conversation.
I'm just saying, nobody's comparing.
Remember, I started this conversation by saying we're giving the same deference to Lamar that we did Tua. That he's just not happy in Baltimore right now.
Okay, so you're gonna bring in his best season and input the players that we have now.
Yeah, because we know that's what he has the ability to do at this level.
Not recently, Color. Recently, no.
Tua hasn't done it at all at this level.
Exactly.
That's my point. What does that tell you, Color? What does that tell you?
But Q, you also
what does
have to
that tell you?
Q, so you're telling me his team wasn't decimated by injuries last year?
Yeah, that's true. Listen.
I mean, come on, man.
No, they tell. Well, you know what, Thomas? It's funny you bring that up because every time I talk up our defense, that's what they tell me.
I'm laughing right now,
terrible.
Bro.
That's
I'm
why our
laughing right
defense
now
looked so good.
Because you guys sound like 2 years right now.
They want to have it always. I talk up our defense and they say the Ravens were decimated on injury. You guys have already made that clear. The Ravens were decimated by injury when we faced them. You made that
cut it out.
Clear.
They were.
Oh my God!
No.
They were decimated by injuries when we faced them.
Because right now you're defending somebody who played like doodle garbage last season, bro.
Yeah, they were number 1 team in the NFL until they got injured.
Thank you, Thomas. You just reminded me of that, and I'm calling checkmate. If you're going to sit here and tell me our defense wasn't as good because the Ravens were decimated on injury, then you're going to have to admit that Lamar didn't look as good because of the same reason. Checkmate.
And Q, why is it okay for you to make those excuses? I mean, listen, I like Tua and I want him to succeed, but I'm just playing.
Why is it okay for you guys to make excuses for Lamar?
Let me finish.
I'm leveling the playfield right now.
Okay,
we make excuses for Tua. You make excuses for Lamar.
I'd rather not make excuses for either. That's what I'm trying to say.
The question,
but you're making excuses.
But we had to do that to even breach the conversation. Q, we had to make those. We had to make that caveat to even have the conversation.
I'm asking
Hey, Q, the difference is we were decimated by injuries, and it was a quarterback. That's the difference.
Hold up, Thomas. Ali, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No. I'm asking you straight up, Q. All right, listen. I'm a Dolphin fan. I'm a Dolphin here, if you want to call it that. Okay.
Okay.
I want to know.
Of course.
What is the difference? What is the difference between making the excuses for Tua and making the excuses for Lamar? Right? Why is it okay for you guys but not okay for us?
It's no different. You're making excuses. It doesn't change the fact that his play last season was subpar. In comparison to his 2000.
So you tell me. I want to answer this. So you tell me that it's okay for you guys to make all those excuses, but it's not okay for us.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying. I'm not comparing the both of them to each other. I'm just saying Lamar Jackson's play last season was subpar.
I think teams have figured out Lamar.
It wasn't the usual Lamar that we saw.
That subpar. Last year was minus.
That's what we're trying to say.
Compared to what he played like, it's subpar.
What we're trying to say is, no, wait, let me
Lamar
say
Jackson
this.
is an elite quarterback.
Please let me have the floor a second.
Go ahead.
Okay, what we're trying to say is Tua's play was subpar, and that is the norm for him.
Cutler, can I make a point?
Baltimore's O-line was.
Wait, let me make a point.
Well,
guys, hold on, Crypto. Let me make a point.
You guys got to admit that
Let me make a point. Q.
Go ahead.
Tua's season was
again. You're bringing up Tua.
Why are
you bringing up Tua, bro?
Because Tua is our current quarterback, and that's how we compare if it's an upgrade or not.
But I'm talking about Lamar. All I said was his performance last season was
the reason
you have
we're
to have a
talking
measuring
about
stick,
Tua
Ali,
is
correct.
because when we bring up Lamar, they immediately bring up Tua and a comparison.
Can we ever get
Lamar
right
is correct.
I did not bring
the
up
They're
Tua.
literally trashing Lamar because they're threatened that he's going to take
we get
Tua's
Dante
job, bro.
Culpepper. He
The
sucks.
Baltimore
That's
Ravens
what's
O-line-
going
Ain't what's going on.
Bro,
This team
The Baltimore
stinks,
Ravens
man. This
O-line-
organization drives me nuts.
Hey, look.
That's normally what goes on, Color. Anybody that's
Ravens
directed
O-line
to
was
it pretty
bad,
much
bro.
gets bad.
Lamar sucks as a passer. Can we
Okay,
stop
okay,
that
okay,
trope?
okay, Cap,
It's such
Cap,
a lie.
Cap, tell
That's
me,
a terrible.
was
meme out there.
Lamar quarterback play last season subpar?
Well, you
If
have
you
to
want
put
to say
into
compared to
account.
what
Don't
Lamar did,
tell
not
me
based on what
anything
Tua did.
else.
Hold on,
Just say yes or no, bro.
Hold on.
Yes or no?
No. You're not gonna get away with that. Based on
Can
what?
I answer? Can I answer?
Doesn't matter what you think.
Based on what Lamar put on film, it could be subpar, but it's not based on what Tua put on film. It's not subpar.
Thank you, Crypto.
Again, going back to Tua.
Thank you,
Again,
Crypto.
going back to Tua.
Listen. At the end of the day, the Baltimore Ravens situation with their O-line was just like ours, to the point where we purged them. We purged them twice for O-line help. And they were still able to do something. But at the end of the day, I'm not giving excuses for Lamar anymore. I'm not giving excuses for Justin Herbert anymore. At this point right now, the Chargers right now have a running back, have a defense. Their expectation level is way higher than ours. So right now, there's a lot of people that need to step up right now, bro. That's just the way it is, bro. We can't have excuses for nobody anymore.
That's all I was saying, bro. That is all I was saying. Last season, in comparison to his 2019 MVP season, was subpar. Last season, Lamar his play last season was garbage.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
So
you
cute.
can say that about anybody who has the MVP that has anybody but decline. You can say it's subpar.
Take off your Lamar Jackson hat, whatever you want to call it, bro.
You could say Tom Brady's MVP like seasons was subpar the following seasons.
But we're not talking about them.
But it's the same measurement.
Point,
It's
bro.
nothing to say that somebody had a subpar season if they had an MVP like season the previous season. Nobody have back-to-back consecutive MVP like seasons.
Except
That's
for
an anomaly.
Except for
So
Aaron
was Kyler Murray?
I'm
Kyler
talking
Murray
about
Except for
think
Aaron
Kyler Murray
Rodgers.
was subpar?
You all think because he
Was
stopped doing it
Kyler Murray
that he'll
subpar?
never be able to do it again. And we think that
No,
since Tua
no,
has
no.
never
Stop
done
putting
it,
words in
that
my
he'll
mouth,
never
bro.
be able to
Color,
do it.
no.
What's
Listen,
the difference?
listen, look. All I know is everybody thinks Kyler Murray is the end all be all.
Stop
And
putting
right
words in
now,
my mouth, bro.
look,
Stop putting words in my mouth.
Kyler Murray is subpar.
I'm saying his last
Kyler Murray is
season was
subpar
garbage.
right now.
Well,
Right.
he
Hey,
was
hey,
in
I'm gonna
MVP
answer
talks,
that.
and when he got his team out to a 10-1 record, and they got injured.
Hold on, Q.
Huh?
You know the thing about it is
There you go.
Hold on a minute.
Look, we were not comparing garbage seasons when we started the conversation. If you want to compare garbage seasons, let's do that. Lamar was still better.
Q. Listen, John Elway had subpar seasons. Marino had subpar seasons. Trey Aikman had
Kyler
subpar
Murray.
seasons.
Yeah,
but
Kyler
overall, the body of work.
But you, no. You guys out here talking about Lamar like he had the same season he had 2019. It wasn't.
Yeah,
Nobody said that.
Said that, bro.
No one ever said that.
Where did you hear that?
The bank about it, bro. Why are you all over my? You know.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence, and nobody can hang with my stuff. You know, I'm just a
Sorry,
big,
guys.
hairy American winning machine. You ain't first.
Hey, Q. Q, you got to admit this, though.
We good, bro. We good,
Q,
bro. Come on. I got them all, bro.
I'm going fast.
You good, my dog.
We just got people gaslighting us about Lamar Jackson, and we're not taking it. Like Lamar Jackson is easily top 8 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Q, you got to admit this.
Who's
been the
a lot
healthier
of gaslighting going on, Color?
Q.
Right about
Who's
that.
been the healthier quarterback? Like I thought.
That is true.
What?
There's your answer, buddy.
No.
Healthier.
My
Who has missed less games?
Who's what?
Who has missed less games than that is Lamar?
Okay. But what are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying, bro?
Really is not a concern for him. That's what he's saying.
Let me put it this way, Q.
He's saying nothing right now.
No, he's saying durability shouldn't be a concern for anybody who's concerned about his durability.
Agree with me on
Going back down that road again, so let's go trade Buffalo for Josh Allen instead then.
Color, let me talk for Q.
Hold on. I just want to say something.
I want to hear your answer on this one. If Tua misses significant time this year, is he considered a bust?
Yes.
Significant time.
Yes.
Come on,
Yes.
Q.
Yes. 3 years in a row. Come on, guys.
Yes.
Stop it.
Thank you.
No, not yet.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to play all 16.
So why are you bringing up Tua? I'm
16
talking
and
about
17,
Lamar.
you have to play 16 and 17 to get out of that.
You guys are not hearing what I'm
ask you guys a
saying.
question.
All you heard
Who
was
would you
Lamar
rather
was
like,
garbage.
Kirk
That's
Cousins or
it.
Tua?
That's all you
If you
heard.
want to win.
That's all you heard.
Color, and
That's
Cap.
all you guys heard.
Q.
That's why I say
Here's
y'all
the-
sound like 2 years right now, man, defending Lamar Jackson.
Here's my
Wait a
here's my
minute, we're
question
just putting
to
it
you.
into context.
Here's
Somebody's
my
defending the guy.
to you guys on this about Tua.
How you putting it in context? Crypto? I said it already. Compared to his 2019 MVP season that Color likes to bring up, last season he was subpar.
Let me ask you.
Doesn't
But
look like
that
a
happens.
leader.
Am I right or
My
am I
point
wrong?
is that happens all
Am
the
I
time
right
with
or am I
every
wrong? Just say
MVP.
yes.
Nobody has
Everybody that has
disagreed
won
with
that award has had a subpar
Excuses,
season following
excuses.
season.
Yes or no, bro? Yes or no?
Q.
Excuses, excuses.
Everybody on this panel right now, I want to ask you a question right now. You guys want to sit there and say that Tua will be a bust if he misses significant time. But I got a quick question for you. If he misses 5 games, but then he leads the NFL in touchdown passes, and he leads the NFL right now in yards and passing yards, are you still going to still call him a bust?
That's not possible, Alex. If he's missing significant,
No, it's not possible.
Alex.
Why?
If Tua's missing significant games, How is he making those? How is he leading the NFL in touchdowns?
That means that he'll have to
Oh,
score like 5 or 6
Derrick
touchdowns a game for the
Derrick
rest of the
Henry
season.
missed significant
Yeah,
time, but still led the
because
NFL
Alex
in rushing
thinks
yards.
that Tua is the Derrick Henry of quarterbacks.
Let's not say Tua gets injured now. Let's not say
That's
that.
delusional, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Q or Alex, answer truthfully. What percentage rate? Like, I'm just going to put it this way.
Try to get an answer out of me to fit your narrative. I'll play. I'll play
my narrative. No. I'm fitting the narrative that we should be open to upgrading every position on this team. That is my fucking narrative. But this is basically what I tell you.
Okay, ask the question.
66.1% completion rate was the MVP season. What was his completion rate last year? And don't even look it up. Answer from mind. What do you think it is?
I already know the answer because I've already looked it up.
I think it's 64. 64.
He dropped 2% rate, only 2 percentage points, and you're going to call it a subpar season? Okay.
Yeah,
No. Okay. Let me get the
most
floor now. Let me
accurate
get the floor now.
quarterback in the NFL. Now do two.
Let me get the floor.
Everybody gets those 5-yard passes just like Tua can, right?
You want to talk complete?
Lamar
Let me
gets
get the
those
floor.
5-yard passes,
Let me get
right?
the floor. Since Ali asked me a question, let me answer. So you want to talk completion rate? You want to talk completion rates?
That's okay. I already know.
Completions. Hey, hold up. Completions are also receptions, so that's not a particular quarterback stat. And I'm gonna go back to Larry because Larry put up a great point about QBRs. QBR is all around QB stats. So if you want to come at me with a stat, come at me with QBR because Lamar Jackson's QBR, his 2019 season, I think it was 81 or 82, I think, and he dropped right now all the way down to a 70.
Do you know? Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Might not be right. Let me.
What does QBR make of? What is the stats that make up the QBR?
It's all QB. It's all quarterback play. Everything quarterback. Just quarterback. Running.
They just added QBR versus quarterback rating.
Everything, bro.
What's the difference between QBR and quarterback rating?
No.
Everybody like to go by QBR because it fits the narrative on making Tua the greatest of all time.
QBR is quarterback rating, bro. QBR is quarterback rating.
I'm talking about the other quarterback metric. That's much higher. It adds more stuff.
No. What Ali was telling me was completion. Ali, completions can also be receptions. Because you got to throw it to somebody, right?
Do you know who uses QBR?
Well, of course, it's receptions by definition. You got to catch the ball in order to get the completion percentage up.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a particular quarterback stat. It's also a receiver stat. It's also a running back stat.
Network or
QBR. Q. Do you know what Tua's highest QBR has been in 2 seasons? 49.
And do you also know what network uses QBR?
No, that is false.
Wait, no, it isn't. Lamar's second season. Okay, Tua's second season, 49. Lamar's second season,
that is false, color.
Wait, color
what?
See, this
what are you talking about?
QBR is nothing but just a grading curve for quarterbacks. What they used back in the day was a much better measure.
Here we go.
Wait,
are you talking about
all kinds of quarterback play?
Are you talking about
all kinds of quarterback play?
Are you talking about for the season?
Running, third down conversions, first down conversions, all kinds of quarterback play. That's what the QBR rate.
Show me how false that is. Tell me it's false.
Oh, I can't see it.
It says his QB rating is
9.7. Highest he's had. In
it's 90, bro.
Oh, you're looking at QBR. My bad.
You said QBR.
QBR.
49.7. Right there.
Versus rating. That's what I was trying to say. That's a big difference. QBR versus rating. That's a curve. That's nothing but freaking pansy.
And what was Tua's quarterback rating? 90.1, right? Let's see what Lamar's was.
About average. 90 is average, on rating.
That's a recent statistical category.
This is why I hate statistics right there, because
they added that in there just recently within the last 2 decades. It's total nonsense.
Okay, here, pull up.
It's the only stat that
look right here, guys. Here's Lamar's. Look, Lamar's passer rating dropped to 87. and it's never been lower than 84, which was his rookie season.
So here's something to think about. So
Drop from where,
career
Color? Drop from
98.1
how high?
passer rating.
Okay.
Stop it,
And so
people.
that just
With
proves my
Lamar
point. That
Jackson
just
can't
proves my
pass
point.
nonsense. Just
Hey,
stop
Cap.
it.
Hey, L Cap. Be the man of reason here. What did I just say about Lamar? That stat right there, the Color pull up, it just proves my point that his quarterback play was subpar compared to his MVP
Yes,
season.
but nobody has disagreed with you on that. What can you not
Okay, then why
understand?
are you on my ass,
from
bro?
the previous season?
Why are you on my ass? That's what I'm saying. Why are you on my ass right now, bro?
I can count everybody that won MVP the very following season has had some kind of drop off.
We just here to.
No.
So,
Because you guys, obviously, there's something that's ticking you guys off right now. All I'm saying is, Lamar Jackson,
what's ticking
quarterback
me
play
off
was subpar.
is when people like Alexander come in and say that Lamar is trash.
I never said Lamar's trash.
He can't pass. How about?
I never said Lamar's
Okay,
trash.
let me set it straight, Color. Let me set it straight.
We're gonna blame him for the fact that he's had 2 subpar seasons.
Let me set it straight,
fine.
Color. And this
Let's
is
compare
to
them
Alexander.
the 2 subpar seasons.
Let me set it straight.
I just don't believe in him.
Let me
as a
set it
passer.
straight. Let me set it straight. Let me
If
set it
he's on
straight.
a boat,
Alexander.
I'm
What
on
I'm
a
saying,
boat.
Alexander,
Alexander.
is there is
Let me
reason
Color.
to believe in Lamar. There is no
Color.
reason to believe in Tua.
Color, let me set it straight, bro. Let me
That's
set
not
it
true
straight.
because
Alexander.
this dude's only in
Alexander.
his second year.
Chill.
This
Alexander.
will be his third year.
Lamar Jackson. Alexander, chill, bro. Lamar Jackson is an elite quarterback. No doubt about it. Anybody who's going to come on here and lie to my face about it, I'm going to say something to you. And I'll make sure I'll make your feelings hurt because that is not true. But all I'm saying is, you guys know what I said, right?
Dude, it's
So
the narrative that's trying to be sown right now. Q.
I understand what
Catch
you're
up,
saying,
get with the times, bro.
Okay, thank you. You guys know where I'm coming from.
Q.
You
The
guys
only reason we're on your Q. The only reason we're on your ass is because you're not giving Lamar enough credit. That's all.
How much credit you want, bro? He's an elite. He's an elite quarterback.
Point. Let me say something to you. To Thomas's point, okay, Lamar Jackson has earned us to say give him one
No
more
doubt,
year.
Color.
Tua
I'm not
hasn't
arguing
earned that.
No doubt, Color. I'm not even arguing with that, bro. No doubt.
Why?
Bro.
Why?
For sure. 100%.
Because of the MVP season, Alexander.
He
Alexander. Let me tell you.
Enough product.
Why are we
Wait,
starting
Alex,
comparing
Alex,
Tua to
hold on.
Lamar
Before you get
now?
triggered, Alex, before you get triggered.
Why are we comparing
hold on.
Tua to
Alex,
Lamar right now? I
before
never
you get
compared
triggered.
the two.
The-
Because there is no
We know
comparison.
why you guys
What
are
Color is
downplaying
saying-
Lamar. We're not stupid.
What colors?
Right, bitches?
What Color is saying is that Tua hasn't done anything to necessarily earn it. Now, there may be things outside of his control that you may give him as an excuse to say, well, maybe you want to see a little bit more. But he's saying Lamar Jackson has literally won an MVP, and he deserves the respect.
Right. So when
to get a
Lamar
chance
says
to.
there's things in Baltimore I don't like right now and it's been affecting my play, I'm more likely to believe Lamar.
Because he went.
Shut up, bitch.
Why? Because no receiver wants to play with him.
Color,
No
chill,
receiver.
daddy.
No receiver wants to play with Lamar. That's the whole thing.
No, that's foolish talk,
receiver.
Alexander.
No,
That is
that's
foolish
crazy.
talk.
Which
foolish talk,
receivers
bro.
don't want to play with Lamar Jackson?
Also, my
Hollywood Brown was the one who requested a trade out of Baltimore.
Hold on,
You
what
think
new
his
narrative we
best
spinning here
friend,
now?
Absolute
you think
bullshit.
his best
Where the hell
friend
did you
Hollywood
even hear
Brown,
want to play with him?
his
Whoa.
best friend, they're best friends, Alexander. He left because he wanted to play somewhere else. He wasn't getting the opportunities he liked.
Baltimore
They're best
wasn't going to
friends.
give him the money. That's
Yeah.
why he went somewhere else.
It had nothing to do with playing with Lamar Jackson.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Hollywood Brown.
Yeah,
is
him
a-
hiding it. Look,
I'll be back.
look, him damaging their friendship and hiding it from him was simply a matter of he didn't know how to tell his friend that he chose the money over friendship.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
Well, I'll tell you one thing here. Here's the thing.
Nasty.
If you shut down Lamar's legs, then you have a better chance of winning. Okay. Your winning percentage goes up. By
And guess
shutting
who
down
doesn't have
Lamar's
to
legs.
game plan for that? Guess who doesn't have to game plan for that on our quarterback?
Who?
everybody.
Turn that some bitch sideways.
Because everybody's so blinded by seeing the fact
Alexander,
that,
how
that
the hell
kid
do
has
you
shit
think?
to
Do you
work
really
with.
think, Alexander? Do you really think that Buffalo got to the brink of the Super Bowl on Josh Allen's arm?
Actually, yes, because they could have run the damn ball. They could have run the damn ball. They were last in the NFL running the ball.
But they actually could run the. Wait a minute, no, they
did not.
could run the ball.
No, you look at
Alexander, their
They
quarterback
could not
ran
run
for
the ball.
their quarterback ran for 738 yards.
They're running. They had shit running back.
They absolutely could run the ball.
Hey, the Dolphins realtor makes a good point in the chat.
All the time.
The Dolphins realtor makes a good point in the chat, and Tua does deserve his chance, and he's going to get his chance this year. So,
Okay, fine, but we're
his
not going to
chance
say he
because
deserves the chance for the same
He
reason
does
Lamar
deserve a chance.
does.
He does deserve a chance. Because
I don't
let me
think
tell
he
you something.
deserves a chance. I think he should be
Yes,
given
he
a
does.
chance, but he doesn't.
He deserves a chance.
He doesn't deserve
He's
anything.
had crap to work
because
with
of the
since coming in the
political
league.
environment we in right
The
now.
only
He's had
thing you
crap.
deserve in life is 3
He's
square
had
meals a
crap
day.
behind him.
The
He's
fuck?
had crap behind him.
Hey,
He's had
Alexander,
crap behind him.
Alexander,
He's been crap. Too.
Alexander, you're making my point.
No.
Been
Even
When
if
you got crap behind you, you're going to play
Alexander,
like
you're
crap.
making my point. Even if we say
No,
Tua
no.
does deserve another chance, it's still for different reasons.
Yeah, it's different.
When you got crap for a team, you're going to
Yeah,
play like
the
crap.
same crap team we got this year. What are you going to say then?
It's definitely if it is. Let me tell you
Keep
something.
shitting on our team.
If
Keep shitting
God
on our
forbid-
team because it's the same
If
team
we're
we had
5-0,
last year, dude.
Yo,
It's not. It's not even close to the same team we had last year. No, it's not.
Exactly. They hate
No,
us
it's not. It's 100.
Oh, really?
It's
You want me to do
it's
it?
100
You want me to
times better
devote
than
my
what it was.
entire show to doing a roster comparison? How about we do that exercise on Thursday night? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do it Thursday night.
We're
We're
gonna
going to do
show
a
that
roster
it's 60
comparison
it's
just to
at
see
least
how many of the same
67%.
players we got on this trash football team.
This team is 100
Keep dogging our
times better
players.
than what it was
Keep
last year.
dogging our
Yeah,
players.
Come on now.
yeah, color, but Tyreek.
let me ask everybody in this panel: does everybody want Tua to succeed this year?
Yeah, because he's a quarterback, of course.
No question.
yeah.
There's nobody on this
Absolutely.
panel
You
that
gotta
doesn't
believe
want him
in
to
him. You
succeed.
gotta give him-
And he's going to get his chance this year, and that's what we're hoping. So we can have these 5 picks to make our team even better.
And if you don't, then it's Lamar
build,
time.
and build through the draft.
No, they're not. Let me tell you something. And I'm going to let you know this right now. Hold on. If Tua does not succeed this year, they are not going after Lamar Jackson. I could put my money on that.
Why?
I will
Why
put
do
my
you
money
think
on
that?
that.
Why would they
If
go
anything,
for proven better?
Real
If
quick,
anything,
real
they
quick.
will draft the quarterback. They will
Real
draft the
quick.
And start
quarterback.
all over again. The
Breaking
Jacksonville
news.
Jays again.
Breaking news.
Real
Shut up,
quick,
shut up, shut up, shut
Alexander,
up, shut
you
up.
could not be
Shut up.
further.
TFTG breaking news.
Breaking news.
So bottom line is, Tua don't make it this year. It might be Lamar's job because Lamar is gunning for this job, per sources.
Yeah,
And Lamar wants to be here.
What you
Lamar wants
You're
to
an
be
apple.
here. Trust me.
Yeah, those Pete's gas station
report-
sources.
That report about Lamar saying he wants to be in Baltimore for his career, I don't believe that for a second because he's going to say whatever he needs to get Baltimore to come clean with the dollars. So don't even, I mean.
Let me tell you something, okay?
Hey.
You're going to have to change up your entire offense if you're going to get Lamar. Okay?
The fact of it is, they purged.
Hey, guys.
Wait a minute. They purged their wide receiver room. They brought in a bunch more tight ends, drafted a couple of them. They're basically signaling to Lamar, we're not giving you anything more to play with. He is not happy
I agree,
there.
Color.
Bet
I
that.
agree. Absolutely. 100%, Color. 100%. And we have an owner that's putting all his chips to the fucking center of the table, and he wants to win now.
That's true. That's
We
true.
ain't going to go through the draft to get another quarterback. I can tell you that right now.
Listen to this.
A fucking 10. Gentlemen.
Prior to this last
plug and play quarterback.
Listen to this. Prior to this last season, there were 2 quarterbacks with the highest good game percentages. The number one person was Patrick Mahomes. Do you know who number 2 was? Lamar Jackson had the second highest good game percentage. That means
Thank you.
That right there already tells you prior
What
to
a
this
guy that was on the wasn't he on the cover of Madden?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Yeah, actually, he did get hurt though. I think that year too.
Not only that,
again?
hey guys,
What
he's
year
a
was that?
hometown guy, and all his family's here. Okay, he wants to be here. Trust me.
Again, Q, you keep bringing up the fact that happened in 2019. Fine. Okay, fine.
Do you know? Let me tell you something. Running quarterbacks get broken down. As the careers get longer.
You got to get hit first.
Like we're not even speaking English.
And let me tell you something. I think Lamar is one hit away from being out for the season. Okay, and
I'm
do I
way
wish
more
we
concerned about
So you got the
Of course not.
linebacker. Okay, so Alexander, name the linebacker that can put a hit on him.
Oh, I think there's plenty that can't put the hit on him.
Now
Okay.
name the linebacker. Now name the linebacker who has already gone head to head with Josh Allen.
TJ Watt.
Josh Allen will get hurt before Lamar. Lamar is like Barry Sanders. He's not going to get hit.
I just don't understand. It's like, is there another Alexander? Is there another language that you'd rather prefer me use? Because I don't know how many times I got to say that Josh Allen rushed for 738 yards and is just as susceptible to the same type of short career that we attribute to Michael Vick, Lamar Jackson, and every other black quarterback that runs.
It don't matter if he's
I like that
240.
Alex, after
There's a lot
Color
of
said
big
all
running
that,
backs
Alex
that
goes,
don't laugh
no, he's not.
with that
That's
size.
exactly what Alex said. He goes, no,
Color,
he's
you should
not.
after he said black, you should have put on the Michael Jackson. It don't matter if you're black or white.
Who said Michael Jackson? Who said Michael Jackson?
Stupid is, stupid does, sir.
Who said anything about? Who said that?
But it ain't no wonder because it ain't no wonder. It ain't no wonder that theory exists. It's amazing how you guys just ignore the fact
Why you got to make it about race?
Because
He's not making it about race.
A whole different conversation.
Because everybody is ignoring that it's 60% of Josh Allen's game.
Josh Allen is the exact
Josh
same
Allen
quarterback.
is bigger than Lamar.
He is actually. I'm looking at the stats.
Lamar is bigger than. I'm sorry, Josh Allen's bigger than Lamar. Come on, man.
It don't matter how
Lamar
big he
Jackson
is, bro. It's
Don't
his
matter
head.
how big
He
he
puts
is.
his head down. It don't matter how big he is when you put your head down like he does.
And the difference is Josh Allen takes on linebackers and Lamar don't.
Lamar breaks
doesn't
linebackers'
Or
ankles.
yellow.
So you're gonna give $100 and something million to a running quarterback next year, right? You're gonna want to
That
give
won
over
the
100.
MVP.
In a
That won the
heartbeat.
Over
MVP.
100
Okay, Alex.
and no
I
running
gotta
quarterback
shift.
has
I gotta
ever
shift
won.
you down,
No,
brother.
I
gotta
would give
shift
$100
you
million
down,
to
foolish
Lamar
monkey,
Jackson.
man.
Stop
That's
objectifying
I
the
gotta
man.
shift you down,
I would
Alex.
give $100 million
No,
to
I gotta
Lamar
shift you
Jackson.
down,
I
brother.
would not
That
give
foolish
$100 million
notion that
to a
I got
quarterback
running
play should
13
be
miles.
quarterback.
limited to just
13
passing.
miles.
That is foolish stuff, brother.
Josh Allen is a couple freaking concussions waiting to happen.
The
Okay.
same as Lamar.
Do you
No.
really?
Josh Allen takes on
Man,
it.
Thomas, you see in the future now?
Why do you?
It's over, Johnny. It's over.
Why do you
Just like
think Andrew
Superman.
Luck
Superman
retired,
thought he was
Alexander?
Superman, and then he took
Alexander,
on a
why
couple
do you think
concussions,
Andrew
and
Luck
he had a
retired?
Because he wanted to be a
Because
lumberjack. Have you seen him recently?
they didn't build-
Because
They
they
didn't
thought
build
the
around
same
him.
way. He's a big guy and he can just take all the hits, so we're not going to do nothing for him. It's the
Alex.
same thing, bro.
Alex, let me ask you this real quick because this answer actually might bring realization to you. Okay, you say why would we spend $100 million on a running quarterback? What if I told you that the team wants a running quarterback? In fact, we've already drafted one this year.
You're gonna have to change your entire scheme around them, and you're gonna have to.
you don't.
You're gonna have to.
How?
Yes, you do. That
How?
scheme is
Not
not.
that much.
That scheme is
No,
not
you
fit
won't.
for a running quarterback right now.
How?
Oh my God,
They
dude.
don't. This zone run scheme that we got now fits them perfectly.
They literally
Throw them
run
in
the
the game
same
plan.
thing in Baltimore.
Throw them
Go
in the
look at
game
the
plan.
receipts.
They
I
don't
said
run the
you
same
brought
thing
in a
in Baltimore.
With
quarterback.
No,
pulling
they do
guards,
not.
moving
Get
guards,
out of here
moving
with that.
tackles. Baltimore do?
It's a running. First of all, it's not the same scheme as they run a bolt. It's a totally different scheme.
Alex, I have a
It's
question.
not that much
Can I
different.
ask a question? Can I ask a question for Alex?
Hey, mark my word. True. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Mark my words, Alex. Josh Allen will be Cam Newton in a few years with scrambled brains. Mark my words on it, buddy.
Exactly.
No fucking way.
Exactly, because all running quarterbacks, eventually break down.
No, because he's taking on more hits than Lamar Jackson.
Look at RG3.
So who is the pop singer? Listen to me.
Oh, you motherfuckers. You think you can do this to me?
Who is the pop singer that Josh Allen's going to start dressing like? Who do y'all think?
Madonna, maybe? I don't know.
You want to play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend.
You gotta love Alex. You gave me an answer, bro. I love you, buddy, man. You're the only one that actually answered the question, dude. You're like, I don't know, Madonna. I love it. It works for me.
Am I right, bitches?
I'm just saying, all running quarterbacks end up breaking down. RG3 broke down. Cam Newton broke down. Like come on.
We'll break down.
When did RG3 ever take off?
Oh my God. Okay. All right. I'm
Shut
done.
up, bitch.
That's why he won Rookie of the Year, right? Okay. That's why he was very good. He was one of the top 5 quarterbacks in his rookie year, right? Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm not
Now,
gonna
I think Mike Vick is better than Lamar. Anybody gonna question that?
Without, man.
Anybody gonna question that or no?
That's Josh Allen in a couple
get...
of years right there.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, I must have been talking to myself because I just said Mike Vick is better than Lamar. Are we gonna question that too?
Who's better than Lamar?
Mike Vick.
Mike Vick, the original.
Mike Vick will throw the ball better than Lamar. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
I can't question that, dude.
That was awesome, Cap.
Vic was more accurate than Lamar was.
Alexander, I'm still trying to figure out. Remember them first commercials that came out with him throwing the ball like out of the stadium? I'm still wondering. Some of those, I'm like not sure if they were real or not. Like a couple of those 80-yard bombs, I think might be real.
Of course they're gonna be real because Vic had an arm.
But here's the thing, though. Those commercials came out right when CGI started to actually be implemented in commercials. So I'm not sure if they like tricked us or not. You know what I mean?
Alex, I got a question for you. You said that RG3 was a top 10 quarterback. I'm questioning that.
That's just a sidebar, Alex. I'm not trying to make fun of
His
you.
rookie, he had a great rookie year, and he just kind of fell off after that.
Oh, 3,200 yards is top 10. Okay.
He got hurt. He got hurt in the playoff game in his rookie year. Okay, it was never the same after that.
Hey, at least Lamar and RG3 and some of these other quarterbacks we've been mentioning has made the playoffs.
Oh my God.
I also think Lamar is a lot stronger and more stout than you give him credit for, Alex.
I agree with that.
Also, I gotta say something real quick.
See, that's the type of I'm gonna kick your ass.
Yo, Hold on. Let me say something real quick, man. I just saw the private jet. Jay, bring your white dumbass to the panel.
Fuck you. All right.
White dumbass to the panel.
He's already on the panel.
He's on the panel. He's right here.
Oh yeah, sorry, I couldn't see you because you know
so stupid,
bro. You're transparent like that. Don't be talking shit, bro.
I just did.
Yeah, you were talking right now. You ain't talking shit, bro.
You ain't talking. You think you can do this to me?
You ain't talking nothing, brother. You ain't talking nothing to me.
Oh shit! It just got real, didn't it?
It got real, bro, man.
Why can't we all just get along?
Hey,
I was thinking much more different, Cap. I was thinking much more different.
Listen ourselves. I'm Hans. I'm Franz, and we want to pump you up.
Dude, just like you tell color.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up.
Does the $10
trying to listen to your dumb ass.
$20 or $50 apply to panelists as well? Can we donate to kick people off?
Everyone
everybody.
Everyone is subjected to the $10
Can
timeout.
somebody
There's a
time me out?
20
I really want to go pee.
that and the $50.
I know, and we've been full. We missed our chance
Take
to
your
hear
own
what
advice.
Kahari has to
Just like
say.
color. Don't take it personal, dude.
KPM for.
Oh, I took it personal, bro. I took it personal.
Gotta have thick skin, buddy.
I feel limited
No,
that
no,
we didn't
no,
hear
no,
what
no,
Kahari P had to say.
Q, don't.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
I hope
Q,
he
don't
comes
worry,
back
bro.
up.
It's all good, bro. Don't worry about that, bro.
Hey, Q, you're all good, man. We got your back, bro. We got your back, Q.
Yeah, don't worry about
Yeah,
stuff like that, Q.
Who's got Tony Pepperoni's back?
Don't worry.
Yeah,
You'll get
just
his,
let
bro.
him
You'll
bring
get
it
his.
on
I
your
ain't
back.
worried about it. I ain't worried about it. Depressed
By
bag.
looking at
you're
the
gonna-
chat
you're gonna-
earlier, I would say Dilaudid has his back.
Hey, Q, you're gonna go to the game? You gonna go to the Steelers game? The Steelers Dolphins game?
Nah, bro. I'm all the way down here, bro. I'm not stateside.
Yeah, he's on.
No, I'm not.
Island boy.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
either,
he's
but I'm
like
gonna fly up there.
Alexander. He's like the Dolphins nor the Steelers have given me any reason to spend that kind of money to come over and see them.
What you talking
Bro,
about?
that is a lot of money, bro.
All
What
this
you
stuff
talking
from
about? It's
practice.
international fair, bro.
I'm gonna fly from Texas.
What is
to
it?
go
Yeah,
watch-
what is
to
it
go
like?
watch that
Probably
game,
like
so.
1,600 for a plane ticket. Q.
Yeah,
something like
it
that?
is 1,600, and then you got to pay.
Wait, where are you?
1,600 to
Wait.
Hawaii, and then
Samoa.
I think 1,000 to the states, and
Yeah,
then like
yeah,
couple
exactly.
hundred.
Plus, it's
Q,
like a
where are you?
20-hour flight.
He's in the
Q,
homeland.
where are
Where
you,
you
bro?
at, Q?
What major
I'm in the
airport is
South
in your
Pacific,
area?
bro. I'm in the South Seas. I'm in the American Samoa.
Holy crap! You're way out there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
it shouldn't be
hella
that
fun,
much
bro.
money from Puerto Rico. From Puerto Rico to the States.
That's the wrong area. That's
No.
not
That's
Puerto
close,
Rico.
closer. That is way closer, bro. Especially to the East Coast.
What major airport is in your area? Just curious.
It's like
No, we only
1 o'clock where Q is right now.
no,
In the
it's like
afternoon,
5:30.
right.
5:30.
Oh,
5:30.
5:30? Right.
Bro.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
No, we got like
Yeah, we lose
International
Q
airport
for
here.
dinner right around 2, 3 in the
Yeah.
morning.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Wait, where
Damn,
is he
Q,
again?
that's awesome that you hang
Where
out
is
with
he
us
again?
like this. Way to hell
He's in the
somewhere.
Pacific
You
Ocean,
and-
Alex.
Wait, Q. I didn't hear where Q was from. Where is he from?
American
South
Samoa.
Pacific, he said.
Oh, San Juan, Puerto Rico. Okay.
American
No,
Samoa.
No, he's
my
from
God.
American
no.
Samoa.
Oh, my God,
American
I'm tripping.
Samoa. If everybody let
I'm
Q
tripping.
answer and not talk over him, it's American
tripping.
Yeah,
My
Samoa.
bad, Q.
everyone's
I'm sorry.
giving Q's answer when Q could give the answer. Q,
Q's in Alaska.
where are you, Q?
Q, you're a Russian spy. We know.
Yeah,
it.
yeah, you're right. I'm from Russia. I'm from Russia.
Get him off here.
That's a low blow.
Get it? There is a darkness inside of me.
American Samoa. It's not that. It shouldn't be that expensive for Samoa to Florida.
It wants to buy some shoes.
It shouldn't be. What?
It wants to walk up with the
That's like halfway around the
Gator
world,
don't
Alex.
play no shit.
It's kind of funny how what
literally like
Alexander was
halfway
saying
around the world.
almost matched up with Will Ferrell's like body language.
You know, hey, Cap, you know what's really cool is we got people from all over the world, Canada, Australia,
Ireland,
South Pacific. It's all over the place, man.
Georgia,
Yeah, Texas.
Yeah, man. We got a lot of Dolphin fans all over the world. It's awesome. It's
Bro,
awesome.
you'd be surprised when I look at my
really is
analytics.
Georgia, Russia, isn't it?
You'd be surprised when I look at my analytics. I've got freaking Dubai, what else? Thailand, Indonesia, all kinds of places you wouldn't even think watch.
Well,
this.
to be fair, Drew Batron, if a person were to tell me that some Cuban guy moved from South Florida to Georgia, I would assume the Russian Georgia before I would Atlanta. You know?
Oh Lord. I still have not had a chance to go link up with Mike and the Mike yet.
That's just
Damn
wrong.
it, my leg.
Why doesn't Alex ever get
Color, that
muted
was
during
wrong,
the
dude.
breaks? Alex, what are you
Has he
doing? Are you
unmuted
cheating?
himself?
See, because Alex is so used to being muted that he's got his finger right on the unmute button, like ready to go, just like crypto.
Mute me not.
Hey, I actually I still have not gotten a chance to link up with Mike on the mic yet.
Alexander created a batch file that initiates every time he gets muted. It automatically unmutes him. It runs the keystroke.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
He has one of those giant buttons.
Yeah. He's got a
Just
macro,
to
right? He's
unmute.
got a macro keypad. unmute.
That's right.
He
That's
does
right.
it. He does it with the wave of a palm. He just like has it with like infrared technology. Like mute me, what? Just
And I
wave.
zip my shoulder that I'm sure
Don't you
somebody
dare
spit
mute.
in.
He does it so
I just
quickly
would like
though.
to
How does
say
he
to
do
all
that?
of you,
I'm
kiss
not
my
sure it
ass,
affects
you rotten
everybody.
mother.
Because it happens with crypto too.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go home and put some water in Buck Nasty's mama's dish. Good evening.
Yeah.
I like that
Yeah.
one. That's the best.
I'm back, bitches.
I don't know, but somehow, some way, I gotta meet Q sometime, man. I don't know, but it's awesome. You're like on every Dolphins YouTube.
Yeah, man. I love the community here, bro.
No, I mean, in all
Awesome.
seriousness, I really I gotta go to one of these like barbecues from how when you guys roll, man. Like seriously, like I can't imagine a better barbecue, Florida barbecue than something out in your neck of the woods, man.
Well, I tell you,
We had one big monster
who's going to the Steelers Dolphins game?
I'm
Who's
going to all the games. I'm going to all of them.
Yeah, you're far away
all
too,
games?
Crypto.
I have, I have tickets, so.
Yeah,
Ali, you probably stole my seats, huh? You probably stole my
I'm
seats,
not out of
Ali.
town. I'm going to every game if I can.
I was kidding.
Daddy, chill.
Okay.
That's the one.
Hey, I just saw
There you
a
go.
crazy stat. Are you guys gonna hear a crazy stat?
Yeah.
What's the crazy stat, sir?
It's Steve Kerr has won 1/3 of the last 27 NBA finals.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow,
crazy.
What?
As a player,
What's that? Playoffs?
Playoffs?
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
yeah,
That's crazy.
as a player and a coach, yeah.
Yep. Crazy.
As a player,
As a player, as a coach, yeah.
Told you, Ali.
1/3 of the last 24.
He's gonna catch Michael Jordan soon.
Yo,
Oh God.
Yeah, we
Patriots
see that.
It's Faith in
Yeah.
Parker.
Wow.
You guys hear what I said? Patriots
Yeah,
already losing Faith in Parker.
Wow.
They signed a new wide receiver.
Who?
Ooh.
Who that?
Former Saint Lil Jordan.
Who day? Who day?
Jordan Humphrey.
Jordan Humphrey.
Guys,
Jordan
does
Humphrey.
anyone know why the Saints
They got
and the
Lil
Bengals
Jon?
both go Who Day? Anyone know why?
No, the Saints don't say who day. The Saints say who dat.
Is that right?
The Bengals.
Who that
say
say they're going? Who that say they're going to beat
Okay,
them
so there's a
Saints?
nuance.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
Hey,
The Dolphins.
That's racist. What do you mean?
Speaking of the Saints, what do you guys think of their alternative helmet that they're going to use this season?
Trash.
Yeah, the black one.
Dope.
Who?
No, it's dope.
I like it a lot, actually.
I haven't seen
I'm just
it.
trolling. I'm just trolling.
I'm going to
No,
put
I
it in.
haven't seen that helmet.
Pull it up, Chris. Pull it up.
How are they doing an alternative helmet?
It's a new rule. The NFL's allowing alternate helmets now.
But it
Well,
has
that
to
means the
still,
Dolphins need
but
to
it
get
has
on
to
top of
still
that
be the
Miami
same
Vice
helmet. So
helmet.
all they can do
No,
is change the
no.
logo.
No, they can have alternate
It's a
helmets.
private
It can
jet.
be a totally different.
So they're
helmet.
certifying 2 helmets per player then.
No,
I
'cause
believe-
we have
I
the
believe it's
throwback.
more than
The
2. I think
Dolphins
it's
have that.
You know what I mean, Drew Batron? Like
Yes,
the
I know
reason
exactly
they
what
do
you
it
mean.
is because they want this. They want them to be wearing the same helmet for
Yes.
a certain
Yeah,
amount
I
of
put it in
time.
That's a
private
nice
chat.
jersey. That's a nice helmet.
Yeah, it's
That's
nice.
fire.
Oh,
They've
my bad.
I think
Oh,
that
my bad, Ali. I didn't know.
they've inverted the colors
Yeah,
of
it's
the
just,
normal helmet.
it kind of reminds me of Atlanta, though. The
They've
black,
reversed
I don't know
it.
why.
Kind of reminds me of Seattle, actually.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very nice, very clean. Hey, get that off the
Oh, I
screen. You're
see.
about to get me canceled, dude. What are you doing?
bro, Drew Batron.
I'm already.
I just went to my page again, and I've 18 more notifications on that stinking meme, man.
Yeah. What do you mean 18 notifications?
Well, because he
there's
tagged
one
me
dude
in
in
it, so
there.
it's telling me, hey,
Yeah.
somebody retweeted or liked a tweet that you're mentioned in.
There's
Well,
one dude in there
it's
who's
been
really-
all
who's-
day. Every time I check my freaking Twitter, 15 more notifications, 18 more notifications. It's like all day long, bro, for this one. Dude.
There's a dude in there that's kind of losing his mind a little bit.
It's all originating from the original.
It's hilarious. That's the only meme that's ever done that to my freaking feed, bro. Like seriously.
Cully, you
That's
gotta
funny.
step up your Twitter game. I gotta.
I'm telling you, I must be behind the 8 ball or something, bro.
Yeah, you gotta get with Chris. Chris is on it. Chris got it going.
Well, all I need to do is have friends like you that do that shit, bro.
We need a black
more
helmet.
of my stuff.
Bro,
We
it's
need
hilarious.
a black Miami Vice helmet.
And I noticed the tide turning as soon as this guy comes in and he's like, "You all are so negative." Man, everybody was like, converge on the guy, man.
Crypto, you got the Miami Vice colors.
I made a couple.
We need
years
a
ago, I
Miami
made a
Vice helmet.
Crypto, I made a Miami Vice uniform. Hold on.
Please, no.
Please.
Ian Baller, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
it's
That
good,
stuff
man.
works for baseball and basketball, but I can't. Please don't put it on our uniforms, man.
We need everybody to come with the Don Johnson linen pants and the pink shirt.
That's not. We're not that Miami. We're in Miami Gardens. That's not even that kind of Miami.
There.
Well, it's still Miami.
I get it, but it's not really that kind of Miami, bro.
I got a nice
It's like a certain kind of Miami.
pink
That's
shirt.
like Miami proper. You know what I mean?
What with the pants and the pink shirt?
I want to make a
Yeah,
prediction
yeah.
here. I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna make a prediction. If we win the Super Bowl this year,
Mm-hmm.
Q is coming across the border and he's gonna be a Dolphin fan. Watch.
He already claims to be a Dolphins fan. What happened, Q? What's going on, man?
I'm a fan, bro. I'm a
He's
fan,
already-
bro. He just don't know.
Thomas, he's already a fan.
See, he's
But
Belichicking
hey,
his
but
team.
check this out.
He's
Check this out, though.
Belichicking his team since
we
they
face
lost
each other week 7,
Roethlisberger.
when we face each other, it's week 7, man. Pittsburgh gonna whoop that ass, bro.
Come on,
You
Q.
want money on it? How much you got, bro? I'll put money on it.
Nah, I'm not gonna waste money on it, bro.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Exactly.
Nah, I'm not gonna waste
Everybody
money on it.
make
But
sure you're
believe
make
me,
sure
bro,
you're
we're gonna
only
whoop that ass,
gambling
bro.
what you
That
can
ass me, bro.
afford.
Yes,
we're
please.
gonna
And
convert
everyone, please
you over.
only put up what you
Just a matter of fact.
can start with.
We
Q,
have
now
that
you're-
is a
we're on
must-win
some
That ass,
game.
bro.
Yo, Q,
We
you
lose
said
to
some
the
wild
Steelers.
stuff today, bro, but that's the wildest.
The season
bro. That's
may
some wild
already
stuff.
be over.
That's some wild stuff.
Hey, it's just a matter of time. Q's gonna convert over. You watch. It's gonna happen.
No, I'm already a fan, bro. I'm already a fan of the team right now, bro.
Yeah, but we're gonna be your number
A
one. and
full-fledged,
Pittsburgh's gonna be your number two. You're gonna
full-fledged
convert.
Dolphin fan. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, you're
I
gonna
don't
end
think
up.
that's gonna
Dolphins
happen.
gonna be
I
number
don't
one.
think that's
and
gonna
Pittsburgh's
happen,
gonna be
bro.
your second team.
I've been a Steelers all my life, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna switch.
He's gonna switch once we win.
I don't
it this
know,
year.
bro.
Yeah.
You're falling in love with this fan base. It's gonna happen, Q.
It's gonna take everything you got to make me switch,
We
bro.
the 12th.
That's I'll tell you, a couple Super Bowls, you'll be right over.
Q,
Yeah.
No, everything you got, bro. It doesn't matter if the Dolphins win a Super Bowl. I'm gonna be happy for you.
Hey,
I'm still gonna be a Steeler.
I think I know what will take to kick you to switch over if the Steelers fire Mike Tomlin. That's what probably will get him to switch over, right?
No, not even
Nah, I
that, bro.
think if he meets
Not
a
even
couple
that.
of experience,
Q's just a traditionalist, man. And as a traditionalist, he looks at teams like the Dolphins, the Steelers, these types of teams. And it's like, hey,
That's right,
these
bro.
teams are like
Legacy.
historic, storied franchises. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're champions.
Thomas, here I'm gonna make a prediction. Legit.
You want to know
prediction.
what's going on with the
That can happen.
champions?
Mine's right here.
Next season or this season, the Steelers linebackers have an off year. That's my
Whoa.
prediction.
Yeah,
That's
Brian
legit.
Flores.
You can have Miles Jack, but I think it's going to take them a year to really figure things out.
You forget, Ali. We still got Brian Flores.
You have Mitchell Trubisky though.
Again,
What that
I
trash
don't
that
have
trash
any
coach that
faith.
we threw to the
Listen,
I
don't do that, Jack. Don't talk like that about your coach.
I can tell you,
Listen, Ali.
Steelers linebackers
Oh,
are going to.
goodness,
The
Mr.
Steelers
Jordan.
linebacking group is going to be their strong suit this year. What?
Yes,
Bet
sir.
that.
Yes, sir. Color's
Hey,
gonna pop off.
Yeah.
hey, Ali,
Yes,
listen.
yes.
He's already fallen in love with the fan base, so it's just a matter of time. It's going to happen. Trust me.
Yeah, I agree.
So reports are that the Saints' new helmet design is so intriguing that Deshaun Watson has requested a trade to New Orleans.
This is my prediction. This is how it's going to happen. Tua's going to ball out this year. The fan base is going to come together. We're all going to sit around a campfire and sing "Kumbaya."
My lord.
No, you know what's gonna happen.
All of them are all going to be with the Dolphins, and it's over.
Tua's gonna. Here's what's gonna happen. Tua's gonna ball out, and everybody's gonna look at each other, and everybody that didn't believe it Tua are gonna look at each other and be like,
Yeah.
Crypto, look at that.
Yeah, maybe he is good. You know.
You have smoked yourself retarded.
Those are good
Some of
ones.
us do, Moss. Some of us do. Like,
Yeah, that's the one you need to put on.
I used to be a little partial to the 49ers on the NFC side.
Yeah, we definitely got to get them through Tron. That's the
Honestly,
jersey.
in all honesty, I think that this jersey kit would be better if it was not black, but that gray. That gray that you
black
see.
to me looks fire.
It doesn't look great.
Right there.
You mean that away baseball gray that they wear in
With the
baseball?
outline.
No way, bro.
That's the Miami Vice color.
Right.
I've done it. I've
However,
played
these days I'd probably roll with Arizona just because I like the state.
I've played with the gray. It
a
doesn't
lot.
work. It doesn't look good in a football.
Listen, I can't stand.
Yeah, I like that. I
It
like
will never
that.
be black with the Dolphins. Okay, ain't gonna happen.
Imagine wearing
No way.
these on a
Not
night
unless it's
game.
in Buffalo
On a
in
night
the
game,
winter.
like
Yeah,
in
night
like,
game.
in like October, November, night game wearing this.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And they
Night
do the
game don't
Miami
matter.
Vice
Black
lighting in the
absorbs heat,
stadium.
whether
That'd be
it's light or
perfect.
dark.
Yeah, but November, we're in the what? You're in the 80s by then, 70s.
Yeah.
80s. Not so bad.
Yeah.
And
At
plus
night,
they can light up the stadium with the neon lights.
Ooh, that would be fun. Garbage. Get out of here, Green Rat.
I'm
Fuck
sorry,
out of
I
here.
can't roll with the fight.
Dan, Sweet Jumps has got to throw a monkey wrench in the middle of everything.
How can we be? How's that garbage, yo?
Not while we're still in the fight to get our old logo back, man. I can't be signing off on that stuff, man.
Yeah, we need to.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
What are you talking about, fella?
Dan, Sweet Jumps.
That's
You don't know about the fight to get our old logo back? Oh, it's real.
How does
Don't
this
bet
sound
for a
look good?
second that we've gone to sleep.
Definitely is real.
Miami Vice is iconic.
Somebody put that up on up front and tell me why that does not look good for people that don't like gray.
It's not a matter of looking good. It's a matter of wanting to do it for your uniform.
Oh, that looks awful, dude. What are you talking about?
That is ugly,
terrible,
bro.
I actually like
That
that.
is ugly, bro.
Although
that one look like a space
that
uniform, but it's
logo,
good.
Can't even see the numbers, too,
is
bro.
the compromise.
No,
That
I got you.
logo
I
is
got a logo for you,
compromise,
Color.
though.
Color. I got a logo. I redesigned the Dolphins logo like
That's
a year
awesome.
ago. I got
That's
it.
a fair compromise.
I think it looks
I
good.
don't know if you, I don't know if you guys saw
You know what I like
Big
about
John's
it? You know what I like
uh,
about that logo?
I
Notice
like
how
that
the
picture.
ring is
that
skinnier on the
gray.
inside and it flares out
You
as
take the
if you're
orange out.
looking at the sun from an angle. You know what I mean?
Color. You seen Big John's default picture on his StreamYard account?
I like
His
that.
default picture, the gray one.
For who?
That's got to
That
be
that
an
one looks
away
fire.
uniform.
Big
man.
John's
that does
default picture.
Yeah, that
No,
does
I
look
haven't.
good.
I haven't seen it.
You can't play that at
That
home.
one looks good.
I think we need to go with the
This gray
Dolphins
one right here
Yeah,
is trash.
I like that with the awkward.
Hey, is somebody
like that.
watching? Is somebody watching telenovelas?
No.
I can hear
Those
it
will
in the
be
background.
true. Hey, Jubatron. Those will be true dolphin colors because a dolphin is gray.
I'm not. The gray
Oh,
looks.
there
It
you go,
looks
Crypto.
dookie. It
That's
doesn't
not.
look
That's a
good.
fair point.
Yeah, you
Dolphins,
can't
what
wear
software do you use
Maybe
for that?
maybe lighten the gray
Depends on
just
what
a
the-
little bit on the uniform, not the helmet, but the
Hold on,
uniform.
I'm gonna tag
Right.
Chris. I'm gonna tag you in another one that I did recently. Color's gonna like this one. I think.
What software
gotta be white.
program
All
is
right,
that?
guys. I'm gonna get off. All right. Good night, guys. I'm tired.
Take it easy, Alexander. Thanks
All
for
right,
that.
Take it easy.
Bro.
Take
Have
care,
a
bro.
good one, Alexander.
You too, guys. Stay safe,
Peace,
my
bro.
friends.
You too, buddy.
You too.
Night, Alex.
Jordan, I think is that the Madden creator, Trubishan?
No,
Amazingly
I do this
enough,
in
Alex
Photoshop.
made it through the whole show.
What-
not
what-
getting banned
what,
at all. It was amazing.
Right, I know, right? What editor are you
Alexander's the
using
one
on
that
that?
fired it all up.
Photoshop.
Photoshop, right? So it can be done in GIMP too, or something like that.
Yeah, theoretically.
EM, what's going on?
So,
Haven't heard a peep
Jordan,
outta ya.
it's your regular high-powered photo editor.
What's going on,
just,
EM?
Overpriced.
Hey, what's going on? I'm just listening to y'all talk.
Yeah.
Feeling okay, bro? You sound like you
We,
sound
we,
a little.
we unveiling the new uniform.
You sound a little
saucing.
sauced. Yeah,
Saucing.
sound
Under the
like
weather.
you sauced, dog.
I definitely.
Baller. Hey,
am
Baller came in last night and made my show. Like everybody was all in lockstep barrel with me, and Baller comes in and gives me a little pushback at the end there. Appreciate that, man.
Look at that one. Color. Look at that one.
You brought the show out of the depths of hell, man.
Dolphins uniforms always look dope, but I saw
It was-
the helmets and they look awesome. Though,
I like the all white, man.
Oh,
But I
Drew,
definitely am
Drew,
soft,
didn't you
so-
have orange pants too on
Color,
white
you
jersey?
always have to go to the brink color.
Orange pants on white jersey. I think.
Yeah, orange pants, white jerseys, white socks. Maybe
love
I
the
like the
Houston
white
Oilers.
pants.
No, I
That
didn't.
looks cool.
I
I
didn't.
don't
I like
mind that.
that. I
was
like the
cool.
orange and white like that. I like
Look
that.
at the
right,
look
but
at
I'm
the logo
saying
there, Color though. Look at the
nobody's
color.
ever thought about the reverse. Like I'm saying, white
I've
jerseys
done
on
it.
orange
I've
pants.
done the white with
Orange
the orange
pants.
pants.
Oh
It doesn't
yeah,
look
yeah,
good.
you're right. Yeah,
It doesn't look good. I've
It
done
looks
it.
great.
you tried
know
it. The orange pants, white jersey.
It's bottom heavy. Yeah, it looks a little.
I'm talking
awkward.
about the orange.
I'll
like,
do it.
not
I'll do it for you,
today's
Color.
orange.
I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
you got to
the
make the
orange is
socks
fire.
white. No,
How
Drubitron,
about
you
the
got to
orange
make the socks
up
white
and
if
then
you're
the
gonna
white
do
on white?
orange pants.
That would look
Yeah, I'll
cool.
do
You
it.
got to make them dark white.
But I don't know, Chris. I don't know if you can zoom in, but the logo that I did for this, it's kind of mix of the old logo and the new logo on the helmet. I don't know if you can tell, but that's I have a better picture of it somewhere.
You see how the middle pants, how your orange stripe is a little thicker, so it highlights the orange. That's what I'm saying. Reverse that. That's how I
Yeah.
know it's gonna look good with orange pants on white jerseys, man.
What about the
Right.
orange socks, white pants, and blue jersey? That looked pretty good, I think.
It's a little. It's too many different colors.
Yeah. Hey, I know we
I've spent
talked about
I
hours
say
doing
go
it.
with the Miami Vice and color tonight.
Sorry, we're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Come on, Snoop! Snoop a loop! Snoop! Hey, no, it's cool. It's cool. I'm cool. Bring your green hat. Let's go. Come on!
Hey,
Color,
Drew,
I know
Drew,
we talked
what
about
about
it earlier.
orange socks, white pants, and gray shirt with the blue
Listen,
aqua-
send your request to
Hold on, Drubitron.
Twitter.com/Drubitron.
Hold on. Check this out.
And then
Check
I'll
this
drop my
out.
Cash App. I'll drop my Cash App too. So
Hey,
you can,
check this out, guys.
I'll do
So
commission.
this is what I'm talking about. Notice this is an old. This is from the early '80s when Dan Marino
with
was
the
a
blue
rookie.
numbers. There you go. The
Okay.
aqua number.
Right, but notice how thick the orange stripe is down the pants.
Yeah.
When you look at these pants, the first thing you notice in your brain is the orange. I'm talking about making the entire pants that orange with white jerseys like this.
Yeah.
To really
I
really
think
draw
that's
out
too much.
the orange.
That'd be dope.
That would be dope.
Boo! Boo! Muck! Boo! Boo!
Boo.
Color, I know we talked about this earlier about people taking our takes and talking about it. So I just flipped on Twitter, and I know I'm like a day late or something about this, but so NFL Rumors on Twitter, which I do look at their stuff sometimes, is starting to report a take that I had way back when before Lamar went in front of the whatever to say if they had proof and wanted to go to trial or convict him of anything. I was saying that he could be suspended for a year. When and
Lamar or Deshaun?
Deshaun Watson. I'm sorry. I was telling everybody that he could be suspended for a year, and everyone thought I was crazy. And now it's starting to be reported. They're saying, according to
No,
NFL,
that's what they're negotiating. They talking about. They're not finalized nothing.
I do believe he will be suspended.
Let him finish real quick. Let him finish.
The fact is that I was claiming that could be a possibility way back when, and all of these videos are recorded. Even Drubitron can tell you that I stated that on his Twitch show. All right, way back when I said that this could be a possibility, and everybody thought it was
right. And what was the pushback you got when you first brought that up?
Oh, the CBA won't allow it.
Right. And what is the NFLPA basing their defense on and their argument against that year's suspension on?
The conduct policy.
The CBA. The fact that the CBA literally says that owners are to be held to a higher standard than the players, and the owners have gotten punished less than a year's suspension for the same thing. So
this is true.
They're literally all I'm saying is you were
But it
right.
means Robert Kraft needs to serve a year suspension.
You were right that if they do end up suspending him for the max, in other words, your prediction was right. But our pushback to you is precisely what they're using to defend against that. So it's still we're still in the same boat.
I understand, but my whole thing was that I predicted that this could be a possibility. Not saying it would happen, but it would be a possibility. And they're actually
in fairness too, our original use of the CBA when we pushed back on that was that the CBA says something about only giving 3 games or something for non-criminal shit or whatever, or who knows what.
Regardless of what that thing actually says, for a fact there's always a loophole that they will find.
But that's precisely why the Players Association is fighting it.
I understand.
This is the problem now, is that the NFL is all about image, and they're freaking out right now because there's more coming out. And like Big O was saying on his show, is that who knows if someone has a text or even a video that could come out.
You misunderstand somebody and you resort right to saying dumb, dumb, dumb. I wasn't saying that they should suspend the owners. I'm saying that their punishments were not only light, but they sealed everything and threw out all the evidence of it. Case in point, Florida literally legislated to seal the records of what happened with Robert Kraft in that whole investigation.
And see, that's why I don't think
Mr. Treehorn treats objects like women, man.
And that's
so. I get it that the precedent doesn't apply in your case if you're talking about punishment for punishment. No, we couldn't have suspended the owners. I get it. Doesn't make me dumb.
What did you say?
It just makes you misunderstand what my point was.
Yeah, they're not being held to a higher standard. Yeah.
Of course.
Now we can all say that's par for the course. Yeah, sure. But that's not what the CBA says, and that's what the Players Association is using to fight it. That's all I'm saying.
There's going to be it's going to become a legal mess.
Any way you look at it, Goodell screwed up.
And
how did he screw up?
If it goes to court, also part of the CBA saying you cannot serve a suspension until it's after things have been settled in court.
The thing that where Goodell messed up is he should have put him on a commissioner's list.
Yeah, the exemption list, yes.
And not let anybody be able to trade for this guy until everything's settled. And that's it. And
but teams don't care about that. Teams only care about winning, and
it looked like it was being
Deshaun Watson
settled.
can get them to win, then they don't care what the backlash goes.
Up until what?
It doesn't matter what you think.
They also know the important thing. They also know the important thing that everybody's forgetting. They also know this one thing that everybody's forgetting. Civil court is the realm of subjectivity. It just is.
Yeah, up until a couple weeks ago, this was kind of over. I mean, as far as
if he'd have been found guilty of something in criminal court, that's objective. He did this or that or A or B. Exactly. In civil court, it's, well, what do you think about celebrity power dynamics as far as getting somebody to compel somebody to do something they wouldn't have normally done? Well, that's all subjective, and that's.
You have smoked yourself retarded.
And that's the realm of civil court.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Color. This is the absolute problem with Goodell. Is he's exactly like the Godfather. He's on a bunch of strings with all these owners, and he's gonna do whatever they tell him to do. Okay, and he doesn't take control of anything. And that's the problem. That's it in a nutshell. And now,
spot on, Thomas. Because if I were to if I were to agree with this new theology of power dynamics, let's say I were to agree with it all, I would still say, well, who is facilitating those celebrity power dynamics?
Hey,
the NFL.
Leader on here.
Excuse me.
And this is the problem. This is the problem, Color. Okay. Listen. This is the problem right now, is that he has no backbone.
Like
he doesn't take control of anything.
Somebody's watching a little bit of adult entertainment.
Okay.
EM fell asleep.
And this is the problem.
I didn't fall asleep.
He goes by what the owners tell him to do.
Now, who is this?
And he doesn't take a backbone to this problem. And now it's manifested itself into something that it's like, all right, the horse is out of the fucking gate. Now we got to try to get him back in the gate.
Good point, Green Rat. It's their league. So why are we faulting Watson over it?
Yeah, the problem is there's nothing that the commissioner could have done that would not. His hands are kind of tied in some ways.
No, but in this situation, the Texans could have not bought a hotel room for all the stuff to happen.
That's true, but the
they
Browns also could have waited a little bit longer, but they decided to trade for him regardless of what happened because he's such a good talent. So it
didn't matter. The legal stuff
over
was settled.
The accusations.
The legal stuff was settled. That's why the trade went through.
Right, EM. That's precisely what I was saying. EM, that's precisely what I'm saying. Anything at this point in the civil court is subjective. So they're willing to just wait it out, take whatever suspension. Then when it's all said and done, everybody knows that was all subjective. You know what I mean?
They had a feeling that he would be suspended for a year, but they're willing to. They're willing to take that 1 year
prorated his contract, so he only loses $1 million. That's why he chose Cleveland, because they're the only ones that were willing to do that.
Exactly. He'll miss 2 years, and Cleveland is willing to take that and gamble on that because they're
fuck
the
thinks I'm buying. I want to be another LeBron James bullshit. Who the fuck wants to play in Cleveland? Come on.
No one does, but
he took Cleveland because of that offer, that $1 million
of the contract, though.
Exactly,
fully guaranteed contract.
Yeah, it's a fully guaranteed contract. That's the only reason why
he changed his mind within the last 24 hours. He initially turned them down, then he changed his mind.
The only reason he changed his mind is because of the guaranteed contract and the $1 million this year.
Now the crazy thing is because there's two new.
No one else was
going in the realm of assumptions.
The money side,
you know what I mean? We could say I could even picture the phone call. Like, no, we ain't going to take the deal. Then 5 minutes later, ring, ring. Oh, by the way, what if we were to do this?
Mm-hmm.
What if we were to, so you only lose $1 million?
What's not being talked about is how
I'm your huckleberry.
Bingo.
They have an out potentially now that there's new allegations.
No, that's not true.
That is absolutely
fully
true.
No out.
No,
it's the sign. The deal is already signed.
Oh yes, this is just rubber bullets, right, for crowd control. They're hard rubber bullets, but listen, these boys ain't.
Listen, from what I hear, the first year is $1 million. The rest of it's fully guaranteed.
They have an out. They have an out because there's two. If there was only He
But they
basically has a
never
fully
said that was
guaranteed.
that when he was signing that contract. He can't just create nothing out of whole cloth.
Their out is that there's new allegations
No, it's not.
that were not known.
That's
Yes,
that's pure
No, I don't think
speculation.
that was written in the
That
contract,
wasn't
Drew.
written in the contract.
Absolutely not.
I'll
Because
pull it
the
up for you.
allegations are just as equal as the previous
Are you
20.
saying that the Browns didn't know that there would be more allegations? I doubt that.
It's not the point of whether they knew or they didn't know. The fact is that there's two new allegations that have come out after the signing of the contract. Those are the outs.
In my opinion,
potentially.
in my honest opinion, it should be 235 allegations because that's 1 million per. So it's no different. That's what it's for.
I'll pull you the article.
They have millions of reasons why to go ahead and put in their bid. It should be another 235 allegations, in my opinion, because that's all they're gold digging for, anyways.
Crypto. I want you to think about this for a second. Listen, I want the panel to think about this seriously. Okay. Listen, now
the man signs a brand new contract, and all of a sudden somebody comes out of the blue and puts in their hat in the bag, and because he signs a new contract.
Bueller, listen, I'm gonna pull you the article that there is an out for the Browns potentially because these allegations are new allegations. That is the out. There is an out potentially because there's different new allegations that were not part of the initial set of allegations when he signed. They're new allegations.
And that's the whole
But the Browns
point.
aren't going to be out of it. They're going to keep Watson regardless.
It's
they could. Oh yeah, no. What I'm saying is they have a potential.
Well, it's not a matter of could. They've already squashed it, Drew Bajon. They've already said they're in for the long haul. They're not reversing anything.
Yeah. No, but if something else crazy comes up, everybody needs to realize if there's more allegations or maybe there's a new criminal case.
And that's my whole point.
They do have an out. They can get out of the deal. It's not.
They might as well go ahead and go by the default and say it's going to be 235 new allegations because they have millions of reasons to go gold
What
dig.
Crypto is saying is the Browns agree with him. They don't care at this point. Make it 1,000.
Either
Make it
way,
1,000 allegations.
I think
They're
it would have
going
to
to
be
go for the
something
extreme
criminal.
worst.
Something
Yeah, I
criminal
said
would have
that.
to
The
come
Browns don't
through.
care about the allegations. They just want a quarterback regardless.
Yeah. Something
So
criminal
wait a
would
minute.
have to
Let me
come
think
through.
about
We're just trying to amplify what you were saying, Ian, because nobody's hearing you.
wait a minute.
No, the
So
Browns
wait a
don't
minute.
care about the allegations. What I'm saying is that they want a quarterback regardless of how much time he'll miss.
Yeah, right, Drew Bajon, because what happens? How much longer is it going to make him get suspended? None.
No, all I was
probably
saying
two.
was because there's new things, they have outs now, so it's not
Right,
fully
but
guaranteed.
the end result of his consequences are going to be the same. Why would they exercise those outs?
Yeah, no,
They've
I'm
already
saying
decided
they
to
don't
take
have.
it.
They will. I think they'll let him
I don't
get
think they
suspended for
will.
2 years, though.
I don't think they will. All I'm saying, all I brought it up is that they're that option.
Right,
is there
right.
now
But
because
and
there are
also
new
to EM's point, I agree. I think they'd let him
I don't
sit
think
2
they will.
years if they had to.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because they're
Because they're
that
thinking
desperate.
about the
I wanna
long
make
The
this
term.
Cleveland Browns are that desperate.
Right, because they're thinking about the long term. They purchased them for the long
Right.
term, not
And
the
for
short
those
term.
of you that think that the long term matters, look, Tom Brady is playing at how old? And you all think
500
that
years
modern
old.
medicine
44,
can't make
45.
sure Deshaun is ready to play 2 years from now?
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, but Tom
Yeah.
Brady never missed 2 seasons, though.
Wait,
Well,
listen.
I get it, but
Yeah, he missed one
football is
season,
football,
but
man.
that wouldn't have stopped them from winning.
Trust me, if my hands would allow me to, I'd pick up a football like I never put it down a couple.
Michael Vick played 7 years after missing 2 years. I think it's
Wait, I
it'll
want to
be
make
all right.
I want to make a comment here.
That's true too,
I want
Jubatron. Yes.
I want you to think about this, okay? This could drag on for years and years and years. And it depends on this virus because now there's a new Omicron thing going around and it's very
Hey, don't say that. Don't say it.
Hadn't
Don't say it
heard-
on
I
YouTube.
hadn't
Don't
heard
say that
about
on
that.
YouTube.
Go figure.
Don't say that word on YouTube. Don't say the C word because
You're gonna get canceled.
No, I'm just saying where
yeah, it'll get flagged.
I'm
that'd be
saying
everybody.
it's so bad that
Yeah.
I hadn't even heard about it.
Wait, what?
No,
Yo,
but
I
I'm
don't
just
want.
saying,
I don't want my channel. Wait,
it
what you
might
said?
drag
Don't
us
say
on
the
even
C
longer
word.
because-
The
Wait,
No,
beer.
Blake.
The beer
See,
that's
this
also
is the part.
a
This
virus.
is the part. This is the part where it like gets
Yeah,
people
don't
like
say
me
it. Don't
riled
mention
up.
it.
Okay,
Someone said that.
Hey,
No,
wait,
Watson
color,
got
color,
fired.
We
color.
not have a
Get
conversation.
over
I don't
it.
want
Color,
to have the Watson
color, pull the
conversation.
picture.
First of all,
Pull the picture
but
of
even
the
if
door.
we did, it's got to that point. None of this has applied whatsoever to what Miami's going to do at quarterback. I don't know where
Exactly.
this correlation
Color,
comes
pull up the
It's
picture of the
just
door
trolls
that
trying to
Miami left
comment.
for Watson.
No, he was trolling.
Closed
Yeah,
door.
that was
But
a troll
anyways,
comment.
I mean,
I
yeah,
wanted
what do you
to- I
want us
wanted
to
to say
say?
something
Yeah,
here. I
it's
gotta
a
report-
thing. I mean, really? We're sitting here saying there's no way the Browns are going to go back on the contract. How do you
Yeah.
infer
He's the Browns
Watson to
problem.
Miami is a thing again?
Color.
It's
Color.
literally the opposite of what we're saying.
Color, here's another look at something I just thought of. Do you remember when I said that there's a possibility that the Browns have made a backdoor deal with the NFL to maybe personally, as a team, suspend Watson for more games than that the CBA?
That's possible, but I just don't.
So listen to this. Have you ever thought about?
And then the Browns will be in trouble.
No. Let me finish because this will make sense when I'm done. Have you thought about why the Browns keep posting videos of Watson throwing interceptions?
To troll.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but think about it.
The
If
Browns haven't posted any videos of.
Oh,
Watson
they
throwing
have.
Yeah,
No, those are people.
Not the
those
Browns.
are people.
Not the Browns.
Yeah, that's somebody else.
The
That's
Browns
People don't
that's
care
coming
if
out.
Watson throws
That's coming out of
sixes
Baker's
and
camp.
OTAs. It only matters if
as
Tua
well.
doesn't.
I can go back.
That's coming out of Baker Mayfield's camp.
Regardless, if they keep posting stuff like this. What's the chance to say that Watson could end up on the PUP list or something?
No, listen. The Browns are not posting it.
Because
And
they
actually,
traded
I'll
a
go
lot
a
of
step
picks for
further.
him.
No, Watson's gonna be
Go
on
to
the
Browns-
roster.
Go to the Browns
Yeah.
Twitter page.
You're not going
There's
to put
not one
$235
picture
million
of
on the
Deshaun
roster.
Watson.
You're still on
There's
the
not
roster.
one picture.
regardless.
There's not one
You're
picture of
still on the
Deshaun
roster.
Watson on the Browns Twitter. Not a single picture.
Any way you look at it,
Thank God we didn't
Cleveland's
get him.
Cleveland messed up because they traded some picks for him, and he ain't gonna play.
Yeah, and Dolphins fans are still salty about
But it
not
don't matter.
trading for him, but he's their problem though.
They was only in their eyes. They was only one quarterback away anyway, so they don't care about them picks.
No, but the thing is, this could go on for years and years, guys. Years.
It
But
could.
that
That's
means
why
he still
I'm
get to
glad we
play until it's
moved
resolved.
off from
That's a
him.
part of the new the agreement. He will still be playing football until it's resolved.
Listen,
You guys want to know something crazy? There's more videos of Jacoby Brissett throwing footballs on the Cleveland Browns Twitter than there are of Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I've
Because
heard
they're
that.
expecting him to start. Because
They don't
I doubt
have
Deshaun Watson will
They
play.
want their
single
fans to
picture
feel comfortable. They want their fans to
Deshaun
feel
Watson.
comfortable knowing that they're not actually using this as another opportunity to tank before Watson starts playing.
Actually, I'm wrong. I did find one. I found one video of Deshaun Watson, and they don't put.
Think
his
about
name.
it, Drubitron.
They
If
put
they
DW4.
if they run Jacoby out, right, and they prop him up, and they get, let's say, 5 wins, right?
Mhm.
They're going to have a nice high place in the draft. They don't need a quarterback, and now they can parlay that high draft pick for a whole bunch of other picks, right for when Watson to come back to take the field. They're in a perfect situation.
listen. I want you guys to think about something.
And their fans don't care. Even the ones that do know the truth are fine with it because they know what's coming.
Listen, Color. I want you to
They're
think
thinking
about
about
something here.
2023 and 2024.
Yeah, they're not thinking, oh, let's build a team and hopefully we got somebody. They're thinking, let's build a team and we got this guy. Let him deal with his shit.
That's fine
And
because
we're
the
building the
Dolphins
team
could
while we're
compete
waiting on it.
now while the Browns
That was
will
precisely what
lose.
we called to do down here.
Color. I want you to think about something really hard here. Say he settles with now the rest that have come forward. Then the next one comes out. Then another one comes out. Then another one comes. It's never going to end. It's not going to end, dude.
Like I said before, that's the moment.
This is what I'm talking about.
Wait,
What's the
Color.
quickest way-
Wait, I'm not done. I want you to think about this real hard. He settles. A year from now, another one comes out.
I don't really. It doesn't
At that
matter.
point, it'd be late. He should be countersuing them because
Then
they had
another
their
one comes
shot.
You understand? This could go up.
It doesn't
No
matter.
one says you can't countersue the person that's suing you.
They don't got the money. They don't got that type of money.
What you're saying
They
would apply to every single player in the NFL at any moment.
Right.
But no one put their self in the position that Deshaun Watson has put them himself.
You don't think there's others that have?
You don't think there's others? There's people that doing it?
But I also think we're not forgetting that, you know, the Texans have been named in the next one of these allegations that have just populated. And in addition, I think because they've been named, a lot more is going to come out. And I think that's what Thomas is getting into, because
so I'm saying the Texans were an enabler.
Yes, and I think a lot more details.
But did they really know what he was doing behind the scenes, though? To be honest,
they do. I mean, they can use their common sense.
What the fuck are you talking about, Ian Baller? It's already out. They've been paying for him to do this shit.
No, they paid for him to go to the hotels, but did they really know what he was doing behind the scenes? Actually,
You're
it's obvious they know.
Industry, and you don't know what
they hooked him up with the hotels, but did they know that he was?
I'm gonna get in this afterwards. After you,
they thought that he was going to do
expose him when they needed to.
Listen, every NFL franchise has rooms and hotels that they have on retainer. They just have those rooms. Deshaun Watson could very easily have just gotten a room from a trainer, and like. Just because that
exactly,
they're
the ones that released the information that busted him, so they obviously knew.
Exactly, they was the one put out the information that got him caught.
And you guys all know,
but nobody's questioning how they knew. Like
how they knew about what? What are you talking about?
They're the ones that brought this to light to everybody.
No, one of the lawyers that was against the Texans brought it to light, not the Houston Texans. As a franchise,
talking about what Deshaun was doing in the first place,
right?
Was brought out when he told the Texans
dropped
he didn't
the
want to
nugget.
play for them anymore.
That's conspiratorial. That's
conspiratorial. That's what happened.
Hey,
all of a sudden he shows his disgruntledness to not want to pay for you, and all of a sudden you got 500 women lined up ready to make a claim.
Crypto, you're talking to the conspiracy theory guy. Okay, that's a conspiracy theory. There's nothing to prove. Is it likely that they probably had their hand in it? Yeah, probably. Come on, like, let's be real. We're assuming it's all assumptions.
Let me ask you.
I'm predicting. I'm predicting it's going to get worse before it gets better. I'm telling you right now.
It will get worse.
That's what Cleveland Browns knew when they were signing a contract to begin with, to guarantee them enough money to be able to pay off another 200 women that's going to be lined up gold digging.
Jubitron.
Hey. Go ahead, nice man.
Quick question, bro. You're a conspiracy dude, bro. You know a lot about that or no?
Yeah, I'm all about the.
Hey, we gotta have a conversation, bro, because I'm sure you know all about the Rothschilds and all that good stuff and so on and so on. We gotta have a conversation.
Oh yeah, I got some Dolphins conspiracy theories too.
I do see what Diesel's saying now. He's saying because
Flores
like
is
the
part of
pick
the
that they would
Illuminati.
get for tanking is already owned by the Texans. Okay, I get you there.
Yes, I just said that.
I didn't take that into consideration.
Let me ask you this: what? How does the lawyer that brings all these allegations to light not know that his neighbor is the owner of the Texans?
I don't know. I don't know some of my fucking
I don't think
neighbors.
he noticed.
I mean,
it was
go,
just
Ali,
like
you said it. Like, but
I think it was a coincidence, to be honest, because he didn't know the owner.
And here's the
here's one for you.
I know that
a lot of rich people live in the same area, and you're talking about a lawyer and the owner of an NFL franchise. Like there's a lot of really like famous people in California who live down the same street too. It's just happenstance because they're all
rich. I feel like it's just a coincidence.
It could very well be a coincidence.
And here's the other thing. Billionaires, and the ones that are really billionaires, they actually have former FBI and former CIA and former people that work for them in the private sector to know what's going on with their $1 billion team. Or
they work for the teams. They're under contract by the teams.
Yes.
Tell me that's exactly why they ain't going after the franchise.
That's also exactly why the NFL knows what the score is already. We could talk all the nonsense we want about what's going to happen. They already know what's going to happen. because they know what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Texans was in on the deal.
Hush, hush. That's why they keep it low.
I think it was the moment that he didn't want to be there anymore. That's when they're like, okay, well, the deal is done.
Okay, I'm going to throw a wrench in that.
Investigators know more about these women than Watson's lawyer knows about them.
Here we go. I'm about to throw a wrench into that.
Think about this. It's really weird how
you're going to cut me off. Okay.
No,
I'm sorry, Rob. Listen, it's really weird how right after he said he will never play for Houston again, everything came out. Isn't that weird?
It is very
exactly.
weird.
That's what you call strategic planning.
I'm about to throw a wrench into that entire
character assassination.
It suggests that somebody in the Texans organization knew what was going on.
Potentially. I'm going to throw a wrench in that entire theory.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, because I'm big on conspiracy theories and I like to think of the ways that it wouldn't be the case. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they leak all of that stuff, or why would they drop it all? Why would they nuke Deshaun Watson before trading him away?
That's my thing. Is that why would they bring all the stuff to light when they knew they wouldn't have?
Because that will
all trade.
No,
tell you
because
why.
that's the simple-minded approach.
As they predicted, suckers are born every day. And the Cleveland Browns were bound to come around and give them what the haul they wanted.
Got personal between the owner and Watson. When things get personal, people will do fucking anything.
Maybe Drew Bichon, maybe they also knew that it wasn't as bad as they were making it out. They made it out just to be bad enough to give problems, but not bad enough to really ruin them as goods.
Drew Bichon, I'm going to throw.
Drew, did they get their picks?
I'm going to throw.
Did they get their picks, Drew? Did they get their picks? That's all I'm going to say.
Picks. Look, they got
could have gotten more though without these allegations.
We got for Laramie.
No, they couldn't have gotten more. You only can go so much.
About civil court being subjected. We're in a completely subjective realm now.
Again, this is ridiculous.
They was going off the bar that we set. Remember, we were the first team that he wanted to go to. They wasn't going no higher than what we was going.
Way more sense. Imagine you have a Porsche. Okay, you've got a Porsche, and you know what? You don't really like that Porsche because it had a scratch on the side of it. All right.
God damn.
And instead of just covering up the scratch, selling it, and then letting somebody else deal with it, you just put you put like 3 more scratches on the side of it right before you sell it. What an asinine situation! Are you
Drew? Exactly. That's way more.
Drew Bichon,
an entire year.
Drew Bichon, he wanted to leave. At that point, they had zero leverage. Period.
But
the only leverage they could gain was by taking Deshaun's leverage away from him, so that any haul anybody was going to get was going to be for them.
He wanted to leave. He wanted to leave regardless.
He wasn't going to play with them regardless of what.
Right. So that made their leverage useless anyway. How are they going to gain any of it back?
Either they lost the leverage either way, and they lost a year.
No, I'm saying that they took
Deshaun Watson. They wasted that money.
Deshaun's leverage for themselves. That's what I'm saying.
What leverage did Deshaun Watson lose?
Because they know what the real score is.
Deshaun Watson went exactly where he wanted to go.
Look, they obviously were right.
Color, let me talk for a minute, please. Drew, listen.
Yes.
This is
your mic is messed up.
All right.
Yeah, you got to fix your mic, bro.
Your mic is weird.
It sounds like you're on speaker or something.
Should I drop out and come back in?
He's on megaphone.
Yeah, drop out and come back in. Drop out and come back in. Yeah, it sounded like he was on speaker, like a Bluetooth.
First of all, they were pretty certain that the criminal stuff was going to be squashed. Okay, but they knew that image-wise, optics-wise, that it would ruin Deshaun's leverage. But that leverage would be piped right to them as the commodity that he is, a star quarterback.
He lost.
I don't think they care about that. It got personal.
Zero leverage.
Okay, so they wanted to fucking assassinate his character.
Well, there you go. There you go, Jordan. I can go right. I can agree with you on that too.
Okay, when things get really ugly, They don't care. They're
I was
worth probably
trying to
what,
bring it back
billions?
from the realm of personal, but yeah, I agree. Could have just been
Color.
personal.
Does anybody
Hey,
know
how do I
what
sound?
the Watson trade would have been to Miami? Does anybody know what-
I would have
They
traded
were
his
3
ass.
first-round picks in 2 seconds.
I would have traded his ass for 5 first-round picks, and then I would have dropped that. I would have dropped that news the day after. It makes
How do
no
I
sense
sound
to
now?
drop
Good?
it and then much better.
You sound
much
great,
better.
Thomas.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Traded him before, and then dropped it after. I mean, okay, then that's definitely character assassination.
All right,
Drop
let
it
me
then. Why would you
explain
drop
something
it
to
before
you.
you trade him? It
Can I
doesn't make any
have the
sense.
floor for a minute, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Listen, Drew. All right, I want you to think about this. They lost their marquee player in their wide receiver, correct?
Yeah.
Well, they traded. They gave him away.
They gave him away.
That was
Because
a
of their
decision of
stupid
Bill
coach.
O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien gave him away.
Yes.
To fight
so
them.
now, the only marquee player they had left, okay, was who?
Deshaun Watson.
Hopkins.
So now they're down to, they're thinking about.
No, he was traded before that. Sorry.
Yes.
What's that?
I said
Hopkins was traded before.
Yeah, that's what I said. I made a mistake.
Jordan was just updating.
So
himself.
now
Go ahead,
the
Thomas.
only commodity they have left, and they know that there's dirt on this guy, and he don't want to play for them. So as a business, you got to think about this as far as money goes. If he doesn't want to play for them, and they're going to lose a lot of money here. They're not merchandising. You got to think about all this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to get the value from him, correct? That they want. Because if
Incorrect. They got the value that they wanted from him. I mean, they got.
Now
3
listen,
first
they're going to
rounders.
trade him away. If he's not, he's already came out and said, "I'm not going to play for this team.
Yeah.
This team is a joke."
Yeah.
And now they're the joke of the NFL, kind of like Dolphins.
Yeah, we are a joke.
This guy's thinking all about making money, correct? That's what it's all about. And they have dirt on him, right?
No
So
money,
what are they
no
gonna
funny.
do? They're gonna try to trade him and then end up with like draft picks and lose all that merchandise and selling his jerseys and all that. Fuck that. We're gonna ruin your character.
It's bad business, dude. It's just bad business.
No,
it's really bad business.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Whoever said Houston
And the
was
reason
good,
it's bad
was
business
good
is
at
because
doing
of the
good
profit
business.
sharing. The money that Deshaun would make any other franchise would go into the pockets of the Texans too. That's why it's a bad business decision.
No, it's not going
Whoever died and made Houston the great business orators of all time.
I've been
They've always
victim
made bad
of character
It's owned
assassination.
by a billionaire. These people aren't stupid. The people running
Well,
the
they
weren't. Bill O'Brien
Football-wise,
might be a
it's
little
different.
dummy, but
They're billionaires in private industry. They're still
business-wise,
crappy
they're not that
football owners. That's two separate things.
They weren't going to make any more money off this guy, and they knew
exactly. So that's why
And
you
as
get
a salvage operation, right. And Thomas, as a salvage operation, they knew that anybody that would come to the table to trade with them after those allegations were made public are bottom of the barrel negotiators.
They're going to be desperate. You understand?
Yeah,
Colin?
and that's why I said the Cleveland Browns.
That's the
are-
only
they're
way
gonna
they
be
could gain
desperate.
any leverage back for themselves.
They're going to be desperate. This is the thing they're thinking of. They're going to be desperate, like the Dolphins, like Detroit, like some of these teams, and they're going
Dolphins
to
are
offer
not
the
that
world to
desperate,
them.
though.
Especially the Dolphins after the way that Laramie Tunsil trade went down. You don't think they wanted to make up for that?
But
We
they got
did-
a lot of value for Larry Tunsil, though. You got to
We
know
got
that.
Torn Armstead now to replace it. I'm
Torn
pretty sure
Armstead and Jalen Waddle and Javon Holland, you know?
Tyreek Hill. Listen,
Yeah, he's part of it.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. The Texans are besmirched by that. They have to hear it on a daily basis.
And
how
they,
how
and
we
they
rake
probably,
over the coals.
Good. I like it. I like
they
it.
probably could have gotten 4 first-round picks instead of 3, or maybe
Listen,
even
no,
5
no.
first-round
It's
picks.
But
just
that's
like
fine because I'll take
you
Jalen Waddle though.
you had the blonde freaking cover model, and you lost her.
Yeah.
Now what are you?
So
gonna
you're just gonna like you just let her go for like destroy the value that's there and then take less back. It just sounds weird, dude. Again, like
You just saw what a woman did to Johnny Depp. He
imagine
destroyed his character. He sued her.
When he said, "I'm not playing for you anymore," that pissed them off, and they were going to ruin his character.
Yeah, that's what they did. It's character assassination. This is what they do. The media does this to people.
Character assassinated him once he left. Again, if the Texans actually were the ones that leaked all of this in order to get it out, whatever, they are I don't want to say the R word. They are mentally handicapped. If they were to have done, and I can't believe that these are
listen. The only
because they could have done a lot more for Watson without him.
They had no leverage, Drubitron.
And I'm
they
not
had
saying,
no leverage to get the haul that they ended up getting.
Yeah,
absolutely, Color. Because
no, they could have
because
he's young and he's an elite quarterback.
They could
have gotten any leverage they wanted
to.
Which means
Deshaun,
we're not sending you anywhere. You can retire.
My point in that, EM, is that the leverage is there for somebody to have. By him saying he didn't want to play with them anymore, he had all that leverage.
Yeah, but he had all that leverage, but he also had these allegations.
Ruins that leverage for him and gives it back to them.
Color.
Just imagine if he didn't have all these allegations. The team would have traded more for him.
Houston family already has enough money. They don't care about losing some money. They just want to hurt his character, ruin his life.
It wasn't about money. It's about compensation, getting something back.
Yeah, they wanted the most compensation for Deshaun Watson.
Listen, I want you to think about that. The only other commodity they had was JJ, was Watson, and Watson was damaged goods.
No,
I have a question for you.
Rubitron. What I'm saying is, first of all, the fact that we're basing this on the theory and the premise that they knew and they purposely leaked, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they knew, they also knew that it was going to be a big nothing burger in the long run.
Okay.
The moment he said, "I no longer want to play for you," they lost every bit of trade leverage they had for him.
Correct.
By disparaging his character, they took that leverage back from him because they knew they were still going to get this star player traded.
Color.
But it wasn't going to be on his terms.
I have a question. I don't agree with you that they gained or anybody lost any leverage by putting stuff
How
out.
do you figure? They got the haul from Cleveland that they wanted.
Exactly. I'm arguing that they would have gotten a larger haul had this stuff not.
That's what I was saying too.
And that was the question. Ollie, you good?
True. You're dead wrong because Miami would have gave up less because he wanted to go to Miami.
With the leverage in Deshaun's hand, when he's dictating which team he wants to go to, they can't get picks. He gets the money. He would have gotten all the haul, not them.
What do you mean?
And listen, this is the thing that nobody's thinking of.
If the Dolphins, if Deshaun was squeaky clean, let me finish real quick, Thomas. If Deshaun was squeaky clean and he was demanding to go to one exclusive teams, who has the leverage in that trade with the Texans?
Houston.
Still
the team that he wants to go to has the leverage.
Color. Houston
but
can
there
just
was
say
multiple
no.
teams he wanted to go to. Though.
Color. Listen, this
doesn't matter. That my point remains. The Texans didn't have the leverage.
Wait a minute, Color.
Still has the leverage.
Right, exactly. Miami had the leverage. Bottom line.
Listen, no. You know who had the leverage to begin with? Was Houston. But they knew this was going to come out. They knew this beforehand.
Right. If that's
so
the case, then it doesn't matter. They were going to lose the leverage anyway that you look at
or
it.
So they decided
They decided to preempt it because now they have it back.
I don't understand how Houston gains any
Because,
leverage.
Drubitron,
They don't.
Doesn't make sense.
Let me say it as clear and slow as I can. Okay.
They don't
I
care about
understand what
football.
you're
They just
saying.
want to put them down.
If Deshaun Watson was squeaky clean
Yes.
and he said, I only want to go to teams A, B, and C, then that at that moment, Houston, doesn't matter which one of those teams he goes to, Houston has zero leverage on that team.
They have the exact amount of leverage.
How?
Because they're the
If
ones
you
who
know
have to
somebody-
initiate the
Dude,
trade.
Dude,
No, they don't.
car,
Drubitron,
in your
because
car
he has a no
analogy-
If
trade
Watson
clause.
is
your
squeaky
car
clean,
analogy
more
doesn't
teams
matter
would
if he
want
has
him.
no
You don't understand what a no trade clause means.
Wait a minute. If you were trying to sell me a car and I knew that car wanted me to drive it,
Yeah.
and it wasn't going to start
And I
for
can
you,
just say, fuck you, I'm keeping the car in the garage. You can't have it. And the
and
car's
that's
gonna sit
precisely
there.
what
That's the
Houston
leverage.
did. That's precisely what Houston did by sitting him for a year.
No, Houston threw a bunch of shit on the car and then threw it in the garage.
Color.
So what? What's the difference? They still got what they needed back.
It's worse. Color, I'm saying they could have gotten more.
Yeah, they could have gotten more without the
Deshaun Watson was damaged goods and they got less.
That's
They got
supposing
3 first-round
you're
picks.
supposing that the information doesn't come out on its own without them.
Listen, Color.
The whole point we're assuming is that they're the ones who
let me put the rubber to the asphalt. This is the thing.
Don't put
He was going to say A, B, or C, and then they didn't have no leverage, and then they were worried about this other shit getting ready to come out where they have zero leverage. You understand?
Right, but they also knew that the other teams would no longer have the leverage if it came out because he's damaged goods.
Is it also a coincidence that they traded him before so many other accusations came out that they traded him at the right time?
Knew the nature of all of it. The Dolphins didn't know whether the criminal stuff was going to go away. The Texans in the NFL already did.
That's why the Dolphins just sat on their butt and said, "We'll take Tua because we're not going to risk the
No,
other
the Dolphins didn't care about the criminal stuff. They wanted the civil stuff to go
That's
away.
the irony of it all.
Yeah,
the Dolphins
the
did their homework. They knew it was going to be a bunch of nothing burgers on the criminal
That's
side.
because they knew the criminal stuff was bullshit.
Right,
They had
exactly.
their lawyers look at it.
Exactly, Color. That's why they didn't care about the criminal, because they knew it was going to be a bunch of nothing burgers.
Yeah, but they needed these NDAs to be signed by these ladies, and when it wasn't,
what they
the
knew
Dolphins
is that
weren't
the
willing to play
evidence in the
ball.
criminal case hinged upon people criminalizing themselves by producing that evidence. So they knew that. Their lawyers, the Dolphins lawyers, looked into it, saw that right away, just like you and I argued with Green Rat that day, that it didn't matter because the evidence that they had to show would have criminalized them. That's why they pled the Fifth Amendment.
Color. This is the bottom line. Okay. When the minute he mentioned he didn't want to play for them anymore, because this was probably already getting ready to come out, and they were going to completely lose leverage in this deal. Because they were enabling him to do this. And there was probably already rufflings in this stuff coming out beforehand. Trust me, if anybody would have known about this, it would have been them. So what are they going to do? They're going to leak this out, try to force him to stay with them.
Exactly. And in the long run, Thomas, if they did know, and the Dolphins lawyers are astute enough to figure out what I just did, don't you think the Texans knew what the score was too? And that he would be tradable eventually?
100%.
Now they
Watson
have
was
the
never gonna
leverage in
play
that
for
trade.
them anyways, though.
Do you ever just think, Color, they didn't care about leverage or trade? They just wanted to fucking hurt his character.
Okay, Jordan,
Okay,
that
these
makes
guys
more
are worth
sense.
billions.
That's fair. That's
way
fair,
more
Jordan.
sense.
But I'm
business,
trying
but it
to
makes
operate
way
in a
more sense.
realm where we don't just go to that base feeling,
Again.
which I agree with you could be possibly the case that it was just simply personal.
Color. I'll take if you want to say that they just wanted to smear him, they didn't care. I could agree with that more than saying by smearing Watson that they somehow gained
Okay,
leverage.
but if smearing him and being personal about it also happens to be your only door back into the leverage, there you go.
They still had leverage. They still are the ones that have to initiate the trade, and they can get exactly what
Watson
they
had
wanted.
to. Watson had to initiate the trade.
He still has to.
Watson had several teams that were
Asian.
None of them were the Texans, and none of them were the Texans.
No.
Correct.
Watson had veto power over any trade because of the no trade clause. He had veto power.
Correct. He had to. Okay.
We know he didn't want to play for the Texans. That's the team with zero leverage.
So other teams had leverage. Texans had no leverage at all.
Right. They have all the leverage. What are you talking about?
Once the stuff came out, and the Texans had the advantage of knowing what the score was on it.
Do you understand that they just
had
no
the leverage back to them?
Can I bring something to perspective about I want to bring something to perspective about having the leverage. You guys do realize prior to these allegations, the only team that was really being discussed about Deshaun being traded to is Miami. There was no.
Yeah, but that was all talk. There was other teams that were
actually inside rumors that San Francisco was one other alternative.
No, what Ali is saying that as far as what Deshaun Watson wanted to go.
Please, let me finish. What I'm trying to say is there was no bidding war going off like crazy. Look what happened. They freaking, if this was leaked by them, it could be a money move to create an overall bidding war.
Which it did.
How could they create a bidding war if he's more
Your timeline is off,
as
Ali.
far
Your
as
timeline is off.
public opinion?
You can say the timeline is off, but if you go back and look at it, dude, who else was in serious negotiations with
I heard the Eagles were in serious negotiations.
Look, somebody had to run the negotiation
because he only wanted to go to one team.
This is so weird.
It was only a one-team person.
Yeah, he had no
trade
clause.
There was only one team at that time.
Somebody had to run the flag up the flag
whole year.
Once that happened, teams came out of the woodworks for him, and there was a big bidding war.
There was this,
but ultimately, Deshaun Watson said he didn't want to go to them.
Once
he stood pat and said he only wanted to go to Miami.
Look, I've never heard of a guy getting his.
And then whenever Miami was out of the running, all the teams flocked to get his services.
Once the Texans started going around and the league started going around and telling these teams, hey, this is what the real score is, that's when the bidding war started. Guess who no longer had the leverage? Deshaun freaking Watson.
This makes no sense.
The bidding war only happened for 1 week because
he just signed a fully guaranteed
Greer said the door was shut. That's the only reason why other teams got involved.
You're right. He had the leverage in that respect. But once Cleveland came back and said, hey, right, but he didn't because nobody else was willing to do what Cleveland did.
Right.
But Cleveland could have done a lot more without these allegations.
Come again. I couldn't hear what you said.
I don't think Cleveland was a choice city for him to play in.
It never was. No one was.
It's because we closed the door because
exactly. Chris Greer made the other teams optional for Deshaun Watson.
Do you think
that's the only person that made it optional for everybody else?
Precise point, Crypto. That's my precise point.
Do you think if he didn't have these allegations that he could have just easily gone actually somewhere else and gotten exactly what he wanted?
No, he'd be a Dolphin if it was no allegations.
He got less.
And that's all I know, bro. He's a hoe, bro. He's a hoe. He's a hoe, straight up.
Listen,
he got less.
Everybody got less because of the allegations. The Houston Texans.
Everybody got less because of what our bid was.
I don't know how
they went off our bid.
The Houston Texan would not have gotten more if there were no allegations against.
Yeah, he's a 26-year-old quarterback.
Nobody wouldn't have gotten them. There was no. It was all based on us.
How do you? I don't understand how you could think that there's no market for Deshaun Watson. That's silly. It's silly. It's absolutely.
He's one of the biggest markets out there.
Sometimes,
hold on 1 second.
Sometimes Sun Tzu does sound silly, bro. What can I say?
Listen, the only 3 teams that were being rumored at the time were the Eagles, Carolina, and the Dolphins. And Carolina actually didn't even eyeing Watson. They were actually looking at our QB.
Right. Welcome.
And then both of their owners clearly shut the door before Greer did it in the 11th hour.
If they did that, man.
Thanks, Caller.
Crypto
yeah,
or
I just
Ali,
wanted
your
to comment.
timeline is off, dude.
Hey, hold on. Hey, give Incognito a chance to chime in. He just joined the panel.
Thanks, brother. So there's this guy, Jack Esterby, that came into Houston, and he's like Game of Thrones over there. And he's been pulling the strings before Deshaun Watson because he was trying to trade DeAndre Hopkins a year prior to DeAndre Hopkins being traded. And to counter what Jubatron's saying as far as the value goes, why did they only let DeAndre Hopkins go for as little as he did? It's about making a point at some point. And if we just signed you to a long-year deal and you're a billionaire and you're going to insult me like a year after I just gave you all that money, I am going to be petty enough to ruin your character. I mean, I wouldn't.
Well,
but
then they're the worst franchise on the face of the
That
planet.
was more of Bill O'Brien being a
before.
Belichick disciple.
If that's
and
the
he
case,
$1 billion in private business doesn't make you a good owner of a football team.
Our owner just fired our coach for personal reasons.
Listen, can I make a comment? Listen.
Well, also because he couldn't hire staff.
I mean,
listen, panel, can I make a comment?
$1 billion in your own private industry, but doesn't make you a good football owner.
Can I make a comment? Let me ask you something. Do you think they knew? I want you to think about this for a minute. Do you think they knew that this shit was going to come out? And that's why they let their star receiver walk? Because this was going to be a very, very bad situation.
For sure.
Well, it was a year after, though.
For sure.
Okay. Now, I want you to think another thing. I'm going to make a prediction here.
Oh.
I really think because the NFL is all about protecting their shield, and they don't want another situation to where what happened with the videotape of Ray Rice beating his wife in that elevator, like what everybody saw. And I'm going to make a prediction here, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to make a prediction. I think they're going to suspend Deshaun Watson indefinitely until all this shit's over.
I'll say 1 year, but
They cannot do that until, because the CBA says if they challenge it in court, he has to play football until it gets resolved.
Where's the ACL?
Not get levied until it's resolved.
The other part that you said, and I'm not saying you're I'm not saying you're being unfair. I'm saying the NFL is, in the respect that, you know, they're being unfair to make that correlation, because let's face it, you know, guys that get a happy ending from a masseuse to translate to domestic abuse. That's not really fair. The NFL to think that. You know
they don't care about that.
All I'm saying is Kraft had no interest in beating his girls. You know what I mean?
Color. I want you to think about this. Would you put it past Goodell to do that?
No, I'm just saying that Goodell's being unfair, making that correlation.
But what has Goodell ever done to make anything fair?
That's a hell of a leap.
But by the way, I posted in the private chat an article that kind of follows what Incognito was saying about Jack Easterby, by the way. Yeah, they're saying the exact same thing he's saying about it's like some Game of Thrones shit over there.
That just proves that Houston is a dysfunctional franchise, and it has been for a while.
And let's hope it stays like that for a while. We gave him the curse. We gave him the curse, yo.
He's like from what I've heard, he's some kind of like religious nut. And I don't know if
Easterby is a religious nut. He's the reason why Josh McCown was a head coaching candidate in the first place.
If he's a religious,
GM, Nick Casario didn't want Josh McCown. He wanted Lovie Smith.
What?
I was saying that if he's a religious nut, then that explains exactly why he's dragging his character through the ground.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Easterby needs to be gone by now. But
if you guys remember, it was during the Bill O'Brien and DeAndre Hopkins stuff. I don't know if it was Easterby doing it, but the stuff that was coming out was that DeAndre Hopkins had several baby mamas, and he was they were trying to drag his name through the mud about that, and that's what brought into question. I'm like, why is it always it just seems like the same stuff keeps on happening, and maybe that's why Houston's so dysfunctional.
Hey,
No,
let me ask
no,
the panel,
Bill Brett made the trade, but I don't doubt
they
that
are.
Easterby was part of it, though.
Can I ask the panel a question here? And this is something I've been thinking about. Is the NFL at a crossroads between Stephen Ross, I forget his name, but the Washington
Daniel
Capitals
Snyder.
owner, and Deshaun Watson? Is
Schneider? You talking about
Schneider and Watson?
There's no cross. Snyder is going to be out, but I think Ross has made way too many people way too much money for them to.
Yeah.
Are you
walk.
sure Snyder's out? Doesn't he have a lot of friends in the ownership?
Snyder's wife owns the team. Snyder will never be out. He officially is.
Yeah, I doubt he'll be out.
I don't know. Right now, like, there's a huge issue with Congress. He's refusing to come up to the panel to testify, and it's starting to look worse and worse, to be honest.
But is he going to hurt the field? If he's going to hurt the field, then he'll be out.
You think
But
that
if
Harvard
he's part of
Hebrew
the
boy
field, it
cares
doesn't
with
matter.
all his shekels? He doesn't care.
Which attacked the integrity of the league legitly. Okay.
My answer to Thomas's question is I don't know, but I do know that that's precisely the crossroads that the NFL Players Association is trying to force.
Yeah, this is
by
big
bringing up the punishment or lack thereof of the owners that have been involved in stuff that have,
By the way,
correct. And I think
it's Daniel Snyder. It does not have his wife's name at all.
I think that this is a real problem for Goodell right now. I mean, I don't know how you think about this, Color, but this is a serious problem because he has never shown to ever dole out consistent punishment correctly, in my opinion. He hasn't done it. That's the reason why he always gets booed every time.
Yeah, he hasn't done it, but he's still the owner. So what does that say about the ownership?
Well,
they trust him.
It's kind of like the mafia. He's being strung up by the owners. But
in fairness,
the
people that wait a minute, the people that decide who the commissioner is, owners vote, or is there some board of?
No, the commissioner is part of the ownership. The owner,
right. So what I'm saying is, they're looking at it. Remember who they are. They're a bunch of billionaire owners. They are propping Goodell up and giving him raises and continuing to make him the commissioner for one simple reason: because of the growth of the NFL and its profit margin.
Exactly. So if Snyder is a big part of that, then Goodell is not going to out.
I'm not. I don't disagree that it may be a problem. I'm simply saying that's what the interest and at the heart of everything that Roger Goodell does is to make this league money.
It depends on how bad it is.
So if you want Goodell to really change something, you have to direct him with money.
Yeah, but like I said, Goodell works for the owners, though.
Write to Stephen Ross and say, we don't want you to let Goodell get away with this the next time you vote for commissioner.
This is the problem, though, Color, is that if the owners start turning against the owners, this could unravel real quick, like billionaires against billionaires.
I'll be laughing, bro. I'll be laughing. I'll be like, that's what they get. That's what you
That's
guys
why
get.
I don't think they'll out Daniel
Well,
Snyder
at the same
this
time,
easily,
Thomas,
though.
they have a
It'll
certain
be a long
image.
process.
They have a certain image they want to protect. They don't want that to unravel. So that's why occasionally they will throw one of their own under the bus. That's why
I think
Ross does need to be careful.
That's like what happened in Carolina when they made that guy resign and they sell the Panthers.
Yep, and who they sell it to?
Ray
They sold it to another owner. What people forget, we always talk about 30 other, or when we talk about our owner, we say 30 other owners because 31 is the Packers fan base, right? Well, don't forget, it's actually 29 owners because one of them owns two teams.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's the owner of the not the Pittsburgh Steelers, but who is it? The guy that owns the Panthers, that took over the Panthers. He already owns another team.
Hey, listen, Color, I want to get into like Jubatron's era here because I know this is something he likes when it comes to conspiracies. Do you think at one point, like an owner could just all of a sudden just like commit suicide?
I don't know. I don't know why they would.
That's a wild.
You got to realize, though, Thomas, this is big to us, and it is even big to the owners. But all in all, as a life thing, if this all went to hell in a handbasket for Stephen Ross on the football and the Dolphins, then well, it ain't nothing. I don't think that would because you got to realize what other things he's got going on. I just saw another article come across to me when I was on the throne earlier, updating about his project up in Detroit, revamping that whole city, so he's got plenty of other. I mean, it's just one of those things, man. Does he want it to go south like that? Of course not. Does he want his name to be besmirched and image to be damaged? No, he's got a legacy. But all in all, team ownership for one of these billionaires, despite what we think, is still a blip on their radar.
Or wait, man, I'm taking it too drastic. Or maybe like Schneider's driving down the road. Somebody pulls up next to him and shoots him in the head. I mean, you think something like that could happen?
I mean, they're in a secret society. You could.
Well, I'm sure that.
I mean, he is up there.
All billionaires probably already take measures to protect themselves from that kind of thing.
I'd like to remind everyone that we are live on YouTube, and just so you know, people listen.
We don't whisper anyone's death on YouTube.
I'm just saying,
you're so paranoid.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. I think you're thinking of football as too much in these people's minds. Like, I don't think they're more susceptible to that than any other rich person that has to protect themselves. I'm sure they take measures to do that.
What happened to Seth Rich?
And nothing's happened though.
I'm just saying, you got rich people end up in jail and end up dead.
I know.
What happened to Seth Rich?
I don't know why we got to take it to that level.
Jail yet.
What happened to him? Remember that guy, Seth Rich?
No.
Worked for the DNC.
Oh yeah. Again, I mean, why do we got to take it to the worst level?
Alex Jones kept talking about that guy.
Why do we got to take things like to the worst level like that? Like, really?
I have no idea.
Because I think
wait.
I'm sure Drew thinks of that.
Wait. Let me say this. I want to say this. You can laugh at Alex Jones all you want, but he did one thing that no one has ever done. In 2000, he snuck into the Bohemian Grove. If go guys look that up, I don't want to say enough about.
I know. I've seen the video. I know.
That's kind of.
I'll give him that, but that's about it.
Listen, a perfect example. This is a perfect example. Okay. All the crap that went on with Penn State. It's funny how all of it came out. It didn't come out till after who died. Okay. Isn't it weird? It took that long.
He's talking about the coach of Penn State.
Sandusky.
Oh, and they took away his championship.
The head coach.
Joe Paterno.
Paterno. Okay.
He's a slime ball, Coach Paterno.
Going on, but
that's
it didn't
bullshit,
yo. Until he was gone.
I just looked it up for Jay Zan. He asked the question. It looks like it was David Tepper, but I don't know if he had to sell the other one or if they were just saying he had previously owned another team. I thought he owned another one at the same time.
I thought he did own another one.
But I'm looking on all the sources right now, and it's just showing him as the exclusive owner of Carolina alone.
Jubatron, you gotta admit,
I don't know where we heard that because that seems to have been memory hold or Mandela effective.
So Tepper actually owned part of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's
what I thought. Like, he's the minority owner of the Steelers. I got you.
Yeah, so, minority.
That's why he's not listed. It's not listed as a credential of his, right?
Exactly. Go ahead, Colin.
So,
Drubitron. Sorry, Drubitron.
So I went back and I looked at the timeline for the Deshaun Watson stuff.
Okay.
And so Deshaun Watson requested a trade in January. Okay. And in that time, they were in the midst of hiring a new head coach and basically the whole coaching staff.
Yes.
And while they were doing that, between him asking for a trade and then the allegations coming out, they came out like 2 months after he requested the trade. The Texans had zero interest in trading him. They said they were not going to trade him.
Obviously.
But in the midst of that, they were receiving calls from several teams, and the ones that they were able to confirm with 100% certainty were the Broncos, Panthers, and Dolphins. But there were among several other teams that were trying to trade for Deshaun Watson. So the idea that there was no teams interested in Deshaun Watson is not.
I did not. Yeah, they've always been interested in him.
That it was just one trade.
Hold on.
He only wanted to go to one team.
That's great. That's great that this is recorded because you can go back and listen to what I said. What I said is one, Deshaun Watson wanted to be traded to Miami, and two, who was seriously making offers at the time?
The Panthers were the biggest one. The Panthers actually were even clearing cap space to make room for Watson.
Yeah,
actually, the Panthers were the biggest mover.
And then they got their dreams crushed, Drubitron, once again when Deshaun came out and said he's only waiving his no trade clause for the Dolphins.
That was well after.
Allegations. We don't know that for sure, though.
That was after the allegations came out. Before the allegations came out, there was Deshaun Watson said nothing. He actually was very quiet. All he said was that he was requesting a trade and that he didn't want to play with the Texans anymore. That's all he said from the time that he requested the trade to the time that after the allegations came out. There's 30 people talking at the same time.
Hold on. He did say that he would be exercising his no trade clause, but
it's in his contract.
Happened, he didn't make it exclusive to the Dolphins right away. You're right, but he made it clear he was going to be in control of where he went.
Then later on, soon after, he stayed at the Dolphins.
That was after the allegations.
After or not, he still made it clear beforehand that he was going to be in control of that.
Well, he had a no trade clause.
Miami was the only place he wanted to go up until Chris Greer decided to close the door.
Whether it's personal, like Jabroni says, or whether it's not personal, it doesn't matter. The Texans had interest in subverting that control from him.
It did it, but the Texans still have control to some degree of where he goes. The Texans would not
veto it. He has a veto power. They don't have control.
I don't think you understand what a no trade clause means, Crypto. All it means is that he could just say, "I don't want to go there," and then the Texans could say, "Okay, we're not trading you anywhere."
He gets to decide.
Ultimately, no, not ultimately. The Texans
the
have
only
to
control.
agree with
right. Wait a minute. Drubitron's right. Drubitron's right in one respect. The only control they have in that situation is to pay him the $30 million to sit on the bench. That's the
Texans.
only
Regardless,
no, I'm talking about ultimately if he's playing other than Houston. Deshaun decided that.
You're
right. That's what I'm saying, Crypto. I was just giving
Deshaun Watson
credit for what he's saying.
Deshaun Watson had absolutely, because he had a no trade clause, he did absolutely have a say. But ultimately, the Texans are the ones who can exercise a trade, regardless of whether or not Deshaun Watson was
right. Exercise the trade exactly, which means. If they don't want to execute a trade where Deshaun want to go, then he don't go nowhere.
Exactly, and that's where the Texans still have the leverage.
Happen, the Texans would have had to call his bluff on how bad he wanted to play or not.
I'm unclear
because the only control they had to say you're not playing anywhere is to pay him to sit on the bench. So then
or he
would have to
retires.
make
Yeah.
a decision. Do I want to waive my no trade clause for who they want to trade me to because I want to play bad enough?
Actually, no. The Texans didn't lose any money by him sitting on the bench because if he sat on the bench, which he
this
did,
year they would.
He lost all.
This year they would have
money.
No, this year they would have. This year they would have lost $30 million to put him on the bench.
If unless he would just retire at that point. I mean, if they're not willing to trade him.
Oh, he ain't gonna do that.
I want you to think about
turn around and cost them the money. Are you kidding me?
No, but they wouldn't have to pay him if he doesn't play. They don't have to pay him. That's the same thing when players sit out and they hold out in the offseason. They lose all that money.
They don't play him. We mean bench him. That doesn't mean that he's not on the field dressed.
No, they can. If he doesn't show up, if he shows up, they play him. If he says he doesn't want to play, then they don't have to pay him.
They were not going to play somebody that refused to play for them. What's he going to do? Go out there, take a snap, and stand there?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but Watson wasn't dressed for them anyways, though.
Watson was the one who said he was not going to play. Are you kidding me? If the Texans would have kept him, yeah, they would. They keep him on the field. If they say go on the field and he doesn't go on the field, he doesn't get paid.
Trubicon, I want you to think.
And then he's just ruining his stock even more.
And what's the easiest way to resolve this argument about who has the leverage?
Just trade him again.
You leak the allegations and you destroy all the leverage for everybody.
They probably paid these sluts. Okay, they probably paid these fucking sluts money.
To Jabroni's point, it's a slash and burn campaign.
Slash and burn after you trade him. That's the thing that makes sense.
This man needs Johnny Cochran. Poor Cochran's dead.
But they didn't do that. Jubitron, these accusations been on the books for a whole year.
They still got everything they needed for him.
There's no proof
they,
of
they
this.
could have gotten more, is what I'm saying.
They would have never gotten more. They would only have gotten what the Dolphins' initial offer was.
We could just take
the Dolphins set the market for him.
I can't hear what you guys are saying. You guys are
I'm
talking
saying we can just take the W because the end result proves us right.
He only got 3 first-round picks for him. You realize they got 1 more first-round pick than we did for Laramie Tunsil. That's the biggest L in Texans history.
They could have gotten more for Watson.
The biggest L. They could have gotten 4 or 5 first-round picks.
Not given the fact that Jacoby Brissett is their starting quarterback this year. Boom. I wonder why they let the information out now.
What did the Commanders give up to get RG3 to move up a bunch of spots?
Bro, that pick that they got for Watson has the potential to be a top 5 pick now because Jacoby Brissett's starting. Their gambit is still paying off.
Potentially. Again, they only got 3 first-round picks. If you think that's the massive haul that the Texans were going to get for a franchise quarterback, that's crazy. Come on.
A franchise quarterback.
3 first-round picks.
Chris Greer is the reason why
Chris Greer was going to give 3 first-round picks, and they turned it down because they wanted 4. And then they ended up only getting 3 anyway.
Was eventually going to go in May when the civil suits was clear.
No, I think the Dolphins declined it because they wanted the NDAs to be signed.
Jubitron, I want you to think about this.
You think Jacoby Brissett is going to get them out of top 5 pick status?
Then watch.
I don't know. That's assuming if Watson plays. Realistically, Watson's probably going to be playing by week 6.
That's the Texans' gambit by releasing the information like they did to make sure he doesn't play this first year.
Color. Hold on a minute, Drew. I want you to think about it like this. I want you to think in this scenario as the Houston Texans. You're losing your house. Okay?
Sure.
Right? Just went into foreclosure.
No doubt.
Just lost your receiver.
You could just say they lost Deshaun Watson. That's a big. I understand the significance of losing Deshaun Watson.
You lost your house. Okay? It went into foreclosure. Now your supermodel wife is threatening to leave you.
Oh, gold digger.
All right.
So I'm gonna chop her legs off and then try to pawn her off after the fact.
So now you're stuck with nothing.
Then
at
I'm gonna
this
punch
point.
her in the face
Because
and then try
your
to get something
supermodel
after I
wife
punch her
is
in the
going,
face.
you ain't got no control over me, and I can go to wherever I want to.
So they punched the supermodel.
Find a happy ending.
They punched the supermodel wife and then tried to sell her after they punched her in the face.
You wouldn't give a damn.
Instead of getting whatever they could. That again, this is what we're talking about.
You're
Doesn't
totally,
make sense.
What they
you're
did was
totally ignoring the dynamics I just laid out of the fact.
Listen, no, you got it all wrong. Color, wait, let me finish my argument.
Jacoby Brissett is starting this year.
Color, let me finish my argument. So now your supermodel wife, right, is telling you, well, I'm going to leave you, right?
Okay. Yes.
So now you dirty her up a little bit. Say,
That's
yeah.
the stupidest thing I've ever heard, Thomas.
All right.
Dumbest
You're
thing.
not going to leave me, and I'm not going to get nothing for you, right?
Okay, Thomas, you're right.
No, I mean, think about
fucking
it.
got me, dude. You got me with that one.
Rubicon will have his happy ending eventually.
The gambit is still paying off, man.
It doesn't pay it off. They only got 3 first-round picks. If you guys think that's a lot of first-round picks for Deshaun Watson,
if Jacoby Brissett starts, bro, and that turns into a top 5 pick, they can parlay it into like a dozen.
Yeah, but Houston didn't know that Deshaun Watson could potentially get
that's why it's
for
called a
1 year.
gamble. That's why it's called a gamble.
you know, in Madden, you can't even get Deshaun Watson for 3 first-round picks. Currently, you have to trade. You can't even get him for 4. You just can't.
Well, Madden
can't
trade
Deshaun Watson.
logic is dead anyway, so it doesn't matter.
The game is a glitch. There's a glitch in the game.
There's a glitch. Listen, all I'm saying is they.
I don't think you could trade
5 first-round picks
Patrick
for him
Mahomes for
if he
3
didn't have the
first-round
issues.
picks.
If he didn't have the allegations, I think the Texans probably would have got 5 first-round picks.
No,
I will say 4,
Career
not
only
5,
one.
but I would say 4 though.
At least 4.
Yeah, at least 4. I guarantee that.
What do you think 4?
Again, the Washington Commanders, I think, had to trade 4 first-round picks to move up to draft a guy, an unknown guy out of college.
I think
as opposed
3
to
first
trading
round, not 4. But you're right. It's a guy who
the RG3.
in the draft.
I'm gonna look it up. I thought it was 4.
But no, it's not 4. It's at 2 to 3. But RG3 was a college guy. Deshaun Watson is a proven commodity. So there's a difference.
Drew, this is the thing. They didn't know when that news was going to break. Correct?
Oh, okay, hold on.
They
But
just wanted control. They wanted control of the game.
You said they didn't know when it was going to leak, but the reason we're talking is because we're coming up with a theory that they're the ones that leaked it.
Right, but Drew Batron, that could be precisely because they wanted control of the game.
And they knew it was going to leak. They knew it was just a matter of
Just
time.
trade him. Trade him immediately. He requested trade. Okay, hey, let's get trades. Look, we got the Dolphins.
And you don't think any team is gonna be able to uncover that when they start investigating before the trade?
We got 10 trade offers.
Drew
Let's
Batron,
get him out of here.
Drew Batron, do you think the Dolphins were gonna just go, hey, let's trade for Deshaun without looking and investigating and uncovering the stuff themselves?
And then we take that story and then we hold that story to us? Hell no.
And then what happens when we break the story against the Texans? We get Watson for next to nothing, and we look like superstars, and they look like shit.
But that's
how does it leaking by somebody else change the
Look, Drew
change the deal?
I think what Thomas is trying to say is when you tell everybody that the supermodel wife has herpes, people are still going to want her.
Can we change the supermodel? Can we call it? Can we do a car? I just feel really uncomfortable talking about a woman. About beating up a woman.
Incognito just made a great point. No, it has to be a supermodel. He just made a great point.
Richie Incognito.
He knows that whether you convince everybody she's got herpes or not, she's still a hot supermodel. There's still going to be people that have herpes that are going to want her.
And don't you think way more people would want her even more if they didn't know that she had that?
Not if they weren't going to be in control of that, if it was going to come out that she had herpes anyway.
Yep.
Preach, color, preach.
Yeah, but if you didn't have herpes, guys would want her though.
Holy shit.
Let's call it a car. Can we
How
get
about
off the
let's call it a
herpes thing?
football player? They knew that. Look, every single team has the investigation level of the CIA or the FBI. You're not going to get a job with the Miami Dolphins without being Travis Winfield. Okay, bottom line.
So okay,
And what I mean is, when they went to trade for him, they were gonna find out. Now, if the Dolphins were to release that information, the Texans would lose all leverage. They would snatch Deshaun Watson for whatever he wanted to be paid.
How would it have changed if somebody else was the one that leaked the information?
Because he's damaged goods at that point. You're asking us to take on a guy that's got legal trouble.
They damaged the goods before they gave them up. It's the same thing.
I'm talking about in your scenario. I'm talking about in your scenario where they don't leak it.
Yeah, but Color, do you really think that the
Dolphins
Browns
find out about it
actually
first?
did an investigation, though? Do you really think the Browns did an investigation? As soon as he wasn't legally charged,
I'm not talking
then
about
they
the
traded
Browns
him.
after the
It doesn't
fact.
matter how much.
I'm not
they traded
talking
for.
about the Browns after the fact. I'm talking about if what Drubich is trying to say, if they never leak the information and the Dolphins come to them for a trade, the Dolphins are going to sick their investigative team on Deshaun Watson for a background check.
Yeah.
Okay. They're going to find out about the stuff and the fact that the Texans tried to hide it from them. They lose all trade leverage whatsoever. Miami Dolphins gain all trade leverage at that point. Because
the Dolphins already gained the leverage because they leaked it. If you're saying they leaked it, then the Dolphins already had the leverage. That
Right?
Yeah,
It's
not public. It's the difference between public and not public.
to Miami, so the Dolphins had the leverage.
Game. Once the Texans leaked it, they control the game.
They controlled nothing. He sat for a year.
Did they not? Did they not?
He sat for a year. They could have gotten their 3 first-round picks and
They wouldn't
moved
have
on with
got
their
that
life.
if the Dolphins would have found out about his background beforehand.
I
but the Dolphins did an actual investigation, unlike the Browns.
We would have got him for 0 picks.
That doesn't make, but Color, they even after the Dolphins knew and
It'd
it
be
was public
hyperbolic.
knowledge, they still were willing to trade 3 first-round picks for him. So what's the difference? If the Dolphins knew, they would have been like, "Oh, okay."
That was after
we
the
going from
Texans
4 to 3.
gained the leverage by leaking it.
That doesn't. I don't.
Why are we yelling about this at 2:30?
It doesn't make sense. This is the weirdest thing. It makes no sense.
Hey,
but if
is
the
there
Texans
another
never
topic?
leaked it,
I want you to think about this.
Do you think
Let's
he would
say
have
the
gotten
Dolphins
traded for more,
didn't find
though?
about it and say, "Listen, we'll just give you 1 first-round pick for him," and then they were like, "You know what?
You know what? Then why didn't they just give him 1 first-round pick after all the stuff?
The
came out?
Texans would have never traded
Why
him for
is
1
it-
first-round pick.
Exactly.
So
And there you go. That's the answer. They never would have traded him for 1 first-round pick.
By then, the cat was totally out of the bag. And the
What difference does it make?
Because teams now knew that he wasn't going to go to jail for criminal problems, okay, and that this is likely going to be dealt with in the civil court. It doesn't matter.
We would have gotten to that point anyway.
We're the only team that was willing to trade that much.
There were
even though
several
they
teams
had a
that were
feeling that he
interested.
would still get civil
By
suits.
then, the Dolphins took themselves off the table altogether.
Exactly. That's what
Well,
happened.
that's fine.
Opening of the new league season.
Thank God. Thank God.
Other teams were only interested after Chris Greer made the statement about the door. No one else was in competition for Deshaun Watson services until Chris Greer opened his mouth.
Yeah, but there was other
tried to
teams
drive that
vying
home
for
to
services,
everybody
though.
about showing
Nobody was
more
interested.
pictures and all
Nobody
that.
was interested in Deshaun Watson because he had criminal pending charges.
But as soon
Pending
as those
criminal
criminal
charges.
charges dropped, teams were interested.
As soon as the charges dropped, everybody.
You know, they
called.
might do a
That's what I
copyright
said.
on this show because you have that on.
Yeah, Iceman, don't be showing that, bro.
Hey,
Yeah,
Drubichan, let me ask you this,
All right,
because
all right.
you like conspiracy stuff.
We'd have to
What
comment.
if the Dolphins
Yeah,
originally
I don't know where
offered
you're
like
going.
their 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and then they found out about this and they said, no, we're only going to offer you 1 first and 1 second.
And they just
And
say
then they
no.
released this information.
And then we're back to where we started from.
We're
back to where we started.
We're hiding it from everybody. It'll
Do you
make
realize
Texans look terrible.
The Texans traded him for 3 first-round picks. It still required 3 first-round picks. Again, you guys keep saying that nobody has the leverage. The Texans inevitably have all the leverage at the end of the day.
No, because the Dolphins would have said, "We'll give you 1 first-round pick, and we won't tell anybody that you knew about it."
And how would they know that the Texans did or didn't know about it?
Pick.
But the point is, you guys are conveniently forgetting that on the eve of the trade deadline, he was already basically announced going to the Dolphins, until Stephen Ross sabotaged it by saying you need to sign these NDAs and settle 22 suits. The deal was already locked, sealed, and delivered for 3
care about the criminal stuff.
Nothing more, nothing less.
He didn't even care about the criminal at that point.
Yeah, and he was willing to trade 3 first-round picks.
And because they didn't sign it, the Dolphins, Stephen Ross didn't do it. So that's in the past.
And apparently, Deshaun didn't want to do that.
Conveniently forget and say he's going to go for 1 million first-round picks when the Dolphins have already had the deal signed until Stephen Ross sabotaged it in the 11th hour.
Correct, Crypto. And what ended up happening is Deshaun didn't want to do it.
No. It wasn't that Deshaun didn't want to do
No,
it.
the females didn't want to do it.
Exactly. Because they had NDAs. They had NDAs ready for, I think it was like 18 of them.
20 of the 20.
The females felt like they were, assaulted allegedly, so they didn't want to sign the stuff.
Like, seriously, can we just we can all agree that none of this affects the Miami Dolphins going
hell yeah.
forward?
I just like talking.
It doesn't
This is
affect Miami
fun.
Dolphins at this
My
point.
God.
It's just fun to talk.
It doesn't.
We don't have
Well,
anything
it's
else
fun
to
to
talk
talk about until it's not fun to talk
And nothing
about.
to talk about until training camp at this point.
until it's 2:30 in the morning, and we've been
What's
talking about it
funny
for 2
is
hours.
that I wanted it to happen, but now I'm glad.
Look, guys,
makes a good point.
Case closed. Jason says Drew Bitron is right. Case closed. Let's move on.
Fair enough.
I guess you're right.
To quarterback number 1. That's my quarterback.
QB1, guys. Let's
We'll
talk
let you have
To be honest, I wanted it to happen, but I'm glad it didn't. That's all I got.
You wanted the Watson trade to happen?
Right,
Some
exactly.
people say that.
I
some
was
people-
absolutely on board with the Watson train, and I'll eat crow on that. I was wrong.
Same with me. I'm eating crow.
I was
big
wrong.
time.
Yeah, but some people like TD saying, "Oh, it's for the future," but I want to win right now and in the future, not just. I don't want to lose this season. I want to
that
win.
may
This
not
season.
be able to happen anyway. I mean, let's be honest. But we'll give Drew Bitron the W for now. Even I mean, he can believe, but
We need a trophy. We need a trophy.
But
We'll just say you got the
Deck
W.
my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
I'm so glad it didn't happen now.
Yeah, I agree. I was absolutely wrong.
It's more like an Ohio State versus Hurricanes W. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
I deck my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
It's more like a Forest Hill.
I deck my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
Oh, Cap.
It's like what,
Lordy.
Drew Bitron?
It's like when
You know you're good.
when the Falcons beat the Trojans.
That's why you're a good co-host, a good temporary, a good emergency co-host, because you know how the game works, bro.
I love it. I love it here. That's why I always come.
Bro, we're 6 hours.
I deck my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
I'm just happy that we're all Dolphin fans, and
Of course. Listen,
At the end of the day, we all want to win. That's all that matters.
we can admit when we're wrong, and I'll eat all the crow I can on that one. Okay, but
I'm glad we dodged the bullet.
That's what I'm saying, Drew. Maybe this is like reverse.
Well, this is precisely why Ross wanted the civil stuff to be cleared, but didn't care about the criminal. He knew
the criminal stuff.
Well, he knew both would go away. He just knew that the criminal would go quicker than the civil.
Yeah, right.
Speedy trial, right?
Right,
Am I right?
Exactly. And there's nothing more to talk about once the grand jury's spoken. You know what I mean?
But maybe that's why I was saying the mojo is like turning for us, because that's so Dolphins that we would have got him and we would have been in this freaking mess right now. You know?
Could you imagine?
Yeah, instead of getting him, we got Tyreek Hill and so many weapons around.
Oh, and then everybody would have been excusing Tua's failures because of the distraction with that. You know?
Yeah, but we're still stuck with Tua. So I mean, is it really?
Yeah, but no excuses for Tua. He's got to prove it this year.
Yeah, you're right.
But you know what? I'm feeling much better now that we didn't go that route. You know what I mean? So
because of the PR headache.
I don't think it makes
it's tiresome. Thomas, you both are right. It is tiresome. Like I'm glad we're not going to have to go through that.
Yeah, could you imagine? We would have been
dragging ourselves in it like we did tonight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have been around some of like the Browns, like content creators and on Twitter Spaces. Man, that fan base is decimated.
Yeah, it is. I have been. And they are decimated. Like, not just their fan base, even their town is all upset about the whole
thing. But their fan base has been decimated for many years.
That's not, whoa. Hold on. I want to comment to that real quick. You cannot say that about the Browns. There's one thing I know about fan bases. The Dolphin fan base and the Browns fan base are the largest.
Strong.
And they are very, very strong. Every effing city, including Port
St.
Louis,
yes, sir, preach,
has a Browns fan location. All right, so I don't want to hear that they're not strong. But now with this situation, talking,
they've been a losing organization for eons.
Miami doesn't draw a lot of fans at home games, though.
They're a loyal fan base.
They are a loyal fan base.
Don't tell me they're decimated at all. Don't tell me that. Because that's bullshit.
Miami fans are spread.
I don't think that because
one at a time, guys.
They're loyal, just like us.
They're used to taking L's.
There's tons of empty seats at Dolphin games.
This is a different type of L. I gotta say.
That's true.
Browns are used to taking those.
Okay, a lot of I swear Dolphins games. I went to one down there. There was maybe 33,000 people. I know there was more tickets sold. There was about 50,000 tickets sold, but I mean, a lot of people don't go to the games because the team hasn't been that successful.
And even when even when the stadium does fill up, there you would not. I mean, look, I get that teams like travel well, but come on, man.
Whoa. We talking about our stadium that's always empty? Wait, Crypto.
Yeah, they had the orange seats. It was before the redo, the renovation.
I'm exaggerating.
Okay.
I know you guys think I'm exaggerating.
No. We always had it.
But I'm telling you,
always had it packed.
That when I turn around on the home team half of the end zone sections. So in other words, the lefts, if you're facing out towards the field, the left side of the upright, okay, on the northeast side of the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And when I turn around on third down to get the audience to freaking rise up and yell, I turn around and there are Patriot jerseys.
Yes.
And that's all I see.
Let me ask you guys a question. What's the max capacity of our stadium? What's the max capacity?
I think it's 65.
It used to be when I was growing up, it was like 74,000. I think it's increased a little bit.
But now it's 65, I think.
I think it's in the 60s
when they changed it to the base.
Let me look that up because last season we averaged about 64,300 approximately.
I think it's in the 60s now. It's not in the 70s. No more. Because what happened was they closed off some of the sections in the corners.
Because Tua puts butts in seats. That's why.
No, they closed off some of the sections in the corners. I don't think
max capacity is 65,326. So we're only 1,000. We're only 1,000 off on our average. That's not bad.
God, that's
the state of Florida has trouble getting people in the seats.
Bro, we were young. 73. Our stadium at 73,800 or so was considered small.
Ollie, I could tell you that I haven't been to a lot of like the games, but I went to a couple last year, and let me tell you something. Very, very early on, that parking lot is packed.
Yeah.
When I tell you packed.
We stay packed, bro.
Okay?
Let me. Yeah.
They are packed, and they are there tailgating very early, and that stadium fills up. The couple games I go to, I used to have season tickets, but when my father passed away, I stopped going. But I still go to 1 or 2 a year. And let me tell you something, man. I'm an old dude that used to go back when the Orange Bowl and Marino and all that, and then I got season tickets with my dad when Joe Robbie first opened, and I had season tickets for like 4, 5, 6 years, and then my dad's health kind of went downward, and he passed away, and I stopped going, but. Let me tell you something.
I forgot to ask you one night.
No, wait, Color. Let me finish. I want to finish because this is very important to me. Is that as an old time, whatever dude you want to say I am,
fart.
Yeah, and I was very passionate in my day. I really, really feel this in the bottom of my heart, and I really mean this. That the new generation is more passionate, and I believe that with all my heart because I go there and you know what? When I used to go when Joe Robbie first opened, it was like a parking lot, and it was all like gravel and mud, and like when it rained, it's not like it is now when you go there. And it was kind of like when you would go there, you just kind of like got there, drank a couple beers, and then just walked into the stadium and then had beers in the stadium. It's not like that anymore. They're all out there. They all have their barbecues going. They got their tents up. They got everything going. They're really passionate and they're into it. And they're more passionate than my day. And I feel proud as a Dolphin fan to know that it's taken a step upward, and I really feel and it gives me it really makes me feel proud as a Dolphin fan, and I don't want to get because I don't want to get emotional about it because I see that there are Dolphin fans all over the place, Canada, Australia, freaking Germany, England, Mexico, wherever. They're all over the freaking place. And I feel it's growing. It's growing. And I'm proud I'm 50, I'm going to be 59 years old, and I'm choking up a little bit about this, but I'm proud of where the generation has taken this.
Thank you.
I really am. And I mean this.
Now, will you answer a question for me since I let you?
I'm an old fart, but I appreciate this. I appreciate it from the bottom of my
appreciate.
Yeah. Can I ask you one question?
Where it's going. Where it's going.
Thomas, can I ask you one question since I let you get all that out?
Yeah.
It's going to be in code. Based on a private conversation you and I had. It's something I forgot to ask you when we were having that private conversation. So I'll ask it in code. Does Jay like the Dolphins? Is he a fan?
Yes.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Not you, Jay. Not you, Jordan. I'm asking
Miss
Thomas if Jay likes the Dolphins.
Miss Madame.
Yeah, and I agree with you with new generation of football fans. These Dolphins fans are so loyal. This is an amazing fan base, so I agree with you.
Look, see his phone. He starts breaking up as soon as I ask him that question.
I have to agree with the new generation of Dolphin fans isn't just one singular community. You have people from, like you said, all over the world. Brazil, Bahamas. We have people in the South Pacific. I mean, we have people all over becoming Dolphins fans, and I really appreciate that too. It doesn't feel like, I have to admit, growing up as a kid, and part of it is from where I was from, being in Ohio. I felt like the only person that was a Dolphins fan, and now I see them everywhere, no matter where I go.
I'm so happy that the new generation is taking the wand and taking it so much further, and I really feel that it's like we all have a certain thing going on right now. Is that I can't even explain. It's like misery likes company. Maybe I don't know if that's what the thing is, and that's what brings Q into this conversation, and Wooback and Most and some of these people, that it's like we're ready to explode, dude. We're ready to. Let me tell you something, because the only thing that came close down here to what happened when the Marlins won was They had a parade down in Miami, down in Little Havana, and Hialeah, and South Dade, and they went all over that. And then they went to the New River, and they got on a boat and they went up the New River in Broward County, and it was amazing. The two counties came together when the Marlins won their first championship in '97. And I could tell you this without a doubt: when the Dolphins win, it's going to be from here. Okay, it's going to be from the Keys.
What Thomas is trying to say,
for a fucking fact, it's going to be from the Keys.
What Thomas is trying to say is, Daddy's home.
It's gonna be from the Keys to Maroon. It's gonna be from Maroon County, Dade County, to Broward County, to Palm Beach, and beyond. It's gonna be nothing that we've ever seen before. Okay.
So that all being said, we're at 6 hours. I gotta shut it down. I'm gonna give everybody a final thought, and go back to the brand I was supposed to. See, for some reason, El Cap doesn't really care for
I decked my ass. We nailed
that. So it's on my video list. So every time I want to play,
I decked my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
I have to switch over to my brand. So when I was messing with Drubitron by repeatedly playing
I decked my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
earlier, I had to switch over to my brand to do it. So since I don't need to play
I decked my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
anymore, I'll switch back over to the other brand.
Thank goodness. Thank heavens.
So before we get final thoughts for the evening, I want to remind everybody to please like and share this video. Subscribe if you haven't already. We absolutely appreciate all the support everybody's given us. The members we've got, the new members we've got, shout out to those new members for joining us. We appreciate it. You can do that by hitting the link below the video that says join. But even a like and a share helps too. Sharing gets more people in the chat for you to talk to, gets more people from other fan bases to come here for us to yell at, so we don't have to criticize Tua all the time. But if you catch us on Tuesday nights also for more action, we got Tonk 7 with TMI Tuesdays at 9. Myself on Thursday nights at 10 roughly. maybe I'm going to start probably going a little earlier as we approach the season. We got Ali now. Everybody heard Ali tonight. He'll be on tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, bringing the exhale, letting everybody breathe. And then, of course, you got Capitan every other night of the week. His internet that went down earlier, so that's why he had to leave us, and I ended up taking over. But he wanted to thank everybody and let everybody also know to like and share. So also make sure you're hitting the link in the description below if you need anything from Fanatics, the officially licensed gear provider for the NFL, NBA, NHL, and all the other sports. Let them know we sent you. $, the Fins Tailgate for Cash App, Fins Tailgate for Venmo. Check out our gear, including our flag. And somebody said they would want us, they would pay for a signed El Capitan color commentary flag. So keep letting us know more of that. Maybe we'll offer something like that in the future, but we're probably too modest to do it for one person. So make sure you guys go keep telling us to do that kind of stuff, and we will. Thanks for all the support. So let's see. Iceman, you want to give us some like really super positive, we're gonna win it all 20-0 take?
Sure. Honestly, I'll go back to Thomas's thing. I'm part of the young part. When we started in the early 2000s, 2010 to 2010 to 2020, those years were honestly like the miserable years because everyone laughed at us. They said that, damn, when you think of the Dolphins, you think of tuna fish, you think of some sardines. They just think about that, laugh at our face. So that's why when we were young, we always heard the stories about Dan Marino and all the history about the Dolphins. So we said, damn, one day we're going to be part of that one day too. And honestly, we've been seeing it throughout the years, throughout the whole 20 years, we've seen it, our young generation. We've seen the sad part, the good part, the glory part, the miracle with Tannehill. We've seen the good year with Chad Pennington. We saw the bad with Chad Henne. We've seen it all with we've seen so many storylines. And honestly, we just want this year to be the one that, like Thomas said, we want to explode. We want to just go out of our stands and say to the other teams, go, honestly, this is what you get. This is what you deserve. We're going to whip the shit out of you. That's it from start to finish. And we can sing our song proudly. Like every time you sing that song, this is what we want to do. We're the only team that wants to throw it in the air and run it in the ground and make it look spectacular. And that's how when you say Miami, you're talking Super Bowl. We don't want to say, when you talk Miami, not for the past 20 years, everyone laughs at that name because they say, oh, it's Miami. They signed a big free agent. You know what's going to happen. When they go to a different team, they'll shine. Honestly, at the end of the day, that shit's over. Now we got Tyreek. We got other great guys. Like, honestly, these guys don't come and say, okay, Teron Armstead and in company, they don't say, hey, I'm going to go to Green Bay Packers or whatever. Now I'm going to go to the Dolphins. They are doing the culture thing again. They're going back to the 70s and 80s. Looks like they're coming back. That's what I want. Plain and simple. I just want that history back. That's what I want. I just want to win it all and shove it in everyone's face, honestly, for all the years that they have laughed at us. It's pathetic. And it's time to shine, honestly. It is our time to shine. That's it. That's all I want to say, straight up.
Appreciate that, man. I knew there'd be no shortage of optimism from you, man. Appreciate you, Iceman.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Yep, you too, buddy.
You too, Iceman.
I'll go next if that's all right.
You go next. When you going on, like, man, you gotta, like, no, man, I'm like always busy as soon as you tell me you're going on, bro. You know what I mean?
I go on at the same time you guys do. That's the
I'm
problem.
gonna have to find some. I'm gonna have to like get you my my actual text number over so you can like live text me. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm going on right now.
For sure. I'm gonna start going on a little bit earlier, I think.
Right on.
Make the time for
You
it.
doing something tomorrow?
Maybe. I think so. I'm still running doing some run throughs of this Madden challenge because I'm finding some issues with it. I've been doing run throughs just to make sure I get all the bugs worked out and figured out how to help people along the way. And so I've run it 3 times. and the 3 times I've run it, the best record I've been able to get was like 7-9 or wait, what? How many games do we play now? We play 17 games, so 7 and 10, I guess.
Well, that sounds to me like Tuanon's got a couple programmers to visit at EA.
I've done different ways. I've kept Tua. I've traded Tua away. I did one where I traded for Tom Brady, and
are you running it on the highest difficulty or
no? I'm running it on the easiest difficulty, and I've actually implemented a few things to make it even like upping certain like 3 player stats, to get their certain stats up, just to try to figure out any way to like simplify it to make it easier. I've run 4 full sims, and I can't even get to the like sniffing the playoffs. So I'm worried that everybody's going to come in and do it, and nobody's going to make the playoffs, and everybody's going to be like 6-11 or 7.
Well, maybe that'll be fun in and of itself. Just
maybe
milk it mine it for the comedy value.
Yeah,
I would
maybe.
Suggest, maybe. I mean, I don't know, like how what exactly is causing that, but maybe you should test it with having like all like really good players put on the team for whatever reason, and see what you come back with. Because if you're coming back with 7 and 10 again, then I think there's something definitely wrong with the.
I think it might be the playbook, honestly, and some of the tendencies when it does a sim. But I'm still we're tweaking it, so it's just gonna it's pushing things back a little bit, because I know Cap said maybe El Capitan was saying he wanted to maybe do it this weekend, but that's not gonna happen, because I don't want to change things in the middle of the challenge too. So some people were doing it some way, and the other people were doing others. I just want to get it right. So. But yeah, we're gonna. So I might be on tomorrow running through it again on my own, just to make sure that's
right
working.
on.
So,
got any other thoughts?
Man, it just feels good to be right whenever I come on here. I get to make everybody look like fools, and it's just good to be me.
Right on. I'll catch you later, man.
Love you guys. Have a great night.
You too, buddy.
Take care, man.
I decked my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
Fatality.
I had to. I'm not even sure if he noticed the brand change in StreamYard before he left.
That was awesome.
Already had it ready. Thomas, man. I know I pretty much already let you kind of have a final thought. Like, I'm pretty sure you can't really top what you've already said, but have you ever hiked the Grand Canyon?
No, but
oh, so earlier I think Jordan interjected and misunderstood my question to you. So I never really heard your answer, or if it was you that answered. Is who we talked about that one night? Is he a Dolphins fan?
Who are you talking about? Who?
The guy we talked about in a private conversation one night. Old friend of yours.
I think he is. I'm not positive, but I think he is.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'm sure somewhere deep down inside.
I think he is. Yeah. I mean, he lived most of his childhood life in Florida, so right. I think he is. Yeah.
Right. Miramar, you were saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
he lived part of his life in Kentucky and most of his childhood life in Miramar. Yes.
Right. I got you. Right on.
But
man.
I don't have much more to say, but I'm just, like I said, I'm happy for the newer generation and for me, I'm going to be 59 in September, so I got maybe 30 years left to hope for a championship, but I hope it happens soon. And for the younger generation, they have 50 plus years to go.
I think we got it.
I mean, it's
maybe
been
not this year, but we got it. It's pure fate now.
right. The point I'm making is that 20 years of my life's been spent looking at this franchise as a joke and just disgusted, and seeing my kids grow up seeing this, and they still root for this team. I don't know how, but they do. And they're all in for it because they see the passion that I have. And they have no clue what this franchise was. And it's sad.
That's true. That's
true.
true.
That they don't even know how great this franchise was at one time.
That's true, man.
They
That's true.
They just see it as a joke.
And even when I was growing up, when we weren't winning championships per se, it was just to know that any year we had a real shot. We weren't just blowing.
Exactly. I mean,
you know what I mean?
We were. The thing that bothers me so much to the core, color, is we were the creme of the creme. I mean, between us and the Raiders, we were the winningest franchise on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Think about that.
I've only ever been to two Monday Night Football games, and we won both of them.
Color. We were the New England Patriots of the 70s and 80s.
Sure.
Okay. And now from 2000 to 2020, my kids, okay, my one son's 20, my other son's going to be 18 in October.
We might as well, right? They see us as the Patriots from when we were growing up.
Yeah, they have no clue. They have no clue what this franchise, what a proud and what this franchise was. They have no clue. None. And you know what? A lot of the thing is, a lot of these fans that go to the stadium and do what they do now don't know either.
That's
and
true.
They still go.
That's true. That's why they give you. That's why they give you a blank stare on third down. Like, what are you doing standing up? It's like, what do you mean? It's third down.
Yeah, listen. This is why I have so much hope for the new generation. They go there. They get their color. I don't know if you've been to some of these games. They get there 2-3
I don't think there are too many Patriot fans in the stadium. That's my only issue.
They got the tent set up. They got everything going on. When this franchise was good, that didn't happen.
I don't know.
Do you understand?
I don't know. I went to games in the 90s, and there wasn't a seat to be had, and you couldn't even hear yourself think in a game that had no implications whatsoever.
But color, the thing was, when Joe Robbie first built that stadium, I want people to realize this. You would go there, and it was just rocks, dirt, and grass. And you got there, and you kind of had a couple drinks, and you had a couple beers, and you walked into the stadium. There was no pre-game getting together, tents, everything that's going on in that stadium.
I'll give you that. But none of those people are going into the stadium for the game.
No, but I'm just saying there's more of a camaraderie going on with the fan base than there ever was when the team was good. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I got you.
That didn't happen back then.
It seemed to be Orange Bowl. It seemed to be pretty good. The games I went to when I was younger, man.
No, but even like in the Orange Bowl, when you'd go there, you'd park at somebody's lawn, and then you'd go to the stadium. There wasn't what's going on now. There wasn't. The game has grown so much from when. The early 90s and 80s and 70s, the game's grown so much. to where it is now. And the fans are more passionate now than they were then.
I just think that some of your memory is going a little further back than I was born. I'm only 45, so you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, I'm 59.
Like you're talking about days when, like, you know, like, you know what I mean. Like nobody even knew there was a stadium out there. You know.
You know what I'm saying? Even at well, it was Joe Robbie back then, but none of that was going on, dude.
I mean, the games I went to in the 90s and the early 2000s, I thought they were great. I mean, I'm not following.
No, but I'm talking about hanging out in the parking lot where everybody's
all that was there. All that was there when I was going in the 2000s.
Yeah,
you know, in
I
the
guess
90s,
maybe
in the 90s, yeah, in the early 90s, yeah, we parked in somebody's lawn and walked to the state. I get that, but by like the 2000s, it was, you know, there were like nice lawn strips where everybody parked and tailgated. My only issue is that when you go in the stadium, there's nothing but Patriot fans in there.
A lot of that was going on. Yes, I agree with that. And a lot of Jet fans and a lot of Pittsburgh fans. And yes,
when I leave the game, I walk through all the people that were tailgating. I walk through all of their parking and watching them clean all their stuff up while the Patriot fans are cheering Tom Brady kneeling the ball to drain the clock.
Yeah. There was a lot of that going on, and it's unfortunate. Yeah, because we were laughing stock. Listen, for the last
when our
20
defense
years,
is on third down, the crowd is like quiet.
The point I'm trying to make, Color, is that when we were really good, we didn't.
What I'm saying is, first game I ever went to, Thomas, was in 1990. It was against the Seahawks in December. There was nothing to be gained or lost. We had already clinched the playoffs. We had already firmly got what seed we were going to be. Didn't matter if we lost, won, who did what. Everything was going to be the same. The game literally meant nothing. Yet I couldn't hear myself think when I was there.
Yeah, the crowd was passionate back then.
And the stadium was full. And the stadium was full.
Listen, that didn't change, Color. That didn't change once you got into the stadium. What I'm talking about is the point before you got in the stadium. Back in the day, it was kind of like you parked in somebody's yard.
Well, yeah, I get that. By the 2000s, but by the early 2000s, they had really done a lot to improve.
No, there was no atmosphere like that, like there is now.
I mean, you're right. You're right. It is different now in that respect, like night and day. Sure.
Yes. Because it is completely different.
Because you can park,
and that's when
you can park in the yellow parking, and it's not a far walk to the tailgating area. It might be a decent walk to the front door of the stadium, but you know, you're right there by the tailgaters and all that.
Yeah, Color. That's when we were really good. We were really good, and there wasn't any of that atmosphere. Now we suck, and there's that atmosphere there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
is that there's so much more passion now.
You've sucked for a long time, so it's hard. You know what I mean? It's hard to really pinpoint that.
No,
you know?
but I'm saying
I get what you're saying, though, bro. I do.
But I'm saying when I go to the stadium now, you know, I don't have the orange pass to go and hang out. I park like out where you go and you pay to park. Because
it's yellow. It's yellow parking. Yellow parking is where your basic parking.
Yeah, whatever. Because I park where you go and you pay to park because I don't have. Back in the day, I had season tickets and I don't anymore. But then you walk into the orange zone and everybody's tailgating and they're all Dolphin fans and it's just packed and everybody's tailgating and they're all there like 2-3 hours before the game.
Mm-hmm.
You had none of that back then. None of that. And that was when we were good. So what I'm trying to say is
coming in the wrong side of the stadium or something. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Really?
Huh?
I said you were just coming in the wrong side of the stadium back then. I don't know. I'm really not feeling you because I remember there being tailgating all in the early 2000s, man. You know.
No, maybe in the early 2000s. I'm talking about when Joe Robbie first opened.
Oh well, yeah, but I mean, you're talking about, like I said, you've got more years on me, so you're talking
Yeah, well,
about.
I'm saying that's when I had season tickets,
before I ever
even
even came on the scene.
there was none of that going on.
You're saying back in the real winning days in the 70s and all that there wasn't near the support and tailgating that there is now for a team that is obviously not near the quality it was back then. Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Correct. And even
but that's overall, but that could probably be said about a lot of teams given the NFL back in that again, that's the growth of the NFL that we all have witnessed over our lives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, what I'm talking about when they first opened the stadium, and it was Joe Robbie Stadium when Marino was playing.
When was that? When was that? 80? What year was that?
It was in the 90s.
It had to be. It was earlier than the 90s because I went in 90. It wasn't the first year it was open.
Well, I would say the late 80s, early 90s.
Right.
When I had season tickets then. And I had season tickets then. And
might have been 87. It might have been 87.
I mean, well, we came from the East End because at the time I lived in Miramar. So we would come down University Drive, and there was none of that going on. Now,
no, there was not really any tailgating in the 90s when I went. No,
that's what I'm talking about. That's when I had
by 10 years later, they had that infrastructure set up.
They might have, but all I know
at
is
least for Monday night games. I mean, there were definitely plenty of tailgaters when I went on Monday nights in the 2000s.
Yeah, I suppose, but I'm saying like now when I come from the Turnpike area, and I would always park.
Everybody's busy getting a game of golf in before the game.
Yeah. Now you go there and people are all set up and it's an event there in the parking lot before you ever get into the stadium. And there's a lot more enthusiasm now, and the team sucks. That's what I'm trying to say is that there's more enthusiasm now for the new generation of fans
we got it.
than there ever was back in the day.
We got you.
And that's all I'm trying to say is I'm so proud of these.
Though, bro.
I'm proud of these fans. I'm an old timer. I'm an old fart, whatever you want to call me. And but I'm proud of these guys now that go there. They get there early as hell. Okay, Color. They get there early, and they're tailgating for about 3 or 4 hours before the game started. There was none of that back in the 90s. That wasn't going on. I could guarantee you that wasn't.
All right. Okay.
I don't think so anyways, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I mean, all I know is I'm 59 years old, and you want to call me an old fart, and I don't know, and I'm not.
I think you're transposing the Orange Bowl onto Joe Robbie, to be honest with you. But
I might be. Who knows? I might be. But the point I'm trying to make, Dear Color, is I really feel the new generation is a lot more passionate than the old generation. That's what I'm trying to get across here.
It's not amazing. I might feel a little perturbed by that comment, considering I feel as passionate as I ever have.
No. The only reason I say that, Color, is because we're spoiled.
How am I spoiled?
We had a winning organization back then. They haven't.
I don't give a shit. I haven't ever held a ring. I haven't ever freaking watched my team hoist the freaking trophy. What the hell? What do you mean spoiled?
No. But we're spoiled because we had winning seasons, and we've watched them win.
Spoiled because we watched our team abandon everything that ever got us to win games and be competitive.
No, but we've won playoff games in our era. No, they haven't. They've seen one playoff game, maybe or two that we've lost.
Yeah, but how does that make us spoiled?
Because
See, that's thinking like them, like they have some kind of, privilege over us.
No, I'm not saying they have privilege over us.
No, but they take that to mean that, and they act on it.
I understand what you're saying, Color. I'm not saying
I'm not
that. What I'm saying
spoiled,
is that
dude.
they set up. They get there early. They sit there.
How am I spoiled?
tailgate.
How am I spoiled to know that every time we didn't make it to the Super Bowl, it was because of Buffalo, and then 20 years later, Buffalo is there again before we are.
I understand that, Color. You're missing the point. What I'm trying. Listen.
No, I'm not.
Listen. You're missing
I got
the
your
point.
point. I don't agree with it.
Wait. No. What I'm trying to say is they are there and they want to see a winning product. Let me tell you something. Back in the day, when we were fans,
matter of fact, they're the spoiled ones. They don't know what it's like to be in playoff games. So how are they hurt by it? They're the ones that are spoiled by being sheltered.
I don't think they're spoiled. They're showing up for a losing product. If
they don't know what a winning product looks like. They're operating on hope and faith because they don't know what it is to win. They don't know what it looks like.
If the Dolphins were like they are now, back in the day, there would be 10,000 fans. It would be like a University of Miami game back in the day.
Our stadium holds 10,000 less than it did when you and I were going there back in the day.
I'm telling you, back in the day, if this was the Miami Dolphins, we would have been the University of Miami. There would have been 10,000 fans in that stadium, just like University of Miami, back in the day. So we're the spoiled fans.
I don't know. I don't know how that makes us.
No, I'm telling you, we are the spoiled fans, dude.
I don't
we
know.
Had blackouts. There's
bro.
no blackouts now. We had the blackouts during.
We didn't have shit, bro. We didn't do shit.
We
you
had
You think Tennessee is more spoiled than we are? No, wait a minute. Do you think Tennessee is more spoiled than we are because Tannehill got them 1.5 more wins and got them to the playoff? Do you think they feel spoiled?
Color. Back in the day, we had blackouts for playoff. I went to the Seattle
spoiled.
game.
That makes me spoiled. I didn't even get to see my goddamn team play. And you're telling me I'm spoiled?
Well, then I'm spoiled. Our generation is spoiled, Color. I'm telling you,
man.
Listen. For a fact,
the team ought to be gracious that I've held for this long. Am I spoiled?
Well, then
they're spoiled.
Color, you're a little younger than me, so maybe not you, but my generation was spoiled, dude. Okay,
They're spoiled off our money that they got because we thought, hey, we were going to the playoffs. We're going to continue that. And no, for the last 20 years, we decided to take a jump off of a cliff. I'm spoiled?
Color. Do you know that Marino's first playoff game was a blackout? Do you know that?
Yeah, so what? What does that even have to do with me being spoiled?
Not you. Our generation was spoiled because we were so used to winning. And here we are. We're in the playoffs, playing Seattle.
Wow.
My dad and I are freezing our ass off.
I'm so sorry for being so spoiled on winning. I'm so sorry, bro. I'll take my comeuppance now. Let's lose for another 30 years because of it, because we're perfect. We got fans that are perfectly fine with it. Oh, they're not spoiled like we were. Oh, give me a break, dude.
Listen, caller, there's no question that this fan base now.
You can speak for yourself, bro.
I'm telling you, they are.
You can speak for yourself.
Whatever, I'm telling you.
Food and hospitality have always been somewhere.
They always say that Magnus is like a little boy in a doll costume.
Caller, I'm telling you for a fact.
What makes you think we're spoiled?
You ain't telling me nothing. You can speak for yourself, bro.
No, I'm telling you that this fan base now is more passionate than we were.
Oh, God.
They are.
Rah. Buy him some pom poms.
Yeah, whatever color. You go ahead and think what you want. I'm older than you, and I know how it was back
taking it to the extreme, bro. You're like insulting people for no freaking reason all of a sudden, dude.
I'm not insulting no one.
You
I'm
are, bro. Yes, you are, bro.
How?
Your statement is one of the most divisive things I've heard all week, dude.
Yeah?
There is no one side of the fan base or the other. Old timers or new timers. One's spoiled, one's not. One's more passionate, one's not. Then what are you doing here, bro? If you feel so shameful for yourself and how spoiled you are, why are you a fan?
I'm not shameful. I'm still here, ain't I?
Jesus. That tells me you're way more passionate than they are.
The fuck you talking about, dude?
I don't know. You're the one that's fucking insulting everybody.
No, I'm not fucking insulting nothing. I'm telling you how the fuck it is. But you don't want to listen.
True now because you're using the F word?
No, what are you trying to say to me? You saying that I don't know what you're trying to say.
How passionate people are. Is there a totem pole we should all sit on?
I'm not saying that.
What the fuck is that bullshit?
The fuck you saying with that? I'm not saying that.
What the fuck I'm saying? You know fucking totem poles at the Finn's tailgate, dude. Go take that fucking shit back to whatever.
I don't understand what the fuck you're trying to say now. Well, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say here.
So you're just contending that we're.
I think I just proved who's more passionate. Put me on a fucking totem pole. Fuck that.
What the fuck you talking about, Color?
You don't think the old generation has passion like new generation?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, we're just at the bottom of the totem pole, Crypto.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying is that
in the older generation that's very passionate.
I'm saying we're passionate, but the point I'm trying to make is I think the new generation is very passionate now.
Okay, great.
They're passionate.
Somehow you made that point 10 times in a row and then devolved it into they've got more passion than anybody. Fuck that.
Okay. Where's the measuring stick on their passion? I don't get it. What more passionate?
Well, the reason I say that is just the fact that they haven't seen a winning product like I have. They haven't.
Yeah, they have. They actually have. They actually have.
What?
It's on Monday night and Sunday night. It's in the playoffs when other teams are playing.
Wait, Color. So you're saying they have to see
Kansas City's playing Buffalo in the AFC Championship game. That's when they see it.
No, I'm not talking about your generation. I'm talking about my kids' generations. Not you, Color. Okay? You're just a little bit younger than me. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the generation of my kids' generation.
How far back do you go? Did you get to see the Super Bowl win?
I remember being at a party and we're all out there beeping horns, but I was too young to know anything about it. Put it that way.
So you were around 7 years old.
I was born in 1963. So what, 1972? I was 8 years old. So no, I wasn't really a football fan back then.
First season I watched, we were 6-10.
Color. I'm not talking about your generation. I'm talking about my kids' generation.
You should have stopped the 5th time you repeated what you said about everybody, about the young fan base, bro, because we got it the first time. You should have stopped there instead of starting comparing everybody's passion, bro. It's exactly what the fuck they do.
Comparing generations' passion, I think it's all equally to a certain point.
Well, I agree with that. What I'm trying to say is that I think that the newest generation is more passionate.
Yeah, and who the fuck's money is spending the fucking money on the tailgate gear?
I would say that generation. I would say your generation right now. So I'm not, you know what, Color, I can see where you're taking it that way. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Okay? What I meant was my kids' generation that have never really been able to see a winning product. They've seen a team get to the playoffs and not do anything in the playoffs. So that's generation I'm talking about. So
yeah, yet they continue to want to do the same fucking thing. Well, I ain't interested in a tailgate party out front the stadium if it means nothing, if nobody's walking into the stadium afterwards. If that's all they care about, we got the tailgate party right here, because I ain't into that kind of shit. I ain't into this whole, oh, we're perfectly fine because we don't know what it looks like. And we only know passion. Man, I just don't understand how people can, it's like Omar says, I don't understand how people can continue to root for mediocrity. I just don't.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I don't know, maybe I'm saying the wrong thing. I don't mean to ruffle your feathers, dude. What I'm trying to say is that I see that they're wanting to see a winning product on the
Right.
field.
Okay, so Thomas, why haven't we had a winning product before Tua got here? Why didn't we have a winning product for 7 years?
Because of the front office.
Oh, really? It wasn't because the players didn't win.
It's the front office not getting
It's always the front office. It's always the front office, right? Why didn't we change? Why didn't the front office change the players?
Because it comes from the owner.
That's not an answer to my question, bro.
Robbie.
Why, when we lined up against the Jets and against the other two teams where we only had to beat one of those teams to make the playoffs, why is it that when we lined up against the Jets that day, we didn't win the ball game?
What time of the...
Did the front office have something to do with Tannehill not being able to lead our team to defeat one of three teams to get into a playoffs?
You're talking about the Jets, Bills, and Patriots.
Whoever it was.
Yeah.
One of them was the worst team in the league.
That being the Jets, yeah.
So, again, why did they see a losing product that year? Front
I'll
office?
put it to you. Why?
Front office?
So
we were in position to beat one of three teams to control our destiny going into the playoffs.
All right,
we beat one of these three teams. We're in the playoffs no matter what. We lose to all three teams.
Okay,
Who's responsible for that? Who's responsible for that?
You tell me.
I'd say the quarterback's responsible for that.
Okay, so what does
that have to do with the fucking fans?
We're calling for continuing the same thing.
Color.
The only thing I'm trying to say is for my son's generation, for like the 20 to 25, I'm not counting you.
So you're right. I get it, bro. I get it. Your contention is that because they're perfectly fine with rooting for a losing product, that makes them more passionate than us.
No. That's
ain't what literally what you're saying.
No, you got it all wrong, dude. That ain't what I'm saying. You got it all wrong. What I'm saying is
they continue to show up for a product that
you can reword it however you want, Thomas. You can reword it however you want. It's the same fucking thing.
All right, Color. So you're gonna change the goalposts and do whatever.
Whatever, dude. Say it. Finish it. Say what you just were gonna say. The 10th time, the 5th different way. Go ahead.
Whatever you want to fucking say, dude. What I'm saying is that they're still showing up and it's not sold out.
So are we. So are we. So are we.
Caller, that stadium has been pretty much sold out for the last 20 years of a product.
Yes, thank you, Patriot fans. Thank you to the Patriot fans.
Yeah, but
thank you to the Raven fans.
All right, so wait.
Have you been, Thomas? How many games have you been to in the last 10 years?
In the last 10 years?
Yeah.
The last probably 3 of the 10 years I had season tickets. The last 10 years.
And you don't notice that?
Couple games a year with my kids. Yes.
And you don't notice the number of Patriot fans in the stadium?
Listen, if you're gonna go by that, then why wasn't the Orange Bowl sold out back in the day?
I don't know. That's back in the day. I'm talking about now.
How about Joe Robbie back in the day?
The fuck does back in the day have to do with it?
All right. So in other words,
how many people? Okay. What I'm asking you is, what are the reasons?
Listen, shut the fuck up, because I'm gonna tell you.
You're done, bro. You're done, bro. The fuck out of here with that shit, bro. Tell me to shut the fuck up. I don't know who the fuck's gonna tell me that to fucking shut the fuck up, dude. I'm sorry, bro. That ain't happening right here, buddy. You gotta pay to tell me to shut the fuck up. And that is in effect, by the way. Let's see here. That's how you get me to shut the fuck up. So anyway, as I was saying, before I was told to shut the fuck up, he can say it however many times he wants. He's claiming that because everybody that shows up and continues to show up for a root for a losing product is more passionate. Well, I show up too. I show up too. And if he's contending that our stadium gets sold out and wants to ignore how many Patriot fans are in our stadium, then next time I'm there, I'll take pictures. Okay.
Yeah, this is where I disagree with what he's saying about being more passionate. I kind of here's the deal, and I see this a lot, and I know a lot of these people. There are a lot of people that come to games that are posing as Dolphin fans, but are really not Dolphin fans. They're there for the experience. They're there for the experience of going to an NFL game and what comes with tailgating. That's not
sometime.
And that's been going on for the last 10 years, because I know half of these guys that at my work that go, dude, the Dolphin tickets were cheap, so I bought season tickets just so I can go to all the games. And I ask them, well, are you a fan? How long you been a fan? Oh, I'm not really a fan. I just like the NFL.
Yeah, there's a reason a parking space can cost more than a ticket sometimes.
That's true. Yeah. I experienced that at Yankee Stadium.
I'm just not, I'm not going to continue the argument all fucking morning. It's 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the fact of it is, I'm just going to bring receipts next time the argument comes up. The next time I'm at the stadium for a Patriots game, which will be 9/11, by the way, guys, I will be there. I'll take a picture of how many Patriot fans are in the stadium. I'll pan my camera all the way around the stadium so y'all can see for yourselves. Okay, who is selling out our stadium? Who's responsible for our stadium selling out? We'll find out.
Hey, Color, when you were mentioning earlier about fuck the Bills and Jim Kelly, I'd also like to say fuck Thurman Thomas, because I got sick of seeing his ass destroy us so many years.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, and what I'd like to say is, this generation, they get you and Stephen D, and they get informed on the Dolphins from a counter standpoint, where you don't have to hear everything with rose-colored glasses on, compared to when I was younger. All I had was like Andy Cohen and looking in my fucking Sunday paper to see anything about the Dolphins, and that was it. Because I'm not from Miami.
I have to rely on the Chicago Tribune to get Dolphins content. Go figure.
And you're lucky there, Crypto, because St. Louis is not near a market big enough to have Dolphins coverage in their newspaper.
Right. The Tribune or the USA Today was the most in-depth coverage I got of the Dolphins.
And to Incognito's point, the fact that we're still around. I mean, if we're going to do this measuring contest, you know, and put people on totem poles, which is precisely what he's trying to do, right along with every other, you know, fan out there that thinks that, you know, there's some kind of litmus test to be a Dolphin fan, or we have to measure who's more passionate. Like, seriously? I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry, bro. You're wrong. And if that's not what you meant in the long run, maybe you'll think about it and freaking and realize that going forward. But if you're telling did I mistake anything? Did I take it the wrong way, guys? Because he's going to tell me I took it the wrong way. But if I did, I need to hear it from other people. And that's why, you know, that's why I'm asking the question. Did I misunderstand what he was saying?
I don't really think it was a matter of misunderstanding. I think it's the way he was trying to explain it that just came off wrong. I mean, I understand what he's trying to say about the new fan base, how they're content and, you know, are just as passionate regardless of what's happening. Whereas you and I have been here from the get-go and, you know, we've seen mediocrity and we don't want to see that anymore. I get that. I understand. But the way he was explaining and I understand why you reacted the way you did, Color. So
maybe it's a nerve that's being struck lately. You know what I mean? That I just didn't need struck right now.
Let's be real, Color. Let's stop trying to put whose dick is bigger on the table. And actually, let's just be fans together. Who gives a fuck if who's a bigger or better?
My point. That's my point about totem poles.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I understand.
You know, and the thing of it is, I agreed with him about praising, hey, the fact that our young fans are sticking with something but he fails to realize the reason they do that is because of guys like us telling them this is the way things were and can be again.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
And all they've known is mediocrity, so they've just gotten used to it.
Yeah,
I imagine. You know,
he was probably trying to say also that younger generations, I would call them. I have a label. What is the label? Generation Y basically has a acceptance for anything that makes them happy. For, you know, it's just basically they're in the highlight society. They only think about the highlight. They don't care if it produces 8-8 or 6-10. They're all about the highlight reel, you know, and they'll accept anything on the field, and they will just blindly buy tickets to do so.
Mm.
Well, you know, and it just strikes me as like anybody that brings this up, you know, wants to be shut down immediately. You know, it devolved to F this, F that. I mean, we can go look at the replay. You know what I mean? And this is precisely what happens to people like Omar Kelly. I wanted to dive into this last night on my show, and I mentioned it for a second and never went here. But y'all got to stop with Omar Kelly. You know, you act like the guy is not supposed to have any kind of freaking, like, seriously.
I hear what you're saying, Color. I understand. And I admit there are times when I'm hard on Omar, but the things that I criticize him for is the flip-flopping.
Well, this constant attack on him and his character and his journalistic integrity because, you know, he points out exactly what I am, that people are rooting for mediocrity. And Thomas can deny that's what it is all he wants, but that's what their passion is for. Mediocrity.
Yeah.
I brought up Tannehill to prove that point.
Yeah, rooting for mediocrity.
We're in it for the participation trophy. We're in it to win it. That should be how
a Super Bowl in our lifetime.
Not even participation. That's way below it because you're not I would contend that you're not participating if you're going to be mediocre.
That's actually a good point, Crypto. Thank you.
So it's not even a participation trophy.
And guess what? When it comes to participation, to Crypto's point, are we really participating? Because what is really the game? The game is the postseason.
Right.
Unless you just care, you know, love like to I think it was Incognito's point or Ali's. Mm-hmm. If you just love the NFL experience and that's all it's about for you,
then
you know,
Yeah, you
Good
just
for
show
you.
them experience.
Go root for the
I
Browns.
can't tell you how many people I've met that go to the Dolphins games, not Dolphins fans, but they just want the NFL experience.
Yeah.
They're not even a fan of a team. So that's
Yeah, I know a
Yeah,
few
this
people
ain't
like that.
fucking baseball.
Yeah, the same thing happens in baseball. We used to have a saying that we go to a Wrigley Field and the baseball game breaks out. That's the thing that used to happen when the Cubs were losing. We pack
How
the
people,
stadium.
and this
But
is what nobody really wants to address about baseball and why they continue, like they always try to find these ways to get more people to watch and blah blah blah, and it's like, just shorten your damn season.
And listen, let's be fair. We want the NFL and we want the Miami Dolphins fan base to be an inclusive fan base, is in the sense that we include people with inclusion. But we want to be fair, and we don't want to just be fans, just say, hey, we're fans and we're okay with, losing or 8-8 seasons every year. I want to be a fan and
Look,
actually.
I don't care. Look, I don't care if somebody's going to tell me directly, hey, I'm a bigger fan than you are. I'm more passionate than you are. But nobody's going to tell me somebody else is.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you're basically assigning me a level of passion, and you don't fucking know me that well.
Well, anybody that's part of these channels is a true fan to me, because you guys are dedicating your time and your life to informing us about the Dolphins. So I don't think that should ever be in question. Even if people disagree with you, you're a passionate fan because you're willing to give us your time and what your opinion is on the Dolphins.
Yeah, it's no different than a two-and-ear trying to assign my level of fandom based on whether I like or dislike the quarterback.
Yeah.
It's no different.
Yeah, you can't assign nobody.
Unacceptable. I'm sorry, Thomas. I really am, but it's unacceptable to me. I know what you were trying to say, but you said it 10 times, and then that devolved into comparing people's passion. It's not going to happen here, bro. Not with me on the panel. Sorry. That's precisely what we're trying to stop at the tailgate, bro.
I just think that the whole argument, or not even an argument, but even to bring it up is a moot point. There's no reason to bring it up. There's nothing you're going to get out of it. I can't say that I'm more or less a fan than Color, Crypto, Incognito, Captain, Mike on the mic, MCJB, Dolphins Fanatics. I can't say that I'm more or less, because it doesn't matter. We're Dolphins fans.
And by the way,
only common denominator.
By the way, all those passionate young people, okay, they're tucked away right now, sleeped away in their pretty little beds, comfy little pillows, dreaming of Super Bowls and Tua Tagovailoa. So don't tell me who's passionate and who's not. Who's more passionate and who's not.
So, Color, you said they got visions of sugar plums dancing in their heads.
Yeah. The only ones that aren't are the ones that are like 12 hours behind us or ahead of us.
Right.
Thanks to our gracious audience in the Pacific, Southwest, or East, or whatever y'all want to call it.
The South
Oceania.
Oceania in the South Pacific.
Yeah. But man, I guess that's how it happens sometimes. Now we're at 7 hours. Incog, man, you got anything to finish up with, bro? I got to get out of here.
Yeah, no worries, man.
I done ruined my friendship with Thomas, and I feel bad about it.
Dude, we all get into spats on here and stuff like that. I'm sure he'll understand. And it's 3 o'clock in the morning, man.
He's hanging out in the back, but I'm not gonna go on with it all night. I'll talk to him another night. Just letting you know,
Right
Thomas,
on.
you don't have to hang around on my part.
Right on.
Anyway,
well, I just wanted to thank you for putting on the show. You and El Capitan and Stephen D, Larry, all these channels, the Fanatics, Gio and Gio and them. I just appreciate you guys. You guys make my job easier because I get to listen to you guys, and it kind of helps me throughout my day being a truck driver. And I just really appreciate the Dolphin community and the love that we all share for the Dolphins. And hopefully this stuff turns around, man. Because I'm with you, Color, as far as the the mediocrity. I'm just sick of it. I'm just it's really disheartening being this mediocre for this long. So hopefully it turns around for you this year.
We appreciate you listening in the line of work you do, man. Don't be afraid to throw the CB on your speaker for all your other truckers. You know?
Heck yeah. Right on, man. Well, thank you very much. You have a good night.
You too, buddy. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Incognito, you local? I was going to ask him. Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Crypto. Everybody's local driving trucks, ain't they? You just hit them up on the CB, but be like, "Yo, anybody go by the Incognito handle?" I'm sure maybe that he might know.
Yeah.
Let me get a northbounder.
Being in the southeast, I haven't driven as far south.
So, Crypto, tell us how you would ask somebody going the other direction up the road, how you would ask them if there's a cop up the road. How would you do that over CB talk?
And then, can you hear me? No, I haven't used. I've used other forms of communication.
Everybody text messages now, huh?
Yeah.
It's all emoji based.
Right.
You got apps. You got
little birds for the.
Well, now you don't even have to have an app or anything. It's built into the Google Maps. It automatically tells you.
Right. They don't need to They don't need to ask a northbounder anymore.
Yeah, they'll tell you because they have the Waze trucking apps now for the over the road guys.
That's right, Waze. That's another app. Good. That's
broke it down on the side of the road. That always mystified me.
That kind of makes it doesn't that make truck driving kind of like a boring life now? Like you don't have you lost all your chit chat. You guys still chat over the CB, no?
I mean, I imagine some of them still use it as a backup, but they have other forms that they use now with so much with the phones and everything. You can create a closed network or just with your phone by itself.
Yeah, it's probably like neural. Like they just think to each other now.
Right, and it's further range than CBs.
It's a neural net.
Yeah, you ain't limited to the 5 miles. You can go the entire city. You know what I'm saying? Versus
we don't know about the secret trucker neural net that exists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do.
They all buy the parts at the Flying J. You know what I mean? In the tech section of the Flying J.
Flying J, Pilot, and Loves, yeah.
They got pretty good tech sections for like CB radio stuff and gadget technology at those places, man. It's good stuff.
Except for Blue Parrot headset that I use.
Right.
Trucker headset, a trucker Garmin watch. I still have the items that I use. But I do it all locally, though. All my stuff is within the DMV.
So, Crypto, are we doomed to lose, bro? Or are we gonna win?
I hope not.
What's your way too early score prediction for Game 1 against the Patriots?
I'm gonna do it inverse. I'm gonna say 35-17. And if we screw up, on the flip side, we'll be on the bottom of that score. We'll lose 35-17 if we screw up.
That's kind of close to my prediction.
See, I think we're going to lose 20-17 on an unfair referee call.
See, I have us winning 32-14.
Like the Raiders game?
Well, like any 9-11 game, you would expect any 9-11 game to go for the Patriots and their rival.
Yeah.
Color, you're now predicting us to lose Game 1?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a 9-11 game. They always have sympathy for the Patriots on that day.
I don't necessarily think we're going to lose, but if we're going to win that game, we have to bludgeon them in order to overcome the referees. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's why I'm predicting that kind of a spread.
If we let it in the hands of the referees, the Patriots will win.
Yeah, right. I got it 32-14. You heard it from me. That's what it's going to be. Dolphins win.
Right. Yeah, I got a doubling of the spread. I'm saying 35-17, or maybe 20. They might get an extra field goal, but I say if we don't, we start turning over the ball and not getting off the ground. They'll jump on top of us, and the death spiral begins.
Right on, man.
I said we lose the game. If we were to lose that game, the season's done. I'm going to go. I'm going to take a deeper dive. We cannot trail at any point in that game.
Wow.
We cannot allow them to even take a lead, even if it was a field goal. We got to put pressure on them from the opening gate, from start to finish.
Not a bad prediction.
Remember back
you gonna be around for Ali tomorrow night?
What we got? 30. Yeah, this is
You actually might like my show tomorrow, Crypto. It's going to be filled with statistical analyzation that you love.
Oh yeah, he's going over. Go ahead, Ali. Matter of fact, Crypto, hang there for a second, and we're gonna let Ali give his final thought, which is gonna also segue to a preview for what he's got tomorrow. I want you to hear what he's got going on tomorrow.
All right,
go ahead, Ali.
All right, well, I'd like to thank everybody for a great show tomorrow. Do not miss Late Night XL right at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. that is. We'll be talking the economics of the Miami location for the 2026 World Cup and what that means, not just for the city of Miami, but what it means for the Dolphins. Yes, you heard it right. The Dolphins are going to have an effect based on that decision of making Miami of one of the 13 locations. In addition, we'll be talking about Moneyball. Yes, not in baseball, but in football. And is the Miami Dolphins playing Moneyball even from 2 years ago? And even now, even a move that you think that is really not a Moneyball move, but it really is. We'll be talking about that.
Yeah.
So,
and I'd love to hear Crypto's thoughts in that conversation too.
yeah, so please, I will be talking that. We're going to have an economics lesson. Some of the stuff I'm going to talk about may surprise you guys. To give you a hint, I'm going to discuss how the Dolphins could make let's say 4 times the amount of money they would in a Super Bowl. They would make it in a span of a week. That's the economics I'm talking about.
Wow. You mean through the Hard Rock Avenue?
Yeah, like, so in a Super Bowl, for example. Oh, I don't want to give out too much. That's going to take away from my show, bro.
Right on.
You almost
All
got
right,
me.
then.
You almost got me. You stay tuned for tomorrow at 10 p.m. It's going to be one heck of a show. I promise.
All right, man. I'll
Fins up.
I will definitely catch both of you tomorrow night then.
Yep.
Both have a great one.
Yep.
And everybody, thanks for joining us for another show. Finn's Tailgate started as the Finn's Tailgate. Went a little long with myself. Appreciate every one of you being here, as you always do. The loyalty you all show, you know, it really humbles every one of us, and we appreciate every one of you. Like and share this thing. Subscribe if you haven't. We'll see you tomorrow night with Ali and every other night. Have a good night, all.